Good morning and welcome to Donington Park race ticket for day 2 of action here. It is raining, it is absolutely pelting it down, it is stair rods, it is cats and dogs, it is an absolute deluge here. However, the Britcars have just gone out for qualifying, so we'll speak to a few of those before race number 1. They've got 2 races today and they conclude their championship. Also got the second race of the weekend for the Pragas, the 3 races in the Mini Quaife Challenge Trophy class, and about half a dozen races in the Classic Touring Cars. Fingers crossed we can get a full schedule today. You sit in the dry and the warm, we'll get stuck into the rain and show you some motor racing action. Dave Goddard will be talking you through the action, of course, and I am going to be on the ground speaking to drivers in the paddock, the pit lane and in Parc Fermé. I'm going to get inside. Enjoy yourself.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ewan. We'll let you continue your training as a weather forecaster. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to an extremely wet Donington Park Grand Prix circuit for day 2 here on BARC TV. Second day of racing presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. Championships to be decided here today at Donington Park. Great to see we're using the full Grand Prix circuit, including the Melbourne Loop. Not too often we see that circuit's layout used here at Donington. We are getting underway with a slightly delayed start to the schedule, as Ewan Dunlop was just telling you. Qualifying for the Britcar Trophy. The cars were out on track behind the safety car for this session, so we'll wait to see how they will line up later on. They're lapping behind the Kia safety car at the moment. 2 races today for the Britcar Trophy. 2 50-minute races, each with a mandatory pit stop. We'll see those out a little bit later on. The first race of the day following the qualifying session is scheduled to be the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy class. We've seen them at Pembrey and Snetterton already this year, and there is a good chance that Nelson King could wrap up the title here today. He's had 9 wins already this season. I can tell you he will be lining up second on the grid for the first of 3 races here today. 30 cars scheduled to take part in the Mini Challenge races for identical BMW Mini Coopers. That first race of the day is followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. They have got a total of 5 races taking place today. The first of them is for the Shell Oils Pre 83 touring cars, combined with the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. The big cats out for their first race of the weekend, along with the Pre 83 touring cars. The championship already decided there in favour of the Mark 1 Escort of Stephen Primetz, taking his 10th title this year. That's followed by the second race of the weekend for the Pultec Pre 66 touring cars. And what an amazing race they had yesterday. It was a stirring battle between Scotsman Barry Syme in his Mini and Gary Townsend's Lotus Cortina. They swapped places all the way round the Donington circuit. It was the Mini that won out, but Luke Wilson in his Austin A40 has all but secured the title by winning his class. Then we'll have the first Britcar Trophy race of the day. Nice mixture of cars in that one. We've got Ginettas, BMWs, we've got VW Golfs and Scirocco's, Honda Civics, Clios, and plenty more besides in that field. 50-minute pit stop race for them, and that's followed by another Classic Touring Car Racing Club events with 2 titles to be decided. We've got the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon. There's the Thunder Saloons. They're going to be a handful in the wet conditions. Jason Davies was hoping to secure the title in his Sierra Cosworth. Qualified on pole for yesterday's race, but didn't take the start due to some mechanical problems. So hopefully we'll see him out today. He'll be fighting with AJ Owen in one of the lower classes in his Honda Civic to see who can win the title. While in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, by my calculations, it is between Malcolm Harding's Mark II Escort and the Fiesta of James Dunkley to see who can win the title there, as they both won their classes yesterday. That race is followed by the second race for the Quaife Mini Challenge, and then we've got 3 championships in 1 in the last race before the scheduled lunch break. We've got the Super Touring cars. Yes, great to have them back out. They had a brilliant race in virtual darkness at the end of yesterday's programme. Jason Hughes in his Vauxhall Vectra nipping past Stuart White's Honda Accord, the ex-Tom Christensen car, on the last corner to take the win. And they're combined with the Laser Tools Pre-93 and Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Gary Preble made his return to the Pre-03s yesterday, and he was able to take the win. The Pre-93s were won by James Everard's BMW E30 M3. It's close for the championship in both of those. Cavan Granger holding a narrow lead in the Pre-03s, While in pre-93, Andy Cripps, the championship leader, failed to finish yesterday's race, which has closed things up a little. After the lunch break, we will have the final 1 hour race of the season for the Praga Cup UK. The 87 team, the Fanatec car of Jimmy Broadbent and Gordie Much, all but confirmed as champions by winning yesterday's race, but they only just won, holding off a stirring challenge from Jay Morton, the ex-SAS soldier, having taken over from Ben Collins in the 85 car. Broadbent held on by less than a second to take the win in yesterday's race. The battle is still on for second in the championship there, though. And then we'll have the second race for the pre-83 touring cars and the Jaguar Challenge, the second Britcar Trophy race, and the Mini Challenge for the trophy class rounds out the day. It's the final part of our programme. Hopefully we will be getting underway very shortly. We've seen the Britcar Trophy cars out on track behind the safety car. I think they have now gone back, most of them have gone back into the pit lane. They're going back out again now, though. There's about 4.5 minutes of this session still to go, but obviously no representative lap time set because all running has been behind the safety car. We see the pack heading round the first corner at Redgate. Have a look at the points in the championship for you. 30 points available for a class win in the Britcar Trophy. I'll just find the relevant points charts in among my paperwork. It is the Team Brit BMW of Chris Overend and James Whitley who leads the points. They are out in Class 2. Ahead of the Clio of Charlie Hand, the reigning junior saloon car champion, leading the Clio class. He was fairly dominant early on in the season, but his rivals have started to catch him up. Behind them, we have got the number 77 TSR entered VW Golf. Various drivers, Anthony Rogers, Finn Jones, Rob Taylor and Mark Jones, have driven that car this season. Seeing who's out in that car today, if we can. Still getting my paperwork set up here in the commentary box. Thankfully it hasn't been rained on. Still behind the safety car here at Donington Park in our only qualifying session of the day before we get underway, hopefully, with our first race of the day for the Quaife Mini Challenge. No representative lap times being set in this qualifying session for the Britcar Trophy category because all the running has been done behind the safety car. We were running you through the points charts in this one. It is Chris Overend and James Whitby leading the points. They're here for Team Brit in their BMW, number 70. Charlie Hand, number treble 5, second in the points in his Clio. Third in the points, the number 77 Golf. It's Anthony Rogers, I believe, driving solo in that car this weekend. Anthony Rogers, Finn and Mark Jones and Rob Taylor, as I've said, have all driven that car this season. Fourth behind them, Reese Hurd and Harry Yardley-Rose in the Chandler Motorsports VW Golf Cup car. Class 1 has almost been sealed by Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta G56. They're fifth in the points overall. Peter Dillnotz in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G40 is all set to win the Ginetta G40 Cup class. It's a new innovation this season. So Charlie Hand has pretty much won the Clio class, I would say. Classes 1, 2 and 3 still to be settled, although Chris Overend and James Whitby quite a long way ahead of Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco in the Class 2 points. Class 3 still to be settled between the two Golfs because they're only a point apart until dropped scores are brought in. I think we have now come to the end of this session. We'll wait to see later on how this first race is going to line up. Just awaiting news from the clerk of the course. We will move on hopefully shortly to our first race of the day for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy. We'll give you news on that race when the grid is starting to line up. You can see our shots from the bottom of the old hairpin, just how wet it is, and there's the Fogarty S's where we go onto the Grand Prix loop. That's just how much rain is coming down here at Donington Park, and you can see why all the running so far has been done behind the safety car. We hope that we're able to go racing shortly, but understandably the clerk of the course and the other officials may decide to delay the start until conditions are a little more suited. You can see it's a little lighter over there towards the front end of the circuit at Redgate. There's our camera outside the first corner at Redgate corner. Safety car is heading up into Coppice, the highest part of the course, under the flight path of East Midlands Airport. You can't even see the control tower, look there in the background through the murk. Seems to be the same way across the whole of the UK today. You're not going to be getting out if you go into that gravel trap. Full credit to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals who are out there braving the rain, also our camera crews as well. There we see cars heading into the Fogarty S's. There's one of the Team Brit BMWs, that's their second car, the BMW 1 Series. Running in Class 3. Paul Fullick and Tyrone Matherin are the drivers of that car. Lovely and sunny here down in Salisbury, says Jamie Peters-Ennis. Thanks for that, Jamie. Cars heading round into pit lane then. There's one of the Clios, got a couple of Ginettas. It's the Chandler Motorsport Golf, the white car. There's the Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy Ginetta. There's the championship leader, the number 70 BMW for Team Brit. By Chris Overend and James Whitley. We saw James Whitley out in the British Endurance Championship race yesterday. What a climax they had to their championship. Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars taking the win in the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. While there was heartbreak for Chris Goddard in his Ferrari for R&R Performance Cars. Jamie Stanley and Charlie Hollings, his pro driver teammates, and Charlie Hollings losing the class win with 2 laps to go as Marcus Clutton's Porsche got through. That was enough to give the title provisionally to Rob Boston Racing's Mercedes. So we await news on when our first race is going to get underway then. See officials on track at the moment. So obviously there may well be a delay in view of the conditions. That's effectively an exploratory session there. The Britcar Trophy cars lapping behind the safety car to see just how wet it is out there. The answer is very wet indeed. So one of the fire marshals making their way round. It's down here at the bottom of the Craner Curves, the old hairpin. It's probably the wettest part of the circuit. You can see there, circuit's almost underwater completely. And safety is paramount, the safety of the drivers and everyone else here at Donington Park. So I'm sure you can all understand if the start is delayed further here at the home of motorsport in the Midlands. There's no news yet on when we are going to get underway. See the course car there just making an inspection lap. Coming through the left-hander at Schwantz Curve, named after Kevin Schwantz, the motorcycling legend. Then making its way up to the right-hander at McLean's. Hi to Scott in our YouTube comments, who says, hope those marshals have a cup of tea waiting for them somewhere. They've probably got plenty of flasks with them. Thanks for your comments. We can't read all of them out, of course. It's going to be a busy day on our feed today, hopefully. Let's see over 500 of you watching already. So we can do no more than await news on when our first race for the Mini Challenge is going to get underway, and the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy. It's their penultimate meeting of the season. They have a round to go at Brands Hatch with another 3 races to come, but Nelson King, the points leader, could wrap up the title today. With dropped scores taken into account, he's over 150 points clear, 130 points clear I should say, at the top ahead of Matt Hammond, the former champion. It's Hammond who has qualified on pole. Qualifying took place yesterday. Nelson King second on the grid. Joe Wiggin will start third in the number 41 car, the former winner of the Citroen C1 24-hour race, among others. Tom Ovenden, the ex-rallycrosser, will start fourth. Now, he could be one to watch here, given his experience of loose surface racing in the mud. Give him experience of wet conditions. Charlie Mann, who took his first win of the season last time out at Snetterton, will start on row 3. So it's Hammond and King on the front row. Matt Hammond, number 78. And alongside him, it is number 95, Nelson King. Matt Hammond racing in the Directors' Cup for the senior racers, drivers aged 35 and over, if memory serves me correctly. Nelson King in the Graduate Cup, that's for second year sophomore drivers. The second row, Joe Wiggin and Tom Ovenden. Row 3, Charlie Mann in the number 20 car, and number 12 of Alex Solly, the ex-junior saloon car racer. Row 4 is the runaway leader of the Rookies Cup for first-year drivers, 486 Jack Byrne, the young Irishman, alongside number 17, Nicky Taylor. He's got a 2-place grid penalty for misdemeanours at a previous meeting. Row 5, it's Alfie Glennie, number 27, the ex-Fiesta Junior racer, and number 10, Tyler Lindsay, ex-Clio driver. Row 6, number 23, Lee Pearce, 3 times world champion in 1300 stock cars on the short oval, starting alongside Frankie Taylor in the number 32. Row 7, number 21, Nathan Edwards, and 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. Row 8, number 38, another ex-rallycrosser, Morgan Root, alongside 4, Mike Paul. Row 9, 30 of James Parker, and number 46, Paul Manning. Starting behind them, row 10 is number 60, Brendan Fitzgerald. Starting alongside the returning 237 Piers Henderson. Row 11, 99 Ben Jenkins and the 86 of Ollie Meadows. Row 12, 88 Barry Holmes and 34 John McGladrigan. Row 13 is number 123, which is Andy Cobb, competing in both the Rookies Cup and the Directors' Cup this weekend on his debut, alongside 711 of Clark Wells, another ex-short oval man. Row 14, number 7, Mick Fitzgerald, not of horse racing fame, and 98 Jonathan Sargent. And the final row, 62 Alex Keynes, and number 3 of Sophie Wright. So we should see 30 cars out there for our first race of the day when it does get underway. And we will see when cars appear on track for this one. Yes, it is Nelson King who leads by over 130 points at the top of the points. 3 decent scores this weekend. He will secure the title with a round to go at Brands Hatch. He's had a phenomenal season in the Graves Motorsports car. Should have got at least one supporter of Graves Motorsports, I noticed in our comments earlier on. Matt Hammond is second in the points. And Nicky Taylor, number 17, is third. And a non-finish in race 3 at Snetterton was taken out early on, sadly. But Nelson King started his season with a dominant performance at Pembrey for a hat-trick. Then had a win at Thruxton as well. Louis Capazzoli, who has since left the championship, had a win at Thruxton too. And then the third race there was shortened. It was a win for Nelson King, but half points was awarded. Then it was up to Croft, where King took another 2 wins. Back to Thruxton, Tom Ovenden scored his first win of the season, and then King took the second. The other race at Thruxton had to be cancelled, unfortunately, due to the curfew being reached. Then it was on to Snetterton. We saw the mini-challenge last time out. Tom Ovenden scored a second win of the season. Then it was Nelson King back on top in race 2. And then in race 3, it was a win for Charlie Mann. The Wild Thing, as he's known. His granddad used to play in the group that's had the hits Wild Thing, the Trogs. There's a claim to fame for you. I can hear cars in the background. I'm waiting to see whether it is the mini challenge heading round on track. There's the safety car, and the cars are coming out from the assembly area, so we are going to go racing here at Donington Park. Now, I would imagine they will probably do a couple of laps behind the safety car first of all, just to get acclimatised to the conditions. They did qualify yesterday and it was dry. It's the Kia safety car leading the round, driven by Stuart Herriot, the former racer in the LMA Euro Saloons and the Stock Hatch series. He used to race the Citroen Saxo, among other things. Okay then. Looks like we are getting ready to go racing. Matt Hammond in the red car, the former champion, on pole. Nelson King in the dark blue machine behind him. That's Joe Wiggin in blue and yellow, number 41. Tom Ovenden in the red and white car. Comes from the rallycrossing family based down in Kent. You'll notice not all of these cars have headlights. So this is going to be tricky for a lot of these drivers. Let's see how much standing water there is on the outside of Redgate there. Number 123 Andy Cobb, our newcomer, in the blue and orange Gulf liveried car. Seems to be at least one Gulf liveried car at every single British motor race meeting, doesn't there? Most famous livery in motorsport, arguably. Look at the water there on the outside of the entry to the old hairpin. This is going to be very tricky indeed. A lot of these racers, young up-and-coming saloon car drivers. This is one of the training grounds for the British touring car drivers of tomorrow. And they're going to face a very, very tough test here. They'll have been briefed by the clerk of the course, telling them just to take it easy in the early laps, I'm sure. Hopefully we've got all 30 of them out there. It'll be a 15-minute race. The clock hasn't started yet, so the race will start after a couple of laps behind the safety car, I would assume. That's what usually happens when there is a change in conditions between qualifying and the race. We will see extra acclimatisation laps. So allowed to get used to the wet conditions here. Sophie Wright at the back of the field, the newcomer in the number 3. The Rookies Cup, I think, has already been won by Jack Bird. He's actually unbeaten in that division this year, ahead of Oliver Meadows and Frankie Taylor, the ex-junior saloon car man. Graves Motorsport and Accelerate Motorsports, famed for their British touring car appearances. They've been the top teams this year. Graves have Nelson King, Nicky Taylor, Alex Solly, Alfie Glennie and Ollie Meadows. Accelerate have got Ben Jenkins is Graves Motorsport as well. Accelerate have Matt Hammond, Tom Ovenden, Nathan Edwards, Luca Marinoni Osborne and Jonathan Sargent. The other teams have been a winner this year: Charlie Mann in his self-run MAN Motorsport car. Louis Capezzoli raced for A. Reeve Motorsport, but he's now left the series. And will they go round again here? Through the Melbourne hairpin they go. We said yesterday that's where Ayrton Senna took the lead in that now legendary European Grand Prix in 1993. To be fair, the conditions were exactly the same in that race as they are now. Final corner at Goddard's. No, it isn't named after me, despite some rumours. Apparently our director thinks it is, but I'm going to assure you it's not. I said yesterday, I did ask at Donington a year or two ago where the name of that corner comes from, and nobody seems to know. Still under the safety car at the moment on these acclimatisation laps. And I would say, yes, it is as wet as that famous Formula 1 European Grand Prix here back in 1993. When Ayrton Senna had the possibly the most famous first lap in F1 history. He was 5th going into the first corner and led by the time they went in the Melbourne hairpin, having passed Michael Schumacher, Carl Wendlinger, Damon Hill and Alain Prost. And he made the rest look like amateurs that day. In possibly his greatest ever individual drive, the great Ayrton Senna. Look at the standing water on the outside of the bottom of the Craner curves there. That's going to be the trickiest section, I think. It's very easy to run wide there in the dry. So Matt Hammond leads the field round behind the safety car in the red car with the white bonnet stripes, looking for his first win of the season, surprisingly. Best he's had is a few second places this year. Tom Ovenden has done some of the winning. As we mentioned, Charlie Mann has had a win as well, but other than that, it's been pretty much Nelson King all the way. Now let's see what's going to happen. They're doing their second lap behind the safety car, just weaving to keep their tyres warm. Tom Ovenden, the white and red car. Charlie Mann behind him, winner at Snetterton. Alex Solly in the Dayglow yellow and grey car. Behind him, Jack Byrne, the young Irishman. He dearly loved his first overall victory, the Rookies Cup champion this year, all but confirmed. But in truth, any one of the 30 cars on this grid could win it, given these conditions. Through the Melbourne loop. Going back up to Goddard's corner. The reason there are no times on the timing screen as yet is because the race hasn't officially started. That's to answer a couple of you asking on the comments. This is just exploratory laps behind the safety car. We are now coming up to the start of the race after those 2 exploratory laps. Now the safety car is still out, so we're going to start the race behind the safety car, as I suspected. Yes, the clock has now started, so Matt Hammond is your leader, ahead of Nelson King. So the race has now officially started. Now whether the safety car is going to release them next time around, we will wait and see. So it will be a rolling start. If, of course, the safety car does release them. They come through Red Gates up to Hollywood, and then this drop down the roller coaster section of the Craner curves, named after motorcycle racer of old, Fred Craner. And into the old hairpin, part of the circuits that was part of Donington Park in the pre-war days when the British Grand Prix was held here a couple of times, and the great German Mercedes and Otto Union cars came over. Even the legendary Tazio Nuvolari drove here before the war. Then it's past Starkey's Bridge. The stone bridge, made famous in 1993, of course. Not at that Grand Prix, but by a certain Nigel Mansell at the end of the season in the Toka Shootout touring car race, when he slid off and hit the bridge in his Ford Mondeo. We will see Super Touring cars out, of course, a little later on, and in fact there is a car here that was in that race, Jim Pocklington's Cavalier. It was raced by Ian Ashley on that occasion in Demon Tweaks livery. But it's the touring car stars of the future we've got on track in this one, and the race is effectively underway with Matt Hammond, your race leader, behind the safety car. Now, will we go for a start here? We have seen this series supporting the British touring cars on a couple of occasions this year, along with their more powerful cousins, the top class of the Mini Challenge. Now the lights are still on the safety car. We will wait to see if they go out and if it will release the pack this time through. Say at the moment, to me, it looks unlikely. Or does it? Has that light gone out? It's tricky to see through the rain on the camera lens. Yes, the light has gone out, so we are going racing this time. Well, good luck to the drivers then. Fair play to them. They are out there to put on a show of motorsport for us. There'll be about 11 minutes to go when the safety car comes in at the end of this lap. Stuart Herriot at the wheel of the safety car leads them round Goddard's corner. They'll head into the Wheatcroft straight, then the green lights will come out, the green flag will wave, and we will be underway. Here we go then. We go racing here at Donington Park. There's the green flag and we're underway. Matt Hammond leads them away in a great wall of spray behind. Joe Wiggin moves to the inside in the number 41. Everybody else just disappears in the spray behind them. Nelson King has held second place, Tovenden fourth, Mann fifth, Alex Solly in sixth position. Are they all going to make it round Redgate? Okay, I hope so. They're all being careful, as you can see, just staying more or less in single file for the moment. Matt Hammond leads. Look at the spray as they head down the Craner curves. Tighter to the inside is Nelson King in second place as Hammond leads through the standing water into the old hairpin. Wiggin third, Ovenden fourth, then it's Mann. Caught on the outside there is Alex Solly, I think that was, in the number 12, moving wide. As they tiptoe their way around this first lap of racing Bit of side-by-sides, a three-wide moment. That's brave in the pack. I couldn't see who it was, but it's Matt Hammond who leads. Easing the car through the right-hander at McLean's. King in second place, Wiggin third, then it's Ovenden. As up towards the highest point of the circuit at Coppice they go. Nicky Taylor on the tail of Jack Byrne, trying to move his way through on the inside, and he will do so up into 7th position. It's down the exhibition straights and come the leaders. Wipers flailing. It's Matt Hammond, number 78, who leads the way. Nelson King in the 95 in second place. Joe Wiggin is on the attack in third. Then minus headlights, it's Tom Ovenden in 4th position, holding off at Charlie Mann. Then Alex Solly. Here comes Nicky Taylor, who's going well in the early stages here. Side by side behind there was Alfie Glennie, I think, in the number 27, the ex-Fiesta Junior racer, as they drop down into the Melbourne Loop for the first time under racing conditions. How can they see where they're going? Charlie Mann under fire from Nicky Taylor and Alex Solly, who are together in there. The cars swapping around there at the old Melbourne hairpin as well. Joe Wiggin runs out wide. Nathan Edwards lost some ground in there, the number 21. Side by side and sliding around, and that's Lee Pearce in the 23. Now, with his stock car experience, he's probably raced on shale ovals at some point in his time. Nelson King trying to attack for the race lead there into Redgates. Lee Pearce coming under fire there. That's Tyler Lidsey, the ex-Renault Clio racer, behind him. I think Nicky Taylor attacking Alex Solly, the two Dayglow yellow cars, and Taylor goes through. He seems to be liking these conditions. Fastest lap of the race done by Nelson King on that first lap, 2 minutes 12.777. As they settle into racing conditions then for the first time today. Lee Pearce, I thought he might go well. He's going round the outside there into the old hairpin. Look at that from Lee Pearce. Gets ahead of the, I think that's the number 17 of Nicky Taylor. One of the Dayglow yellow cars in there anyway. There's a move being made by the 237 car of Piers Henderson, making his return to the series, makes up a place. Here come your leaders, Hammond and King together. Nelson King looking to wrap up the championship provisionally this weekend. Matt Hammond looking for his first win of the season, the former champion. He pulls away a little bit there, coming out of Coppice Corner along the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's. Sure, no introduction needed to who that's named after, the great Carl Fogarty. Down into the left, then the right. Just keeping it nice and steady through there. Then it's over this slight rise down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Over the top they come. Hammond from King. These two have pulled away from the rest of the field slightly. Now Nelson King having a look on the inside, but Hammond turns in and nose to tail there through the hairpin. Despite the conditions, they're doing very well indeed to put on a show of motorsport here. Joe Wiggins still third ahead of Ovenden, and out goes Charlie Mann. Now I think there was contact there with Lee Pearce in the 23. He did well to save that one. Charlie Mann was sideways across the road. King runs out wide coming through Goddard's corner. Still in third is Wiggin, then Ovenden. Nice little sort out there at the Melbourne hairpin has dropped Charlie Mann back. Now who's coming through into 5th place? We'll see as they cross the line. It's Nicky Taylor who's up to 5th. Nelson King is all over Matt Hammond for the lead here. He wants to wrap up the championship with a round to go at Brands Hatch. He's got 2 more races to do so this afternoon. So it's Taylor up to 5th, Pierce 6th, Lidsey 7th, Alex Solly lost out there and has dropped down to 8th position. And Mann lost 6 places as a result of that bit of contact at the Melbourne Loop. He's down into 11th. That's how close it is in the Quaife mini challenge. Hammond from King. Through the old hairpin they go. There's Taylor in 5th in the Dayglow yellow car. 6th is Lee Pearce. That telltale bit of damage to the left front after that contact. Tyler Lidsey in the number 10 in 7th place. Alex Solly behind him under fire from Jack Byrne, who as always is leading the Rookies Cup. Hammond leads the Directors Cup, King the Graduate Cup. Only 3 subclasses in this series. Taylor ahead of Pearce. Lidsey under fire from Byrne. Next the number 12 of Alex Solly. First appeared in circuit racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship in a Citroen Saxo. Byrne has a look up the outside. He's running well here. 5.5 minutes of this race still to go. Fastest lap of the race again recorded by Nelson King, last time through 2:11.438. Through the Fogarty S's they go. Disappear from our sight briefly as they come up over the rise towards Melbourne Hairpin. On the brakes into the right-hander. Is King close enough this time? No, he's not. Joe Wiggin in third place. Ovenden, perhaps the bravest drive among the leaders with no headlights on his car. Alex Solly on the attack on the back of Jack Bird, who goes just a little wide there, the O'Brien cement car. He holds the place. There's Frankie Taylor behind them, the number 32. Nathan Edwards, I think, is next in the order. There's Hammond over the line. We've lost Charlie Mann. I think he's pulled into the pits in the number 20. So clearly some damage from... yes, there's his car in the background. Some damage from that, so a bit of contact on the last lap. Matt Hammond continues to lead in the Accelerate Motorsport car. He's just done the fastest lap of the race as well, 2:09.596. A couple of seconds up on his previous best. These two pulling away. Nelson King is nearly 4 seconds clear of Joe Wiggin in third place now. Ovenden fourth. Frankie Taylor is up to fifth. And then Lee Pearce in sixth place. Where's his fellow stock car racer, Clark Wells? He's further down in 22nd place at the moment. Frankie Taylor, Nathan Edwards. And behind them is Alfie Glennie in the green number 27 and the beige coloured car of Luca Marinoni Osborne in the number 81. There's a battle further back in the order. That's the number 38 of Morgan Root ahead of the number 4, which is Mike Paul, driving for LDR Performance Tuning. I think that's Lawrence Davies' team. Former Mini Challenge race winner and former Legends champion. 3.5 minutes to go in this first of 3 races today for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. Now the reason Charlie Mann is showing at the top of the leaderboard there is he pulled into the pits on the last lap, and that means that because of taking the pit entrance he crossed the timing line before anybody else did. So Charlie Mann is not leading this race, it is still Hammond. There he is. Nelson King in second. The gap last time through was 0.8 of a second. King trying to close up again. Out of the hairpin. Going clear of Joe Wiggin, who's coming under fire now from the number 24 of Tom Ovenden, a 2-time winner this year. Taylor and Pearce 5th and 6th. Round Goddard. Going past the other chicane, the Roberts chicane, which the cars would use on the shorter layout at Donington. Over the line they go. The gap is now 1.1 seconds. Fastest lap of the race recorded by the number 17 of Nicky Taylor in 5th position. He's done a 2:08.64. A couple of tenths quicker than Hammond at the front of the pack. They're all getting used to these conditions. There's only just over 2 minutes of this race to go. There's our third place man, Joe Wiggin. Raced a variety of saloon cars over the years, everything from BMWs to Citroen C1s. Ovenden, the ex-rallycrosser, in 4th place. His family involved in the reshaping of the famous Liddon Hill circuit down in deepest Kent, the home of British Rallycross, earlier this season through their businesses. Oh, we've got a car in the gravel there at McLean's, so the yellow flags are out. Who's that that's gone off? I think that might be Barry Holmes, number 88, because he's dropped to the back of the bottom of the timing screens. So the 88 of Barry Holmes, the Scotsman in the gravel. 1 minute 25 seconds on the clock, and it's still just between these two at the front of the field. Now Nelson King is getting ready to try and make a move down into the Fogarty S's. He won't be close enough, I don't think, to Matt Hammond. It's still the number 78, the man from Salisbury, who leads the way. Nelson King in 2nd place in the 95. Over the top they come, down to the Melbourne hairpin. Swing their way through the 180-degree right-hander. They're going on to their last lap this time. Still the battle for third intensifying. Wiggin, Ovenden, Taylor and Pearce together almost now. Jack Byrne still leads the rookie class in 7th place. King again goes wide, he always does that. going wide, looking for grip. There isn't a lot of it, and Lee Pearce diving up the inside to try and take Nicky Taylor for 5th. Can he make that stick? Into the final lap we go. A fastest lap for Nelson King, 2:08.534. That's been usurped by Pearce, 2:08.452. King gets the tighter line through Redgates. We've seen the last lap board, that's his signal to attack. Matt Hammond desperate for his first win of this Quaife Mini Challenge season. Down the crane as they come. Is Nelson King going to make a move? It may be it's too tricky here through the old hairpin. Hammond holds it. Still Joe Wiggin, number 41, in 3rd. Along the bottom of the circuit they go up through Schwantz Curve towards McLean's. They're nearly 6 seconds clear of the battle for 3rd. Joe Wiggin still holding off Ovenden. Pearce and Taylor next through. I think Taylor and Pearce dead heated across the line last time through because they're both showing us in 6th place on my timing screen. Here they come towards the Fogarty S's for the last time, and Nelson King trying to make a move as they go towards the left-hander. I think Matt Hammond's just about going to hold him off, though. This is going to be close. Our first race of the day here at Donington. They disappear momentarily, then it's up over the hill towards the Melbourne Loop for the last time. Can Nelson King get close enough? Hammond defending, he's squirreling about there into the right-hander over the puddles. Still Matt Hammond who has the lead. Is Nelson King going to make a dive up the inside into Goddard's for the last time? We saw Lee Pearce do that up into 5th place last time through. He's still ahead of Nicky Taylor. Here they come then towards the final corner of the race. Is King going to get up the inside? Hammond holding him off. He's defending there as they come towards the checkered flag this time. Matt Hammond will take his first win of the season. Nelson King on his bumper as they cross the line. 0.3 of a second was the gap, and 4 cars line astern for 3rd. Joe Wiggin completes the podium ahead of Ovenden 4th, Pearce 5th, 6th is Taylor, Jack Byrne in 7th to win the Rookies Cup, 8th is Alex Solly, Nathan Edwards 9th, and Frankie Taylor will round out the top 10 ahead of Alfie Glennie. Nice little sort outs there through the final corner further back in the order. Number 10 of Tyler Lidsey just holding off Morgan Root over the line. That's Mike Paul. Ahead on the 46 of Paul Manning, the 30 of James Parker, and the rest of them. But a good race there despite the conditions. Well done to all the drivers for putting on a good show. Only one car was a casualty in that race. Shows how careful the drivers are being. We saw Barry Holmes into the gravel at McLean's, and just one other retirement as well, Charlie Mann retiring to the pits after a bit of contact. They were the only incidents in a very clean race for the Mini Challenge Trophy category. The drivers driving to the conditions, driving very sensibly, and well done to all of them. Matt Hammond picks up at long last his first win of the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy season by 0.31 of a second ahead of Nelson King. 3rd place goes to Joe Wiggin ahead of Tom Ovenden, Lee Pearce and Nicky Taylor. Crossing the line astern, those 4. Jack Byrne wins the Rookies Cup. He got fastest lap on the final lap of the race as well, 2:07.853. Hammond winning the Directors' Cup, the Graduate Cup going to King. 8th place overall, it was Alex Solly ahead of Nathan Edwards and Frankie Taylor. 11th for Alfie Glennie. 12th for Luca Marinoni Osborne, then Tyler Lidsey, Morgan Root and Mike Paul completing the top 15. Quickly list the other finishers. We had Paul Manning ahead of James Parker, then it was 237 of Piers Henderson, the championship returnee, ahead of Ollie Meadows, number 60 of Brendan Fitzgerald. Clark Wells was next, then the number 34 of John McLadrigan, 7 of Mick Fitzgerald, 99 of Ben Jenkins, Jonathan Sargent in the 98, the 62 from the back row of the grid, Alex Keynes, 123 the newcomer Andy Cobb, and Sophie Wright, number 3, was the final finisher because we lost Charlie Mann and Barry Holmes. There'll be a short pause while Barry Holmes' car is recovered. Next up it will be some classic touring car race action here at Donington Park. We will have the pre-83 touring cars sponsored by Shell Oils and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. It's a split grid with the Jaguars starting ahead of the pre-83 touring cars, and the big cats are certainly going to be a handful in these conditions. Well, hopefully shortly we can head down to Ewan Dunlop, who's hopefully kept dry enough to have a talk to some of our leading drivers from that Quaife Mini Challenge race. Just waiting for the cars to pull into Parc Ferme. It's taken them a while to get round to the end of the slowdown lap. But I can tell you the titles have already been won in the two classes we're about to see. The Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge has been won by Tom Robinson in his Class D Jaguar XJR. He's already won the championship. I think he's only been defeated in his class once this year. And in the pre-83 touring cars, it's another title for Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escorts. Title number 10 for the Bedfordshire driver, who has really dominated that series over the years. So we'll bring you the grid for that one just as soon as we've heard from the drivers down in Parc Ferme. We would like to wish a happy retirement to somebody involved with the Jaguar Challenge today. Their coordinator, Chris Robinson. It's his last meeting in charge of the Jaguars before he steps down. So a big thanks to Chris for his services. Hope he's keeping dry somewhere today as he goes about his duties. So we're just awaiting the handover to Ewan Dunlop down in Parc Ferme then. Well done again to all our mini challenge racers there who braved the conditions and put on an excellent show, I have to say. We can now hand down to Parc Ferme. Ewan Dunlop is keeping dry as best he can down there. We'll talk to some of our mini challenge racers.
Cheers, Dave. Down here in Parc Ferme, we've managed to stop actually just where they do the weighing of the car. So we're going to speak to our top three. The rest of the guys out in the way. It is actually getting a little bit better, I must say. But we're going to jump in here with Nelson King. Nelson, championship leader. How was that race first of all in those conditions?
Terrible. So much water. Really difficult. Every braking zone had standing water on, which made it really difficult. And Craner Curves was like a lake, but lucky to make no contact throughout the race, really.
I mean, you know, this weekend you don't need to win races to be the champion. Now you've got such a healthy lead. Was it about keeping the car safe out there?
Yeah, definitely. I think I could have pressed the issue to Matt. I didn't see a need to. I thought a P2 is a good result, and if it carries over to Brands and don't win the championship here, then that's okay.
And what were those first few laps like under the safety car?
Oh, terrible. Yeah, that was a lot of rain, a lot at once. Every driver must have felt it. The spray behind Matt was terrible, but managed to get through it all right though.
It's another podium. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's go and find Matt Hammond over here. He's having a quick chat with our on-course commentator. We'll jump in here. In fact, actually, Matt, massive congratulations first of all.
It seems a long time since I've seen you from Pembrey, the first round of the year. It hasn't gone well this year, but you know, we're back on the top spot now, so it's all what counts.
I mean, you've been incredibly consistent. Just that number one spot has just eluded you, hasn't it?
Yeah. Normally, I like to be at the front. I mean, the grid we got here this year is massive for one, super competitive. You've got good 10 drivers that can win it at the top easy. You've got some others nibbling at the reels, so it's hard to keep at the front. And Nelson's drove spot on all year, and I was just saying to the other guy, I haven't. So you know, it's those little things that count. You've got to keep on the top of your game, making mistakes, and you're back in the washing.
How big was the advantage having no spray in front of you?
It's pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good. I see Nelson ducking out, and I was just trying to move across and think, no, just keep having the spray. So yeah, it's definitely an advantage to be P1. I mean, the lap yesterday was mega as well, so it's the fastest I've been around Alton, around Donington. So yeah, it can't ask for more, can we? And we needed it for the team, really. Pick them all out for the boys. So I'm always trying to make them laugh and keep them up, and so hopefully we're doing that.
Right, congratulations, first win.
That's great stuff. Thanks very much.
Well done, thank you. Well, let's go speak to Joe here, his second podium of the championship. Mate, well done.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much. Yeah.
How was the conditions? Got to ask.
I kind of was praying them from yesterday, but just didn't get. It just wasn't. The car wasn't as good as it was in testing. So I felt like we could have won it. First lap, I thought we can go with them, and then I just kind of fell away a little bit. But we're back at the front. A massive thank you to Pantera Carpentry, CN Science, Performance Tech Racing, and the Mini Challenge for letting us race. Really, I want to try and get a few more podiums, maybe a win before the year goes. But no, I'm glad we got a race.
Two more races today. You've got 2 third places now. Can you go one better?
No, I'd like to go 2 better. Let's you know, I'm only here to win. Third place is not good enough, but it's good considering we've had a bit of an up-down year, but we're getting the right results, we're getting in the right place, and I just again thank you to Performance Tech and Pantera Carpentry, because without them I wouldn't be here, and that's doing what I love.
Joe, well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Right, now we have the first of half a dozen classic touring car races for the day for you. So back to your commentator, Dave.
Indeed we do, yes. Thanks, Ewan. Have a look at the grid for the first classic touring car race today. It's the Jaguars off from the front half of this grid, and it is the champion Tom Robinson, number 4, who has qualified on pole alongside number 99 James Ram. 114 Jack Robinson, brother of Tom, his best ever qualifying effort in 3rd on the grid alongside number 11 Michael Holtz. Then on row 3, 58 Tom Lenthal starts alongside Colin Philpott, the former champion, in number 67. Another former champion, Chris Boone, good to see him back out in the XK8 on row 4 alongside 62 Tim Morant, who has, I think, wrapped up the Class A championship for the more road standard cars. Welcome back Mike Seaborn, looking for the Class B championship this year, the outgoing champion. I thought his season had finished, but he's there on row 5 in his XJS alongside the 77 of James Wall. Row 6, 156 Andrew Harper in the diesel-powered XJ, starting alongside number 32 Nick Strong. Row 7, David Ringham, 45, and Stephen Dowell, car number 69 in his XKR. Row 8, 63 Andy Maynard and 88 Damien Gray. The 9th row, 40 Dean Sewell and number 17 David Howard. Welcome back to the Berkshire man, not in his usual XJ12 either, he's in an XJS. And the final 2 Jags are Rick Walker in the 54 and 92 Michael Atkinson. Then there's a gap, and we've got the pre-83 touring cars. 117 Will Davison, first qualifier in his E30 BMW alongside 81 Mark Chullerton's Mark II Escort. Behind them we've got 49 of Mark Osborne, it is, in the Triumph Dolomite alongside the champion number 1 Stephen Primmett's Escort. 16 Malcolm Jeffs, he is in a VW Golf Mark 1 GTI alongside number 47 Tom Harvey. He'll be doing both races today, normally shares the car with his father, but it's Tom, we're told, in for both races in the Escorts, number 47. 197, another Escort, that's Graham Smith alongside number 12 David Thomas in a Capri Mark 1. 14 Carl Shreve in a Triumph Dolomite starts alongside number 84 David Claxton, similar machine on row 16 of the grid. 51 Josh Smith in his BMW E30 will drive in race 1. Jason Andrews takes over that car for race 2. Starting alongside number 6 Anton Martin with his Mark III Escort. Then we've got 641 Peter Millington in his Hillman Avenger alongside 188, which is Mike Broadway in his BMW 2002. And the final car on the grid should be Colin Claxton in car number 86 with another Triumph Dolomite, but I'm not sure if Colin's out there. We will wait and see. Cars pulling onto the grid then. It is Tom Robinson in his supercharged Jaguar XJR on pole. His brother Jack behind him in the ex-Matthew Davis XJR, having moved up to Class D. The classes in the Jaguars, Class A for the road standard cars, up to Class D for full race modified machines. James Ram, the former champion in number 99 in the Mottl European Touring Car lookalike XJS on row 1 there. Michael Holt on row 2, the Powerbell Services prepared car. Running mates Colin Philpott on row 3 in the 67 XJS. These big cats are going to be a real handful, as we said, in these conditions. The classic touring cars further back. Will Davison's BMW heads them up on the grid ahead of Mark Chullerton's Escort RS2000. I can see Mark Osborne's Triumph Dolomite down there. Malcolm Jeffs in the Golf, the car that shed a wheel at Snetterton a few weeks ago while well placed. Mike Broadway is there at the back. Not sure if I can see the Hillman Avenger of Peter Millington, unfortunately, as the cars roll away. They qualified yesterday, so they'll probably get a couple of laps because of the conditions. Number 58, Tom Lenthal at the wheel of Derek Pearce's XK8s there. The other XK, the blue and yellow car, former champion Chris Boot. Good to see he's got that car back out after a mechanical failure at Snetterton. The car going up in a cloud of smoke. Great to have Mike Seaborn back out in the number 24. I thought he'd finished his season, but he's managed to get the budget together to get the XJS back out. He'd also like to wish a happy birthday to his better half, Georgia, celebrating her birthday this weekend. And she's not made it to the meeting, but she will be watching our coverage, so happy birthday, Georgia. From Mike Seaborn, hopefully he'll bring home some silverware for you. Onboard cameras being used as well. We're back in the touring car pack here. We're on board with Anton Martin in his Escort, the former Bangor racer. He's in a Mark III Escort RS 1600i. See one of the BMWs, that's Josh Smith just ahead of us. Now the touring cars will start with a 10-second delay. So effectively we've got 2 races in 1 to follow here. Jaguars will go off first. And the onboard camera is giving us an idea of just how much or how little visibility we've got. This is Colin Philpott's XJS. I think our camera's a bit steamed up in there. Powerbell Services Jaguar XJS. Colin Philpott, the ex-Jaguar champion. He's running in Class C. There is the red and white Jaguar. There's Tim Morant in the Castrol liveried Series 1 XJ. A beautiful car, that one. Andrew Harper with the Silk Cuts livery. Big strong David Ringham. The Martini colours for Stephen Dowell. Andrew Maynard in Mike Seaborn's old XJ40. Now, will they do another lap here before the race gets underway? We're just going to wait and see. It'll be a 15-minute race when they get going. Scheduled to be a standing start, and there's no safety car out there this time, so I think we will get a standing start. There'll be a lot of wheel spin off the line. Mike Seaborn, the outgoing champion this year, with Tom Robinson, our pole man, having already secured the title. Tom Robinson has only been beaten once in Class D this year. That was at Donington Park when James Ram took the win. Are they going to stop on the grid this time? There's no marshals there, so yes, they're going to go around for another installation lap. Next, Matthew Davis car, driven by the younger of the Robinson brothers, Jack Robinson in 114. Previously raced an XJ40 in another class. I think he was a Class A driver, just looking at my points chart. Yes, second in the Class A, points behind Tim Morant this year. Class B is still open between Mike Seaborn and Andrew Harper. So we'll see the class decided this weekend. Class C, that's been won, I think, by Colin Philpott ahead of Michael Holtz. As we know, Class D by the overall champion, Tom Robinson. Listen for the whine of the supercharger in his XJR. Car featured in Jaguar World a few months ago. For Britain's leading Jaguar magazines. Said earlier, a big thank you to Chris Robinson, the championship coordinator for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. It's his last meeting in charge today. I'm sure the driver's ready to wish him a happy retirement, as it were. Note the birthday banner for Mike Seaborn's car there, for his other half, as we mentioned earlier. How long's that going to stay on there in these wet conditions, I wonder? Number 88's there. And further back in the pack is Damien Gray, that car livery in the colours of the Jaguar Formula 1 team a few years ago. There's some very evocative liveries out there in the Jags. Michael Holt's headlights flickering slightly there. 77, that's James Wall, newcomer this year in one of Tom Lenthal's cars. Tom, the Jaguar specialist from Sussex, runs a few cars in this series. Started his racing career sharing with Derek Pearce in a Mark II Jaguar. As the cars make their way to the grid. One of our commenters asking, is there truck racing today? No, that's at Brands Hatch on the first weekend of November, the finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. We'll be there to cover it. Trucks came to Donington in August. Should see, will the cars stop on the grid this time? Yes, the Marshal's in position. It's Tom Robinson in the white and dark green XJR on pole, the grey and orange Mottle lookalike livery of James Ram, the man from Dunmow in Essex, completes the front row. The turquoise coloured XJR of Jack Robinson on row 2 alongside the XJ6 Series 5, the X300 of Michael Holtz, the lime green and black liveried car. Colours of his business, runs an office furniture company. 2 green machines at the back, Rick Walker and Michael Atkinson, and then the touring cars will start with that 10-second delay. Oh, Michael Atkinson's heading into the pit lane. Problems for him. Will Davison, his first ever pole position in the pre-83 touring cars with the E30 BMW. Can he defeat the Ford Escort hordes, the Dolomites and the Golf of Malcolm Jeffs? We're about to find out over the next 15 minutes then. The last few cars moving into line at the back, on board with Anton Martin. He's getting his GoPro set up there as well. Quick wipe of the windscreen. Philpott carrying our other onboard camera. Our thanks to Richard Barwick for setting up the onboard cameras this weekend. We are ready to go then on board with Anton Martin. The race gets underway. The Jaguars away first, and the 58 of Tom Lenthal barely getting away. A terrible start by Tom Robinson rather in his XR. He's been swallowed up into the pack. Looks like it's James Ram who's going to take the lead into the first corner. Michael Holtz up into second, but Ram's going to go out wide onto the curb. Oh, they're going all over the place. Michael Holtz spun it. Into the gravel goes Tim Morant. Jack Robinson, I think, has clipped Michael Holt. There's a traffic jam at the back. Mike Seaborn has come to a halt. It's just impossible to get the power of the big Jags down in these wet conditions. Tim Morant going over the gravel, but he hasn't bogged down. He's trying to keep going, and James Ram has held his lead in the number 99. I think Tom Robinson's been able to recover there. Yes, he's in second. Colin Philpott in third. Jack Robinson recovering into fifth place. David Ringham got a phenomenal start there. He's up into fourth. Now, what about the touring cars? We'll see them get underway. The second pack. There's so much going on there in the Jaguars. There are the touring cars. It's been a poor start for Will Davison as well in the BMW. Mark Chollerton has gone to the front, and it's Escorts 1, 2 and 3. Stephen Primet second. And it's Tom Harvey in the half-speed Escort up into third place. There's Josh Smith in his Mottle liveried BMW. He's got ahead of Mark Osborne's Triumph Dolomite, the former champion. The Jaguars just tiptoeing their way around. Michael Holtz recovered from that spin. Gets ahead of the auto reserve parts car of the Derbyshire driver Andrew Harper. But it's the 2 front row men have managed to recover from that poor start. James Ram it is who leads, something of a Donington specialist. He's won many times here over the years. And Tom Robinson has recovered into second. Into the Fogarty S's they go. Here's the touring car pack further back. There's David Claxton in his Triumph Dolomite chasing David Thomas's Capri. Anton Martin is there. There's Tim Morant recovering from his trip into the gravel. Down into the right-hander at the Melbourne hairpin. 2 leaders in the clear. Colin Philpott holding third ahead of Jack Robinson. There's a bit of damage on the front of Tom Robinson, so he's had some contacts in that first corner melee as well. Jack Robinson going well in fourth. You can see just wheel spin endlessly there as he came out of the hairpin. David Ringham is down to fifth. Now David Ringham is in a Class A car. for the road standard cars. There's the battle for third, heading through Goddard's. And here come the leaders, and Tom Robinson trying to get the power down. Look at the car twitching around there as he tries to get the power down on the wet surface. It is so slippery, so scary out there for these drivers, no doubt. And then into the standing water at Redgates. That's one of the wettest parts of the circuit now. Ram leads from Robinson, and they're 5 seconds clear of Colin Philpott and Jack Robinson, fighting it out as best they can for third. Just look at this down the Craner curves. There's no grip there at all. As soon as you put your foot down, the rear wheels just spin up and you are sliding. These drivers with nerves of steel out there at the moment. We saw them in a deluge at Snetterton. I think it was last season we saw one race that only lasted a couple of laps. And Jack Robinson going round the outside. That's brave at the old hairpin. He's through. There's a bit of damage on his car as well. So the Robinson brothers are sporting matching dents on their cars. Damien Gray is off. That's at the top of the Craners in the Formula 1 liveried XJ40. Effectively a Series 4 XJ. Here come your leaders into McLean's. Now it's slippery on this section of the track at the best of times. Robinson sideways, a replay of the first corner. Ram almost goes straight on. Holt cuts back in. That's how the Robinson brothers got damaged. First, Michael Holt was hit by Jack Robinson, and then they hit each other. Tim Morant opts for the safer route through the gravel to miss everybody. Mike Seaborn had his day ruined as he pulled up to avoid Michael Holt's. And luckily they all got going before the touring cars came along. Here come your leaders down the exhibition straight then. Ram ahead of Robinson still. Robinson with the tail sliding everywhere on the turns. Possibly even more so than James Ram in the XJS. Some hardy spectators looking on, not even with their umbrellas up. Has it stopped raining out there? Doesn't make much difference to the track conditions at the moment as they head down towards the Melbourne Loop once again. Colin Philpott still in third place. No, he's not. Jack Robinson, sorry, in third place. He went round the outside of the old hairpin, of course, I apologise. Colin Philpott in fourth. Now, what about the touring cars? There's Stephen Primet in the Mark 1 Escort. Oh, Mike Seaborn in the pits. He's got damage, I think, as a result of the first corner problems. So Seaborn is in the pits, the outgoing champion. The other car we lost, of course, Michael Atkinson, didn't take the start. Crossed the line to complete the second lap then. The lap times have slowed considerably. Their last laps were some 9 seconds off the opening lap for these two, Ram and Robinson. It's taking all their work and concentration just to keep the cars on the road. Tom Robinson losing it. Slides one way, then the other, and he saved it. Car still sliding. Look at this, there's no grip out there at all. How is Tom Robinson keeping that car going in second place? Must be like handling a boat out there. Jack Robinson third. He's the less experienced of these four. Colin Philpott in fourth place. He and James Ram, former champions. Tom Robinson, the newly crowned champion. And these are the touring cars further back. We've got Stephen Primet out in front in the touring cars in his Escort. He's up to 9th overall in among the Jaguars. Tom Harvey is second and Mark Chollerton third. Tom Lenthal, the 58, the car that barely got off the grid, has pulled into the pits. And here comes Tom Harvey, sharing the car this weekend with his father Adrian, aka Age Harvey. Saw Age racing yesterday. He's on the tail of Rick Walker's Jag, rebuilt after a shunt at Alton Park earlier this season, the lean green racing machine as it's known. He's sideways there at Schwantz Curve, the car twitching about there as the Escorts start to come through. There's our pre-83 touring car lead, and Tom Robinson, you'd think he was in a drifting competition, wouldn't you? He's so sideways on every corner in that Jaguar. Stephen Primet's twitching about as well. The 10 times champion now in the pre-83 touring cars in the Mark 1 Escort, and he's closing up on David Ringham, who had that great start in the Class A Jag. He's up there among the more powerful cars, but he has to give best to Primet there. Down the exhibition straight. 8 minutes of the race still to go. James Ram continues to lead. He's sliding now into the Melbourne Loop. If anything, Colin Philpott is closing up. We're on board with Anton Martin. how he's seeing where he's going, I don't know. You can't even see where you are on the circuit from the Escort here. I can't even tell who that is in front of him. Same for Colin Philpott in third place. Fair play to these drivers as they try to keep this race going as best they can. Now Colin Philpott in a slightly less powerful Jaguar, the Class C car, is closing on these two fully race modified Class D cars out in front. Notice the sun strips on the windscreens there in tribute to Chris Robinson. His farewell meeting today. Tom Robinson closing up a little, and again he's sideways. They're both sideways there coming through Hollywood. And surely Colin Philpott is going to move up to challenge them here. His last lap was 3 seconds quicker than these two. They just can't get the power down at all. There's our touring car leader, Stephen Primet. He's now up to 6th overall. Well, the touring car started 10 seconds after the Jaguars. Let's have a look at his lap times. Yeah, he's lapping on the pace of the leading Jags here. Could we see the Escort challenging the big Jags for overall victory? Still plenty of time to go yet, as James Ram and Tom Robinson slide their way through Schwantz Curve. Philpott's pulled away in third place. 5th is Michael Holt. He's recovered well from his spin on the first corner. He's back up to 5th. Primet is 6th overall. Then 7th is Tom Harvey. This is the battle for 8th. David Ringham in the number 45, another of the Power Bell prepared cars, trying to hold off Mark Cholerton in his Mark II Escort. He's sideways well. Now the Mark II Escort, famous of course as a rally car, so it should go well in these slippy conditions. Mark Cholerton, the builder from Norfolk, racing this car for many years now. James Ram's been racing this XJS for many years. Runs Comsec Investigations based in Essex, but here comes Colin Philpott. I said he'd move up to challenge. Revelling in these conditions. Can he take his first overall win of the season? He's up to 2nd. He's got ahead of Robinson. He nearly didn't get the car stopped for the Fogarty S's there. I thought he was going to plough straight on into the cones. Now, has he held that 2nd place? We're on board with him. Sorry, this is Anton Martin. I apologise, we're on board with. This is Colin Philpott. Well, we can't really tell if he's held 2nd place. Got the inside line for the Melbourne hairpin. Can he get the car stopped? Only just. Side by side with Robinson. 5 minutes of the race still to go. The XJS moving up to challenge. The red and yellow striped flag is the slippery surface flag. I think that goes without saying in this race. Unless somebody has dropped some additional oil and well, as I say that, out goes Ram. I was about to say, has anybody dropped any oil at Goddard's? They must have done, because James Ram goes spinning out at the final corner. Michael Holt's gone straight on as well, and Colin Philpott leads. Philpott leads from the Robinsons. So James Ram, there must be some oil down there at Goddard's corner in addition to the wet surface, because James Ram went in, he just didn't turn at all, and round he went onto the grass. And Colin Philpott nipped through to take the lead ahead of Tom Robinson, who nearly went off as well. So that's why the slippery surface flag was out, but to be fair, the whole track is slippery as anything at the moment. Colin Philpott leads then. Tom Robinson is trying to fight back down the Craner curves. No, you don't, says Colin Philpott. And the Class C car now has the overall lead. Robinson trying to get up alongside. In the other classes, in the Jaguars, David Ringham leads Class A. It's Andy Maynard, number 63, leading Class B, the newcomer this year in Mike Seaborn's old car. What's happened to Andrew Harper? He was one of the favourites here. Yeah, he's 2nd in class. Mike Seaborn has retired. There's a battle further back. There's Maynard being taken by David Thomas in this Mark I Ford Capri. He's raced this car for many years in various series. He's in Class B of the pre-83s, leading that class. Class C and overall is led by Stephen Primet, who's now in 5th as a result of that spin for James Ram. He's got going again 7th overall. There's Andrew Harper, we just mentioned him. Look how sideways the diesel-powered XJ is there. It must be like driving on diesel out there. The other class is Class D of the pre-83 touring cars. Now let's take a quick look at the timing screen, see if we can see who's leading that. It's Tom Harvey in 6th overall who's leading that, and he's only 5 seconds behind Stephen Primet in the Battle of the White Escorts. There's Andrew Maynard. And here are our overall leaders with just over 2.5 minutes to go through the Melbourne hairpin. They've lapped Mike Broadway's BMW. Despite that's who's put that cone there? Somebody's picked that up at the Fogarty S's, I think, and dragged it all the way to the Melbourne hairpin under the car. Didn't see who it was. Round comes Colin Philpott through Goddard's. Robinson second. Michael Holt, an amazing recovery after that spin on the first corner. He's up to third. Mike Broadway's BMW 2002 a lap down. There's Jack Robinson. Looks like one of his headlights is hanging off there in fourth place. And there is Stephen Primet trying to catch the Jaguars and get on the overall podium. Colin Philpott splashes his way through Redgates. I think this is the last lap. Didn't see the board there. We'll wait and see if the checkered flag does go out this time. I think it cannot come soon enough for these drivers. Tom Robinson has spent the whole race sideways. Here comes Primet, passing Jack Robinson. And that's fourth overall. Remember, the touring car started with a 10-second delay. Tom Harvey is second touring car. Third is Mark Chollerton, then David Thomas. And further back is Josh Smith's BMW. Yeah, Will Davison, the pole sitter of the touring cars, is down in 16th overall. Here comes Michael Holt. He's not finished yet in the number 11. Can Colin Philpott hang on for victory? There's Tom Harvey's escorts, using the curbing there at the old hairpin. Robinson has gone wide at McLean's. I saw him go a bit straight on there. He just avoided the gravel. We're going to say welcome back to David Howard, who's returned to the Jaguar Championship for the first time in a few years, but I don't think he took the start, unfortunately. Leaders coming down into the Fogarty S's, and look at the way Michael Holt is going. He must have, well, I was going to say he must have the fastest lap of the race. No, he's not quite on the pace of James Ram from earlier on board with the race leader. Hopefully he can see where he's going. Robinson and Holt behind him. Holt's got the headlights on. They're clear of Jack Robinson now in fourth place, who is under threat. I think Stephen Primet has now got ahead of him. Oh, Mark Chollerton's out. Bit of damage to the left side of the escort there, so he may well have had an off. Try and pick up what's happened to him after this race. I think the checkered flag is about to go out into the Goddard's corner for the final time. Colin Philpott in the 67. Or are they going to do an extra lap? No, the checkered flag is there. And it is a win for Colin Philpott's first overall win of the season. Tom Robinson second and wins Class D. And well done, Michael Holt, recovering after a spin on the first corner for third. And the Pre-83 Touring Cars winner coming through for fourth place overall. Great drive by Stephen Primet. Jack Robinson in his battered Jaguar comes home for fifth place. And sixth, look at that from Tom Harvey. Well, the Mark 1 Escort, we've said Escorts are famous as rally cars. That's how Hannu Mikkola would have driven one. Sixth place for Tom Harvey. David Thomas in the Capri is seventh. And James Ram, after spinning away the lead, comes home eighth. Further back in the order, Rick Walker's got some damage. There's Will Davison, who was the top qualifier in the touring cars. James Ram takes 8th position, and it would have been Mark Chollerton next, but he's out, so we'll wait to see who comes in 9th place. Mike Broadway a lap down over the line. David Ringham will come in 9th place. He wins Class A for the Jaguars. Andrew Harper, look at that! How did he not spin out there? What a save! Completing the top 10, Josh Smith's BMW. Andrew Maynard wins Class B for the Jags, ahead of Andrew Harper. Then Chris Boone, Davison, Rick Walker in his slightly battered Jaguar, the bonnet lifting up there. There's Malcolm Jeffs in the Golf through the final corner. What a crazy race that was. Mark Osborne just outdrags Anton Martin over the line. Behind them is Jeffs. James Wall came in 16th ahead of them. There's Nick Strong from South Birmingham in his XJS. Raced various classic saloons over the years. Dean Sewell in his Series 1 XJ. And the rest of them stagger home. That was amazing. Well, Michael Holt recovered from a spin, James Ram recovered from a spin, and how Tom Robinson didn't spin at some point, I don't know, because he was sideways for the whole race. His arm muscles must be exhausted. There's Stephen Dowell over the line, newcomer this year in his XKR rather. Comes in ahead of Tim Morant, recovering from his trip into the gravel on the first corner. We'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. Here comes Carl Shreve in his Triumph Dolomite over the line. Colin Philpott it is who takes the win. Oh, looks like he's going round for an extra lap. I don't think he saw the checkered flag there. Well, that probably shows how fogged his windscreen is. Right, we'll confirm the provisional results of that one in a moment. A win for Colin Philpott by 1.6 seconds ahead of Tom Robinson, winning classes C and D of the Jags respectively. Michael Holt recovering for third. Stephen Primet, the winning touring car, in fourth place. Jack Robinson fifth ahead of Tom Harvey. What a cracking drive by him. He wins Class D of the Pre-83 touring cars. David Thomas wins Class B in seventh. So all our class winners in those leading places there. James Ram, after that spin at Goddard's, recovers for eighth. Ninth for David Ringham. He wins Class A of the Jags. Josh Smith's BMW 10th. And Andrew Maynard beats Andrew Harper to win Class B of the Jags. That could have a bearing on the championship results. In 11th and 12th overall. Chris Boone 13th ahead of Will Davison and Rick Walker. Then next home after them we had James Wall in his Jaguar XJS, then Mark Osborne, Anton Martin, Malcolm Jeffs, Nick Strong, Dean Sewell, Stephen Dowell, Tim Morant and Carl Shreve. We lost Mark Chollerton, we saw in his Escort late on. Not sure if Damien Gray made it home either in the XJ40, and Mike Broadway finishing a lap down. We lost Tom Lenthal into the pits. We also lost Graham Smith in his Escorts, David Claxton's Triumph Dolomite Sprints, Mike Seaborn we saw pull into the pits. Michael Atkinson didn't take the start, and just looking to see if anybody else didn't make it away either. We didn't have David Howard on the grid or Colin Claxton there, so a couple of non-starters. What a crazy race that was, and we'll hopefully hear from a few of the drivers shortly with Ewan. Next up on the bill today, it is the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars, and they were sideways in the dry yesterday, so this is going to be a lot of fun. In the meantime, let's head down to Ewan in Parc Fermé. Find out some of the thoughts from our drivers in that one.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a race. More time going sideways than going forwards, I think. First of all, let's speak to Michael Holt, who came third. Come on in. How on earth did you end up in third place?
I don't know. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me that. Just kept going. I mean, somebody dropped a load of oil, I think, part and parcel of the incident on the first corner there. And literally all the way around, there was just like rainbows everywhere. And thankfully, that doesn't have a lot of power. Whereas obviously the likes of Tom Robinson, James, Colin, you could see every time I went near the throttle, but this thing, it just like a barge. So yes, but I thought it was over at the beginning. To be honest, I thought it was done.
We saw just got a clip, just got an innocuous clip, wasn't it? But put you right to the back.
Yeah, putting it back. So I got my head down and thought, right, don't drop it, because I've got a habit of doing this, getting back on and keep going, and then falling off again. But I thought, don't fall off, and another couple of laps, we'd have had him. And I might have got Colin as well. The car was just awesome, absolutely brand new tyres. Didn't even change suspension. Just went out on it, and it was great.
There was a lot of grey faces today with the rain, but everybody's smiling now.
Yeah, well, it's stopped raining, hasn't it? No, it was awesome. Really good race. Hopefully everybody's got back okay and everybody's all right, and hopefully we'll be out again later.
One more race. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Buddy, well done. Cheers. Let's speak to Tom Robinson, who is our overall champion already this season. Tom, I've never seen a car spend so much time going sideways.
Yeah, I've worn out opposite lock. That was probably the scariest race of the year. There was just no grip at all. No grip at all.
We saw you go to the power down and you just twitched so many times.
Yeah, it was just, as soon as you touched the throttle, it just cracked the back end. You could find grip on the wetter parts of the surface, and as you come across the racing line, it would just snap straight across. Like, fair play to Colin for that move, he deserved that. I didn't think he was going to keep it on the track.
Tiny bit of damage, front left. Was that just the incident at the start?
It was the incident at the start. I also did have a little touch with Ram just coming through Redgate as well. We were literally just like that and with just a little tap. But I just managed to avoid the big accident, but someone went round in front of me and I caught the door of either this one or Jack in that. So it was a bit of carnage at the start.
Another podium to add to your collection this season, though.
Yeah, really happy.
Well done, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
See you later. Cheers, buddy. Where is Colin Philpott? Where's he gone? Would love to speak to him. We speak to Colin a lot on the podium. That's his first win of the season. Stay with me for 2 seconds. We've got the pre-66 coming up very shortly. So we will try and find him. But look at this collection of cars coming in. Thankfully, and amazingly, not too much damage apart from to the front left of Tom's. Thankfully, Michael was just a little bit of a touch as well. Didn't get too much damage there. So we can't seem to find Colin. Do you know what? Let's go and speak to Stephen Primmitt if we've got time. If we don't, my director will tell me, I'm certain. So let's go for a little walk here. Be very, very careful in here, Alan. Let's go through. There's Colin Philpott. We'll speak to him in a second, but we're going to jump in with Stephen Primmitt. It's another one of these round your neck. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Talk to us about the conditions, how you came through the field there.
Quite horrible. There was a lot of oil down. There was oil down through like Redgate, down the Craners, Old Hairpin, up Swans, or just whatever you did, she was just tiptoeing sideways, just drifting the whole way down Craners. It was horrible.
One more race to come. Do you make any changes or just cross your fingers again?
Oh, drive slower, I think.
Mate, congratulations. Great season. One more race to come. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's see if we can find Colin Philpott now. I did see him drive past there. Again, his first win of the season. I do believe we have got time, so we'll jump straight in. In fact, our on-race commentator is going to have a quick chat with him. So this is Colin's car here, the number 67. Again, he does race a lot, Colin. It's so great. So many people will be happy to see him on the top of the podium with the power in the other jacks, such as Tom Robinson's. It was the rain that really did him a favour today. So I'm going to try and encourage our on-course commentator to let us jump in a moment. Again, the atmosphere now the rain's gone, it's turning into not a bad day. We do have thunder scheduled to come on around about midday, 1 o'clock. So what that's going to do to the schedule, nobody knows. But I think we're doing better than we actually possibly planned already today. So I am going to come in sideways and do a Martin Brundle and just do a little bit of a try and edge in here, see what we can do. And the vehicle here. Colin, come on in. First win of the season, how does that feel?
Yeah, it was good, especially in them conditions. Yeah, it was very slippery. I don't know if you could see, but there was a lot of oil.
We could see.
And I just had to drive off the line, just drove off that oil. I was cutting across it, just being really careful. And I found some grip, I found the place where the grip was. And
it seemed to be in the second half of the race when there was maybe a slightly drier racing line, although it was not by any means dry, that then you tried to sort of find your way and make your way through the field.
Yeah, once I realised I was catching them up, I was pulling them in a little bit in certain places. And I don't know, it just come to me. I thought, well, there's my moves. I know where I've got to do it. And yeah, sure enough, it worked. Yeah.
And, one more race today. Not going to make any changes, I'm sure.
No, leave it alone. I'm not normally good in the wet, I have good days in the wet, but most of the time this car's just a little bit too quick and powerful for the wet conditions. But today, yeah, I'm well happy with that.
Colin, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Well, if you enjoy classic touring car racing, got plenty more coming up. Next up, it's the pre-66s. They raced yesterday. Second race of the weekend for them coming up next. But loads to come. Back to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Ewan. Yes, we're getting ready for our oldest cars of the weekend. This is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 Touring Cars. What a race they had yesterday in the dry. The Mini of Scotsman Barry Syme and Gary Townsend in his Lotus Cortina had a superb battle. They were swapping places constantly for the 8 laps. Syme winning by 0.6 of a second. And a superb race it was, to say the least, with James Ibbotson, the pole sitter, in his Hillman Imp, taking third. Now the grid based on the results of yesterday's race, so we'll give you the grid now. The Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. And the second race will see Barry Syme's Mini on pole alongside Gary Townsend's Lotus Cortina. The second row, James Ibbotson, the reigning champion in his Hillman Imp, and Ben Truslove, number 24, in his Lotus Cortina. Row 3, James Burrows in a Mini, and Robin Slater in his Lotus Cortina, the red Cortina, number 73. Row 4, Michael Loveland in a Hillman Imp, and 118 Nathan Beresford in a BMW 1800. The fifth row, number 6, Michael Foley, Lotus Cortina, and Luke Wilson in his Austin A40, number 69. Now, a decent result in his class here, Class D, will give Luke Wilson the championship. Row 6, we've got Paul Cooper in his Cortina GT, number 8, and number 68, Keith Wright in a Morris Minor. On the 7th row, Simon Knight in a Hillman Imp, and number 83, Tim Dodwell in his Mini, although I'm not sure Tim is there. He normally only races on Saturdays due to other commitments on Sundays, so wait to see if Tim is on the grid. Then we've got the cars that didn't finish yesterday's race. Billy Keneally, number 52, racing the ex-Robin Slater Ford Anglia, and 47, Nigel Cox's Lotus Cortina. That car was involved in a collision with the Jaguar Mark 1 in yesterday's race at the Melbourne Hairpin. 56, Michael Sheraton's Anglia alongside Piers Grange. Hopefully the big Ford Mustang is there today. Behind them, 163, Jake Swan, who failed to start yesterday's race with problems with the Anglia. The treble one is the Jaguar Mark 1. That's now handled by Simon Lewis, not Guy Connew. Two drivers sharing that car this weekend. And Steve Evans in his Austin A40 starts from the back. It's Brian Bedford who raced that car yesterday. One car we have lost is the other Ford Mustang that's here, Robert Gray. That's had problems in qualifying yesterday and has failed to race. So this is going to be an interesting one. The smaller cars out there. Piers Grange was an early casualty in the Mustang yesterday, the multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. Normally you'd expect him to be up there at the front of the field. It's been a weekend for the smaller cars so far. Here they come out onto their warm-up lap. Tim Dodwell is there in his Mini, that's good to see. And at the front of the grid, it's another Mini, that's of Barry Syme, number 25. Lives near Glasgow. He and his father Jimmy have owned this Mini for many years and raced it in various series. I've raced it at Goodwood as well. Barry, the ex-single-seater racer. His claim to fame is, in his Formula Renault days, he once beat Lewis Hamilton. Whatever happened to him? Gary Townsend, a newcomer to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, on the front row. Began his career on the short ovals, next Formula One stock car racer. He's won titles in Mazda MX-5s in more recent years before going historic racing. Second row of the grid, it is James Ibbotson, number 1, still in with an outside chance of the overall title if misfortune should befall Luke Wilson. There is Barry Syme, the beautiful Scottish blue Mini. Now watch for Ibbotson. He loves to drive that Imp sideways in the wet. Ben Truslove in the Lotus Cortina. There's James Burrows' Mini. Michael Loveland's Imp. There's a car missing there. Robin Slater's not there. His Cortina. Nathan Beresford's BMW is there. Michael Foley in his Lotus Cortina, yes, number 6, the ex-Morris Minor racer. There's Luke Wilson, the maroon Austin A40, the champion-elect. Paul Cooper's Cortina GT, the less powerful Cortina, running in a different class to the Lotus Cortinas. Keith Wright's Morris Minor. Number 515 is Simon Knight's Imp. There's Tim Dodwell. The Mini he's owned since new, back in the 60s, drives it on the road to the events. Yes, the remarkable Tim Dodwell. Been racing since the 60s, not just in that Mini, he's had a couple of other cars as well, and he always drives on the road to the events. He's a real unsung hero of British motorsport, is Tim. Behind him, Billy Keneally is there in the blue Ford Anglia. Started on the front row of yesterday's race, problems befell him. Nigel Cox has repaired his Cortina. He was involved in a collision with the Jaguar yesterday at the Melbourne Loop, as we said. Michael Sheraton is there with his Ford Anglia. That's a road-going car as well. He sometimes drives that to events. His father Andy Sheraton. We've not seen him out much this year. Normally races at a BMW. They've got a number of classic cars at their headquarters near Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. They are restoring. Extra lap, of course, prior to the race getting underway because of the changing conditions from yesterday. There's Wilson. Paul Cooper from Yorkshire, retired chartered surveyor. Keith Wright, a plumber and heating engineer in his Morris Minor, has also raced a Lotus Cortina this year. There is Sheraton, the navy blue Anglia. Piers Grange is there, the big Ford Mustang. That's going to be a handful in the wet. Jake Swan's out there as well in his Ford Anglia. His father Kevin has been sharing that car with him this year. Kevin not racing this weekend. LC could have won Class C, but Barry Syme is going to win Class C in the championship this year. There is Piers Grange. Was involved in a bit of a shunt recently, competing in his Ford Escort at another event. Well, I think that was at Alton Park, which wrecked his Mark II Escort, sadly. Simon Lewis taking over at the wheel of the Mark 1 Jaguar from Guy Connew. And there's Steve Evans at the back in the Austin A40. Oh, Billy Keneally in trouble. His problems from yesterday have returned. It looks like Billy's not going to start. That's a great shame. So the car's just completing their second acclimatisation lap. James Ibbotson sideways already. We saw him do this at Mallory Park last season as he secured the title. He was sideways all the way round. Scored 2 overall wins recently at Snetterton in that little car. Tuned by Shrigley Engineering, Hillman Imp specialists for many years. And that's, I believe, it's the only car he's ever owned. Certainly his first car was that Imp. Luke Wilson, decent result in his class here, and he'll be the champion. He's got 2 rivals out there, Steve Evans and Keith Wright in Class D, so he really just needs to finish this race to win the title. He'll be coming round to the grid this time. We should see, I think, 20 cars on this grid. No, possibly 19 now with the demise of Billy Keneally, because Robin Slater, I don't think, was there. No, the red Cortina's not there. Unless he's starting from the pit lane, of course. There's Dodwell, the battered Cortina of Nigel Cox. Like he's going to win the championship in Class F, the class for Lotus Cortinas. There's the other A40 at the back. Some say that was the world's first hatchback. Hillman Imp, of course, is rear-engined. Okay, this is going to be an interesting comparison. Front-wheel drive Minis, rear-wheel drive Cortinas, rear-engined and rear-wheel drive Hillman Imps. The A40s and the Morris Minor are front-wheel drive as well. The rear-wheel drive BMW of Nathan Beresford could be one to watch, the Class B champion. Now, if Piers Grange gets home here, he will overtake Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon, who's not here this weekend, and win the Class A championship as well. So I think he's 4 points down on him, but he failed to finish yesterday. This is going to be a good one. One of our commenters are saying the Imp might be a spoiler. Yeah, certainly James Ibbotson is going to be a spoiler here. We know how well he goes in the wet. Okay, here we go then. 15 minutes of racing to come. The Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. The red lights are on. And away they go. Watch for that imp through the middle of James Ibbotson. He's got a perfect start and he's into the lead already as they head down towards Redgate. And look at Michael Loveland coming up as well. Those imps, the rear engine machines, could they be first and second here? I don't think so. Gary Townsend's got away into second place. Poor start for Barry Syme. I noted one car, that's Michael Sheraton starting from the pit lane. But Michael Loveland, a super getaway in his imp as well. And James Ibbotson, here he goes. Oh, we've got a Cortina. That's Ben Truslove sideways. Nathan Beresford sliding about as well. Oh, it's so treacherous there at the top of the course. But look at Ibbotson. Rally style, sideways down the Craner curves. He loves conditions like this. And I suspect we're going to see him clear off. But Barry Syme is up into second in the Mini. He'll be giving him other ideas here. Third place is Gary Townsend. Michael Loveland up into fourth place. Then it's James Burrows with the turquoise liveried Mini. And Ben Truslove's Lotus Cortina. Is that Jake Swan up there already? He started from the back of the grid. He's up to seventh. What a start by Jake Swan. They're tiptoeing their way through the old hairpin. There's Simon Knight in his Hillman imp. He's got ahead of Piers Grange. Piers Grange just won't get the power down in that Mustang. He'll just be hoping to finish and win the Class A Championship. Ibbotson from Syme. Townsend in third. There's Michael Loveland in his imp. Then Burrows, Truslove, Jake Swan. What a start by the Anglia. And the Jaguar up there as well. Simon Lewis, the XJ6 racer, in the Jaguar Challenge. Piers Grange is in traffic there. He's got two Cortinas and an imp ahead of him. Paul Cooper, one of the Cortinas. That's the Cortina GT, not the Lotus version. He's in Class C, which is led by Barry Syme. James Ibbotson already clearing off in front. And Michael Sheraton, loving the Formula One overalls there, but they haven't helped him. He hasn't got away from the pit lane. Waiting for them to come over the top, then down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Now, how far ahead is James Ibbotson going to be at the end of this lap? There's the imp. Barry Syme giving chase. It's going to be England v Scotland for the lead here. James Ibbotson from Milton Keynes, Barry Syme from near Glasgow. Gary Townsend from Rugby in Warwickshire up there in third place, runs a vehicle hire company. James Burrows has got the Mini through into fourth place. He's had a fairly luckless season with that Mini. He's got ahead of Michael Loveland. It's a very mixed up order thanks to the conditions here. A great leveller they're proving. Ben Truslove is the second of the Lotus Cortinas in sixth place. Through Goddard's for the first time. And they're not taking any risks, any liberties at all. Just taking it as easy as they can. Learning where the grip is and increased speed. Well, there probably isn't any grip on a surface like this, but conditions are improving slightly from the heavy rain we saw first thing this morning. Except for this river running across the track at Redgate. Look at that. Well, the Mini, of course, another famed rally car from back in the 60s. Of course, earlier this year we sadly lost one of the greatest exponents of Mini rallying, the great Northern Irishman Paddy Hopkirk. He'd be revelling in conditions like this, but Ben Truslove isn't out over the curbs there. Could lose places with Swan and Simon Lewis behind him. Yep, Swan's got through, so has the Jag. Ben Truslove loses 2 places in the Cortina. James Ibbotson leads then. His lead was 4 seconds at the end of the first lap. Down the hill, there's the big Jaguar of 111 Simon Lewis. The Jaguar Mark 1, 3.4 litre engine. Jaguar Mark 1 and 2 cars that were some of the first race winners in the British Saloon Car Championship, as the BTCC was called then, back in the late 50s. Likes of Tommy Sopwith and even Mike Hawthorne, the former Formula One World Champion, raced one in the opening season in 1958. Roy Salvadori as well. Well, Hillman Imps, it was the late 60s, early 70s the Imp came to prominence with Bill McGovern in the Bevan Imps. I think that was a Sunbeam Imp rather than a Hillman that he won his titles in. James Ibbotson in the Shrigley tuned Hillman Imp is away and gone. Just like we saw at Mallory Park last season. Barry Syme in the Mini in second place. And then the Lotus Cortina. So Gary Townsend's playing Jim Clark in third. Barry Syme, either Sir John Whitmore or who are the other mini racers? John Love, the Rhodesian. Zimbabwe now, of course. And Christabel Carlisle, the leading lady of her time. Here's a battle further back. Nigel Cox, Simon Knight and Luke Wilson. Now is Wilson leading his class? Yes, he is. So he is about to secure the championship in 10 minutes' time. Second championship he'll have won in that Austin A40. There's Piers Grange, and he'll be having a torrid time of it in the Ford Mustang, but as long as he finishes this race, he will claim the championship in Class A. Nigel Cox gets ahead of fellow Cortina pilot Michael Foley. Switched from the Morris Minor to the Lotus Cortina this season. Very busy in here. Tim Dodwell at the back of that group ahead of Steve Evans in the A40. There's our leader. What's his lead gap now? 7.8 seconds. He's nearly doubled his lead on that last lap. 2:36.382, his quickest lap of the race, and that's about 4 seconds faster than anyone else. James Ivenson, becoming a superstar of historic racing in the UK. Only a small slide through the Craner curves. There's no showboating here. No exuberance. He just wants his third overall win. A beautiful little hill minute. A little bit sideways through the old hairpin. Rear engine dimp, of course, built in Scotland, near Glasgow at the Linwood plant. Oh, now he's sideways. Now he's getting aboard. Through Schwant's curve there, he must have heard me. What about Barry Syme? We'll see what he can do. Still second, Gary Townsend third. Then Burrows, Loveland. Simon Lewis has got the Jag up into fourth, ahead of Swan and Truslove. Nathan Beresford's BMW is ninth, then Piers Grange. And this is the battle for 11th, headed up by another imp. This is Simon Knight in number 515, the man from Cheshire. Luke Wilson trying to take Michael Foley, but Wilson's doing what he needs to do. He goes past the Cortina, he's leading his class, and he's heading for his second championship in that little A40. It was back in 1960 that an A40 took the British Saloon Car Championship title. Doc Shepherd was the driver on that occasion. That car still exists, it's currently being restored. That was a more modified A40, a special saloon type of car though. Paul Cooper now takes Michael Foley. Steve Evans is next, then Nigel Cox and Tim Dodwell. Tim will be being careful here. He knows he's got to drive home in that Mini. We're up towards half distance now in this pre-66 touring car race, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. There's Barry Syme in second place. BJS 100 is the number plate. Barry and Jimmy Syme shared that car in the Masters Pre-66 Mini division as well. Barry and his dad. Here's the Jag. Simon Lewis, it was Guy Connew in that car yesterday. They both raced in the Jaguar Challenge in XJ6s in the past. Jake Swan sliding the Anglia, coming out of the Melbourne Loop there in 7th place. Shares the car with his father. In fact, I'm surprised Kevin didn't race that car this weekend, because he was in contention to win the Class C title. Oh, Paul Cooper's crashed out. The damage to the front of the Cortina there, where is that? He's backed it into the space in the barrier there, but there's damage to the front of that car. You can see there the left front corner. Paul just looking at it there. So we didn't see what happened. He's gone off somewhere. Couldn't quite work out where that was on the circuit, unfortunately. There is Keith Wright in his Morris Minor. That car had, that Minor had quite a major shunt at Cadwell Park, sorry, a year or two ago. Keith started from the pit lane in yesterday's race. He's running at the back of the field at the moment in 18th place. Here's one of our Cortinas, sliding its way down the Craner curves. That's Ben Truslove. He's in 8th place. Now we'll see again what's happened here, possibly to Paul Cooper. It's a Schwant's curve. Yeah, the back just snaps away from him on the wet surface, across towards the wall, and wallop. Thankfully not a majorly high speed impact, but damage to the left hand side of the Cortina, and he is out of the race. Here's a man taking plenty of brave pills in these conditions. Piers Grange, boss of PRG Trailers, based up in Cheshire. Just easing the Ford Mustang around. He knows he's just got to finish the race to take the Class A title. Where is he in the order? 10th place at the moment. Second in Class A behind the Jaguar of Simon Lewis, but the Jag's only contested one round this year. So it's not a threat to his title hopes. He's just got to get the points to overhaul Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon. Steve Evans leads Tim Dodwell. There's Nigel Cox in his taped together Cortina. Had that coming together with the Jag yesterday. There goes the leader. We haven't forgotten about James Ibbotson. He's still sideways. He is loving this. So are the spectators. One point made by one of our YouTube commenters, part of Donington is extra slippery because of the aircraft landing at East Midlands Airport. A bit between McLean's and Coppice, there's sometimes aviation fuel spilt on there, so it can make it even more slippery. Not that James Ibbotson, now he's showboating, look at this. Oh, that's beautiful. If marks for style in motor racing were awarded, James Ibbotson would be champion every time. Here he comes into the old hairpin. There he goes again. That is magnificent. It's car control. Up there with a World Rally Championship driver, I would say. The way he can hold the car in that slide. Still safely clear of Barry Syme by about 10 seconds. There's Syme. The Mini, of course, front-wheel drive, so you'll see a different kind of sliding from him we saw yesterday when he was battling Gary Townsend, and Townsend's 23 seconds back. Here he is, and he's under fire from James Burrows, trying to get the Mini onto the podium. Through the old hairpin. They're 4 seconds clear of the Jag of Simon Lewis in turn. There is the big Jaguar. Then Jake Swan, the young gun in the Anglia. We saw him in a Mark II Escort in the Blue Oval Saloon Series at Snetterton. His dad Kevin raced the Anglia. Michael Loveland's Imp is next, 7th overall, 2nd in class. He lost a couple of places on that last lap. The number 26 Austin A40 showing as Brian Bedford on the timing screen, but I'm fairly sure Bedford raced yesterday. It's Steve Evans today. Apologies if we've confused that, as James Burrows meanwhile makes a move at Coppice to try and take 3rd from Gary Townsend, but the Cortina should get its foot down, get the power down on the straights. Is the Mini going to get ahead in the Fogarty S's? He's on the outside for the first elements. Jaguar's closing on them as well. Less than 2 minutes to this race to go as Townsend slides the Cortina. He'll go over the curbs there on the inside, so the Mini may well have got through. They're just out of our view there on the exit of the chicane momentarily. See what happens as they head towards us. They're almost leaning on each other. Look at this, down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Ibbotson's already gone across the line to start what I think will be his final lap. And Burrows at the inside. It's 2 Minis in the top 3. 8.3 seconds is now the lead gap. Ibbotson ahead of Syme. Then Townsend losing out to Burrows. Townsend sliding the Cortina there, and the Jag could get into the top 4 here as well of Simon Lewis. Here comes James Ibbotson. Here he comes towards the Craners. Are we going to see it again? Yes, we are. Hanging the tail out. Just how Bill McGovern would drive one. Quite as sideways as he was on the previous lap this time. 1 minute on the clock, so it should be checkered flag this time. James Ibbotson heading for his 3rd overall win of the season. He'll wrap up the Class A title. But Luke Wilson is still leading Class D in 12th overall. He is going to take the overall championship for the 2nd time in his career. Barry Syme all on his own in 2nd. Just the battle for 3rd to be resolved now. because the Jaguar of Simon Lewis is closing the 111. Jaguar slowing just a little there. Leader coming up to lap our Morris Minor man, Keith Wright, flashing his lights. He's happy. He's heading for victory. Through the Fogarty S as he goes, disappears behind the tyre wall. I'm sure Keith Wright's a very experienced classic racer, won't get in his way. There's Michael Foley's Cortina as well. A struggle for him in these wet conditions, normally used to front-wheel drive cars. Through the right-hander at Melbourne. James Ibbotson, is he going to celebrate his win with a big slide out of Goddard's? I'm sure he will. They come towards Goddard's corner now, watch for the imp. Here he comes, is he going to go sideways? Oh, not quite, he plays it safe. But James Ibbotson comes in, there's the slide over the line. And there is the checkered flag. What a great drive by James Ibbotson to take the victory. Barry Syme will come over in second and win Class C and win the Class C Championship in the Mini. 11 seconds the gap. James Burrows we should see in the second of the Minis in third place, but they're a long way back fighting for third place. Burrows and Gary Townsend. James Ibbotson power slides in celebration. He is a joy to watch, isn't he? Here's the third place fight. Oh, the Jaguars got through before, ahead of Gary Townsend, but it's James Burrows who will take third in the Mini. Simon Lewis, towards the back of the grid, wins Class A, but in the background there we see Piers Grange in the Mustang. Subject to confirmation, he's going to win the Class A Championship with Alan Green all absent. Brilliant drive by Jake Swan from the back of the grid through to 6th place. Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp second in his class, 7th overall. It should be Truslove in the Cortina, home in 8th place, and he will be second in Class F behind Gary Townsend. And here is our champion, behind Simon Knight. Bit of trim hanging off Simon Knight's Hillman Imp there. I think that's a bit of the window trim that's come out. But Luke Wilson, number 69, from Bedford in his Austin A40, is heading for his second title. He's just got 2 corners to negotiate. Behind Simon Knight in the Imp. Coming into the right-hander at the Melbourne Loop, then just up to Goddard's and round the left. There is Wilson for his second class win of the weekend. He's clear of the Austin A40 of Steve Evans. It's going to be the championship as he comes round this final corner. Well, James Ibbotson tried his hardest. He got the glory of an overall win. But the overall Pultec 366 touring car champion for the second time in his career is Luke Wilson in the number 69 Austin A40. He crosses the line to win the class and win the championship. Congratulations, Luke Wilson. There's Tim Dodwell coming home. He got ahead of the Steve Evans, Brian Bedford, Austin A40. 13th place for Tim Dodwell. 4th in Class C. Good drive by Tim. We'll confirm the full result shortly. Last couple of cars to come home. Michael Foley and Keith Wright finishing a lap down, so Nigel Cox should be the last man home to finish. He will take the title provisionally in Class F. There he is, in that battered and bruised Cortina. Look at the provisional result then. Ibbotson the winner by 11 seconds in the sideways Super Imp. Barry Syme second and wins Class C ahead of James Burrows. Then Simon Lewis the winner of Class A in the Jaguar in 4th. Gary Townsend wins Class F in 5th place ahead of Jake Swan. Then it's Michael Loveland. Ben Truslove in 8th place. Nathan Beresford wins Class B in 9th and wins the Class B Championship. Piers Grange provisionally gets the Class A Championship, with second in Class 10th overall. 11th place going to Simon Knight's Imp. Luke Wilson wins Class D and takes the overall title. Then Tim Dodwell 13th. The Bedford Evans Austin A40, as I say, I believe it was Steve Evans in the car in that race, and Nigel Cox completing the top 15. The other finisher in that race, Michael Foley and Keith Wright, 16th and 17th. We lost Paul Cooper with some damage after sliding into a barrier at Schwantz Curve, and Billy Keneally and Michael Sheraton didn't take the start. That wraps up the season then for the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. Our next race on the programme, it's a 50-minute pit stop race for the Britcar Trophy. I'm just going to take a quick look to see if we've got details of the grid lineup. The grid order, yes, with no qualifying times due to the weather. The qualifying session was only done behind the safety car. They will line up in championship order. So championship order decides the grid for the Britcar Trophy first race. It will go class by class, so the most powerful Class 1 cars starting at the front and so on. That race coming up next then, but we'll head down to Ewan Dunlop shortly for our post-race interviews, post-championship interviews with the Pre-66 touring cars, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. Thanks again for joining us on our stream today. Thanks for all your comments. We can now head down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé with the Pre-66 touring cars.
Cheers, Dave. Every time you come down here, it gets a tiny, tiny bit brighter. And what a race. What a bit of showboating from James Ibbotson. We'll speak to Barry Syme first of all. He's picked up the Class C Championship. And that was just a Sunday drive, wasn't it, Barry?
Well, technically, yeah. But, tried to keep James as honest as possible, but you get the jump at the start with a rear-wheel drive, and it was a case of survival. There's so much oil down from I think it was the Jaguars before. I actually went off on the green flag lap at the first corner, not going very quickly, so it was very interesting. I expected a bit more accidents behind me, but no, good to finish the season at Podium.
After the quick start from James, it was I don't want to call it processional, but you just sort of enjoyed the drive out there, I think, didn't you?
It was more a case of keeping it on the track, to be honest, and it was very easy to lock up the brakes and go straight on. So yeah, just a case of trying. At one point I was catching James, but then as my mechanic said, JJ, it was running out of laps, I think, and to make a difference. So I thought better a podium's better than in the gravel. So yeah.
And Class C champion.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we didn't really set out to win the championship. I've only contested 3 events, so it's amazing. It's podium every time, on overall podium every time we've been out. The classic touring cars, so yeah, more of the same next year.
Barry, congratulations. Have a safe journey home, mate.
Fantastic, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's go and speak to Mr. Showboat, James Ibbotson. James, come on in. You look like you were just having an absolute ball out there.
Did you see the plane coming into land as I was coming down the straight towards the GP loop? That was fantastic. That was good to watch. No, that was incredible. I love that. That was so good. Massive thank you to this man here, Shrigley Engineering. Couldn't have done it without him. So
brilliant. How much of that was I'm sliding? How much of that I'm going to slide on purpose here?
There was no choice. Honestly, it's just an oil slick. So I just sort of went with it, really. It's fantastic. I could see Barry Syme. I could keep a sensible gap between me and him, so have as much fun as you can, really.
Class champion, is that what you set out to achieve?
This year we just wanted a race win, an overall race win. We took the championship last year, and this year we wanted an overall race win. We've done that 3 times now, so mission accomplished.
In the IMP next year or something else?
I think we'll be back out in the IMP, but if anyone's got something they'd like me to drive, I'm more than happy to.
There's an offer for you. James, congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Cheers, buddy. I'd love to speak to our 3rd place finisher over here. Here he is. James Burrows. James, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
A bit of a challenge there. The first two guys went off and they went away and sort of we never saw them again, but you had a real race on your hands.
Yeah, I did. I made a bad start, so I had to come up through. And I didn't know where I finished or what happened in the end.
Well, you got a hat with a 3 on the side, so.
I got third place out of it, so not too bad anyway. Still, it was very slippery out there, unbelievable. There's oil everywhere. Yeah, but still, we managed, so that's it.
Just a matter of keeping 4 wheels on the ground, yeah?
It is, without them spinning. That was the problem. I couldn't really get in top gear hardly because it just wouldn't pull, you know. So anyway, we're okay now.
Great end to the weekend, great end to the championship. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. It's very good.
Right, that is our second race done in the Classic Touring Cars. Next, co-headliner, it is the first of 2 Britcar races, 50-minute races. Over to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan. I'll bring you the grid for this one. It is a championship order grid, as we say, so we'll bring that to you now. The Class 1 cars, the most powerful machines, starting at the front for this Britcar Trophy 50-minute race. So in pole position is the number 74 Ginetta of SVG Motorsport. Mark Lee will start. Owen Hizzy will take over at pit stop. Alongside number 40, Simon Green, Motorsports BMW. Brian Branson taking the start. Jasbir Sapra will take over. Looks like that car just going through there on its way to the grid, the orange car. Second row, number 24, also from SVG Motorsport, their Ginetta G55. Neil Wallace will take the start, and Ian Astley, the ex-British GT man, will take over. Alongside them, number 111, Datum Motorsports Ginetta. That will be here, solo driven by Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman. Third row, 33, Mac G Racing, the Mazda RX-8. Johnny McGregor, the team owner, starts. Josh Tomlinson takes over. Alongside number 19, the Thorny Motorsport BMW M3 of Callum Noble. Row 4, invitation class car, Rob Boston Racing's Lotus Elise. That's crewed by Will Stacey, he drives solo. Starting alongside Team Brits, championship leaders overall. First the Class 2 cars. Number 70, Chris Overend starts their BMW M240i. James Whitley will take over. Row 5, number 64, the JW Bird VW Scirocco, driven solo by Paul Goodlad. He starts alongside number 45 from Derek McMahon Racing. It's Arthur McMahon driving solo in a Honda Civic. Row 6, number 46, the Team Air Supply car. Jack Wright will take the start. George Wright takes over. They're in a VW Golf. In the invitation class, alongside number 91, which is one of the Ginettas, it's Julian Daniel with his Ginetta GT5 for SVG Motorsports. Row 7, number 198, run by EJM Preparation. Oliver Cottam, the ex-junior saloon car racer in his Ginetta GT5, will start alongside number 777, first of the TSR Golfs. Rob Ellick starts that car, sharing with Finn Jones. Then we've got the number 77 TSR Golf, Mark Jones and Rob Taylor. Rob Taylor taking the start. Alongside number 35, the Chandler Motorsport Golf, Harry Yardley Rose going first. Reese Hurd will take over. It's the white Golf. Number 7, another of the TSR Golfs, 3 of them out there this weekend. That's Anthony Rogers driving solo. We'll start on row 9 alongside number 71, second car of Team Brits, their BMW 1 Series. Paul Fullick starting. Tyrone Matherin will take over. Row 10 is number 83. That's the Cook family in the Major Motorsports Honda Civic. Edward Cook starts. Steve will take over. Alongside number 57 from Derek McMahon Racing. Paul Plant will start. That's the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. And it's Barry McMahon, the former Alfa Romeo Series champion, who takes over. Row 11 is the first of the Clios. Number 5 is Charlie Hand. He drives solo for Westbourne Motorsport. His teammate number 69 alongside James Black. Starting that car, Jack Meakin takes over. Row 12 is number 4, the Motus 1 Clio of Scott Simons. Didn't get very far in the British Endurance Championship race in his TCR car yesterday after a collision for just a couple of laps. He starts alongside the other Motus 1 Clio, number 11 of Richard Ashmole. Row 13, number 89, is the Hyro Motorsports Clio, run by Max Coates. It's the Harrisons. James Harrison will start. Joe Harrison takes over. Alongside number 96, the Dragon Sport Clio. That's Dragon as in Welsh Dragon, because it's Rhys Lloyd. Seen him in his TCR Astra this season. He starts the car, and it's Matthew Dawson who will take over. Row 14, number 44, the first of the Ginetta G40 Cup cars run by SVG Motorsport. Peter Dillnott, the points leader in that class, starts alongside teammate number 31, Tony Whitney and Jeremy Sussex. It's Jez Sussex going first in that car. The penultimate row, 62, is Alex Turnbull, also in a Ginetta G40, alongside the raceway run machine of Brendan Hafner. He drives solo as well. And the final row, number 22, the Simon Green Motorsports run Ginetta G40. Simon Green himself is in that car. He goes second. It's Dan Morris starting that car. And number 27 for SVG Motorsport, Andrew Hudson, starts at the back. Certainly a fine grid they make. There is Brian Branson in the BMW on the front row, but it is Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy on pole position, looking to wrap up the Class 1 title here in this 50-minute pit stop race. First of two races today for the Britcar Trophy category. Conditions have improved slightly as the safety car leads them away for a rolling start. Of course, the top three in each class get success penalties for the second race later on. We'll keep you up to date as best we can on the championship situation. Team Brit, one of their cars, starting from the pit lane. That's the number 70 car, the championship leader, is in the pit lane in the hands of Chris Overend there. Try and get updates on the championship from Steve Wood down in pit lane as best we can. Little Ginetta G40s in their own class at the back. Peter Dillnott has pretty much sewn that up. See, the light has improved because you can see the control tower at the airport in the background now. It's Ginetta, BMW, Ginetta, Mazda RX-8 on the front of the grid. Mac G Racing on their local circuit, looking for some success there. Fast but fragile, that RX-8 has proven. Number 19, Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsport BMW M3. We've got Civics out there, we've got Clios, Ginettas, BMWs, Golfs, Hondas. One Alfa Romeo as well for the Derek McMahon team. .50 minutes of racing then, with a mandatory pit stop. .2 the minimum pit stop time. Number 70 car starting from the back leads the points ahead of the 555 Clio of Charlie Hand and the number 77 Golf. Mark Jones and Rob Taylor driving that car today. TSR in the Golfs tend to swap their drivers around a bit. Number 35, the Chandler Motorsport Golf there, driven by Harry Yardley Rose. They're fourth in the points. Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy, the pole sitters, fifth. Any one of these cars could win it, given the conditions. Safety cars to bring into consideration as well. Number 22 there, Dan Morris. He's been racing in the Ginetta Super Cup this season. The light is out atop the safety car. Pace car as it is at the moment. Look out for Will Stacey. That's a Lotus, well, it sounds a Lotus Elise on the entry list. I think that's a Lotus Exige, the blue car there on row 4 of the grid. Run by Rob Boston Racing. Well, they won in the British Endurance Championship with their Mercedes yesterday. The grid, as we said, lined up in championship order. Qualifying was rained off. Come up towards Goddard's then. pack about to be unleashed. Mark Lee on pole, Brian Bransom in the BMW alongside him. Time to go racing with the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. Racing over 50 minutes. Red lights are on, waiting for them to go out, then the race will be underway. Here we go. The power comes on at a lot of wheel spin. Look at Will Stacey. We said he'd be away rapidly in the Lotus, but he can't get room there on the outside. It is Mark Lee in the Ginetta. Charlie Hans coming up fast in the Clio as well. Will Stacey is trying to squeeze round the outside there in that Lotus Exige. Can he get second place? Goes 3 wide with the BMW and the Mazda, who bounce off each other. Oh, there's a spinner. That's caught Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco. Everybody going wide onto the gravel to miss him. There's Clios, Golfs and BMWs scattered everywhere. One of the Civics going off as well. I think that was the 45 of Arthur McMahon. But it is the Ginetta that's got the lead of Mark Lee. Johnny McGregor in second place. Here comes Will Stacey. Doesn't quite manage to get through. Brian Bransom in fourth place. Then it's Axel van Nederveen. We've got one of Team Brit's cars bogged down in the gravel. That's number 71 of Paul Fullick. So their Class 3 challenger, the BMW 1 Series, hasn't gone far. The rest of the pack streaks out onto the back of the circuit towards McLean's. It is Mark Lee who leads the way in the SVG Motorsports Ginetta. Second place, the Mazda RX-8 of Johnny McGregor, Johnny Mac as we call him, in the Mac G Racing Mazda. As the marshals give Paul Fullick a push and he gets underway. Down the exhibition straight for the first time. It's Lee who leads. Here comes Will Stacey at the wheel of the Lotus. Side by side with Johnny McGregor's Mazda RX-8, the rotary engined car. That Lotus very quick in a straight line, just can't quite get the line away there for second place. They sort themselves out around this first lap. Brian Branson is in fourth place, the BMW Championship regular, sharing with Jasvir Sapra, an experienced endurance racer. Stacey up the inside this time. He's going to get the move done, or is he? A bit of a twitch there from the Lotus, and he goes out wide, outbrakes himself a bit there. Back up the inside goes McGregor, sliding the Mazda back into second place. Good fights early on in this one. First Britcar Trophy race of the day. Is that the Alfa Romeo up there of Paul Plant? He's going well in the early stages. Yes, it is. He's up there with the Ginettas, fighting for a top 5 place overall. That's a flying start from Paul Plant in that Alfa Romeo Giulietta. And he's got through into 5th position. He's gained 15 places on that first lap. What a phenomenal first lap from Paul Plant for the Derek McMahon Racing Team. One of the Golfs up there as well. That's the number 46, the Air Supply Golf, driven by Jack Wright. Wright family used to race a Porsche 944, if I remember rightly, in Track Day Trophy. They've got a Clio behind them as well, which is Reece Lloyd's number 96 car, leading the Clio class. At the end of lap 1, it was Mark Lee who led the way from Will Stacey by 1.27 seconds. Here's a replay of the start. Watch for Stacey around the outside in the Lotus, using the pit lane exits to get round the outside there, but the problems came further back as the leaders, the second place group, went 3 wide. It was Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco. There he goes, went spinning out, tangled with Charlie Hand in the Clio. Several cars were sent off wide in avoidance over the gravel. It was the number 71 BMW that got bogged down. And then Paul Goodlad, luckily, was not collected head on by anybody. Paul Plant flying along in the Alfa Giulietta. So we might see 1 or 2 surprise performances from some of the front wheel drive against the more powerful opposition. Chasing now Brian Bransom in his BMW M3 for 4th position. There's the Ginetta G40s up the hill towards McLean's corner. There's Goodlad, he's got going again in the Scirocco towards the back, and there's Chris Overend and the number 70 trying to come through, the championship leader. It's going to be close in the championship here. We have to wait for drop scores to be taken into account and get an update from down in the pits as to who's won the championship after race 2. Brian Branson up the inside takes the Mazda of Johnny McGregor. Branson will hand over to Jasvir Sapra, McGregor to Josh Tomlinson. Taking over that Alfa Romeo from Paul Plant, very experienced Alfa racer himself, will be Barry McMahon, the former Alfa Romeo champion. Branson taking a tight line there through Goddard's. There go the leaders, Mark Lee ahead of Will Stacey. Lotus on its debut in the series, looking to make a move there into the first corner at Redgate. Lead gap was half a second. Stacey with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 5.684. Ransom twitching the BMW there, and Plant's got the Alfa Romeo through past McGregor, who slid wide there into 4th place. 6 behind them, it is Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman, in his Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. 7th is Reece Lloyd, the leading Clio, that's going well. And we've got Callum Noble's pink and black BMW, the Thorny Motorsport run car, John Thorne, ex-BTCC man. Harry Yardley-Rose in the Golf is 9th, 2nd in Class 3. And rounding up the top 10 is in the Clio, that of Scott Simons, number 4. It's taking it steady in these early laps, nobody pushing too hard. All 32 cars, incidentally, took the start in this one, which is good to see. Towards the exhibition straight, so the highlight of the race so far, that phenomenal first lap from the Alfa Romeo of Paul Plant, gaining some 15 places. There's Reece Lloyd in the Clio. Saw him take a win at Silverstone earlier this year in the Snetterton Saloons on an away day in the Opel Astra TCR. Welshman now chasing Axel van Nederveen in the Ginetta. Clio front wheel drive, of course, easier to get the power down. As is Paul Plant's Alfa Romeo. Paul and his driving partner Barry McMahon have raced Alphas for many years in the Alfa Romeo Championship, as Will Stacey runs wide there through Goddard's. What's the lead gap going to be this time through? 1.1 seconds, and Mark Lead is the fastest lap, 2 minutes 2.745, so they're getting into their stride now. The transport company boss at the wheel of the SVG Motorsport prepared Ginetta, a little bit sideways there at the top of the Craner curves. Brian Bransom still 3rd in the orange BMW. It's Plant, McGregor, Nederveen and Reece Lloyd. Harry Yardley-Rose has got his Golf up into 8th place. Here's a battle among the Ginettas. Number 44, Peter Dilnot, and the number 91 with Julian Daniel on board. That's actually a GT5 spec car, Julian Daniel's car, not a G40. He's running in Class 2. They run wide through Goddard's. We've got Chris Overeem's BMW behind them. Paul Goodlad in there as well in the recovering Scirocco. Remember, he spun on the first corner. 22 driven by Dan Morris, the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup regular. No surprise to find him leading the class in the Morris electrical car. Second in that class is Dilnot, and 3rd for 271 Brendan Hafner. Here are your race leaders. Still Class 1 holding the first 6 places. First non-Class 1 car is Reece Lloyd's Clio in 7th. Class 2 is being led by Oliver Cottam in his Ginetta GT5 in 15th place. Class 3 by Paul Plant's Alfa Romeo. So no, it's 5 Class 1 cars in the top 6 places, my apologies. Here's a battle further back. There is Oliver Cottam's red, white and blue Ginetta chasing number 69, James Black, in his Clio. Gap this time through 0.6 of a second. New fastest lap going to Brian Bransom, 2 minutes 0.905, so lap times tumbling. The only car that didn't do a personal best on that last lap out of the top 15 was Scott Simon's Clio, and he lost out to Charlie Hand. Battle in the Ginettas here. Number 31, that's Jez Sussex, sharing with Tony Whitney. Leading the number 27 car, that's Andrew Hudson, starts at the back of the grid. Over 40 minutes of this race to go. There's Chris Overeem. Where's he made it up to from the back? Started from the pit lane. Just the BMW. 26th place, so not making a huge amount of progress so far. Whether there is a problem with that car, we don't know. I'm sure our intrepid pit reporter Ewan Dunlop can find out. James Black trying to make a move on one of the Golfs there. Goes through. That was the number 77 Golf of Rob Taylor. A steady pace at the moment in this first race of the day for the Britcar Trophy. Charlie Hand second in the Clio class, one of our title contenders. The Team Brit BMW down in 7th in Class 2, I think. No, 5th in Class 2. The 77 Golf, another title contender, 4th in Class 3. So all the title contenders struggling a bit at the moment. Mark Lee, he's out in front. New fastest lap though for Will Stacey, 2 minutes .223, half a second in it. Are we going to see the Blue Lotus take the lead away from the black and yellow Ginetta G56? There's Paul Plant still going great guns in 4th place in the Alfa Romeo, but he's nearly 9 seconds off Brian Bransom in 3rd. Here's the lead battle there, nose to tail into the old hairpin. Good driving by Mark Lee as they lap for number 31 Ginetta. It's Jez Sussex. It's already in back marker traffic. That's the Team Brit BMW 1 Series being lapped as well of Paul Fullick. Our last run at the moment, number 64, which is Alex Turnbull's Ginetta G40. And all 32 cars still out there. Callum Noble's just taken Harry Yardley-Rose for 8th overall. Two leaders together down into the Fogarty S's. Pit window not yet open. These two 6 seconds clear, near enough of Brian Bransom. Will Stacey determined to take the lead. He's dodging about on the tail of Mark Lee's Ginetta, trying to go around the outside at Melbourne Loop. That's not going to work. Try and get the inside away for Goddard. Yeah, he was positioning the car so he can get up the inside. That's what Will Stacey was doing. And here he comes towards the last corner of this Donington Grand Prix circuit. He's got the inside. That works like a charm for Will Stacey. And he's into the lead in the Lotus. New fastest lap as well. The first lap under 2 minutes, 1:59.781. Mark Lee is not prepared to give up without a fight though. He's back down the inside into Redgate. Lotus out onto the standing water on the outside. Here comes the Ginetta. Great fight for the lead between these two. Will Stacey leads in the Rob Boston prepared Lotus. The SVG Motorsports Ginetta in second. They lap number 44, Peter Dillnut. Oh, Peter Dillnut hasn't seen the leader there on the inside. Goodness me, that was dicey. Peter Dillnut was caught in the middle there. I think he spotted Mark Lee in his mirror, but didn't see Will Stacey was already alongside him. Stacey, 2 wheels on the grass, was lucky not to spin away his lead. Peter Dillnut, the championship leader in the G40 class. Now the leaders go round the outside of another of the Ginettas. That's Brendan Hafner. Mark Lee lost a little bit of ground there at McLean's behind him. Now coming up on Paul Goodlad. Number 91, I think it is as well, of Julian Daniel with his Ginetta. Marshals will be showing the blue flags. Warn the back markers to move aside. No pit stop penalties in this race, of course, but if you finish in the top 3 of your class, you do get extra seconds added onto your pit stop for race 2. Goodlad moves out of the way. Brian Bransom moves up the inside towards Goddard's. Another Ginetta goes a lap down. That's Dan Morris, the number 22. What's the lead gap going to be this time? 7 laps completed, 2.3 seconds. Will Stacey starting to stretch his lead. His lap time was exactly 2 seconds quicker than than Ginetta that time through. A lot of the standing water is starting to disappear, except for there at Redgate. That's the trickiest part of the circuit now. Class 1 as overall. Class 2 being led by Jack Wright in the number 46 Golf. That's down in 15th overall now after its fast start. Class 3 is still led by Paul Plant in 4th overall. The G40 class, that's being led by Dan Morris, who's just been lapped. And the Clio class, that's Rhys Lloyd out in front. Charlie Hand, second of the Clios. There he is in 9th place, and there just behind him is Harry Yardley Rose in the Golf, second of the Class 3 cars. There's Axel van Nederveen chasing Callum Noble. That's the battle for 7th place. Noble's just got the BMW ahead there. There's the recovering BMW Paul Fullick. The Team Brits, the organisation that helps rehabilitate those suffering physical and mental handicaps through motor racing. That's the 45 Honda. That's the other McMahon team car. Arthur McMahon driving solo. Stacey still with the fastest lap of the race, and he's met back markers here going very wide into Goddard. He's just lapped the number 70 of Chris Overend, former wheelchair tennis player, before taking up motor racing. Will Stacey looking dominant here in the Lotus. Lapping the Honda Civics there. One of them was Arthur McMahon, the other one is number 83, that's Edward Cook. Stephen Ed Cook sharing the number 83 Honda. You see them in a silver and green Honda, so a new car for them for this race. There is Overend. He'll hand over to James Whitley, the Paralympian skier. Leader coming up to lap him there, but Team Brit struggling in this one. Started from the pits, that BMW clearly not running too well. Mark Lee continuing to pound away in 2nd place, but he's over 6 seconds off Will Stacey now. Stacey, I think, is only running in the invitation class of Class 1, so he's not going to score points. Invitation cars, of course, not eligible for points. Just like number 46 here, leading Class 2. That's an invitation class car, the Team Air Supply Golf. Jack and George Wright. So the leading point scorer in Class 1 is Leon Hizzy. The leading point scorer in Class 2 is Oliver Cottam-Ginetta. No, that's an invitation class car as well. So in fact it's the 777 Golf, I think. Unless that is 2. TSR have been chopping and changing the lineups in their Golf. So yes, 777's an invitation class car too. So it's the car 4th in class, which is Arthur McMahon, which is the leading scoring car in Class 2 at the moment, I think. A bit confusing. New fastest lap for Will Stacey, 1:56.934. Goodness me, that's over 2 seconds quicker than anything anyone else has managed. That Lotus flying. There's the Clio class leader, Rhys Lloyd. That's not an invitation class car, certainly, and he's up to 5th now. He's got ahead of the Mazda RX-8. Rhys Lloyd handling the front-wheel drive Clio with great aplomb against the rear-wheel drive cars. There's Noble and Van Nederveen continuing their fights for 7th place. Paul Goodlad has been into the pits in the VW Scirocco. Pit window hasn't opened just yet. It's going to open very shortly. So that was an unscheduled stop by the car that spun on the first turn. There's the Mazda of Johnny McGregor. Chasing the Clio. This is for 5th overall. Reece Lloyd up there with the Class 1 cars. There's our leader. A little bit of a slide going into the chicane. Will Stacey dominant out in front, leading by over 8.5 seconds now. Battling Ginettas, Julian Daniel, the 271 of Brendan Hafner. Charlie Hand lapping them in the orange and white Clio. We've nicknamed it Nemo earlier in the season. And I believe the pit window has just opened, indeed it has, at the 30 minutes to go mark. So will we see the first of our stoppers this time through? Every car will have to make one mandatory pit stop, a minimum 2-minute pit stop. There's one of the Motus 1 Clios, that's Richard Ashmole. He's running in 15th place, 5th in the Clio class. Renault Clio's front-wheel drive cars, of course, proving much better handling in the wets than the more powerful rear-wheel drive machines. New fastest lap for Mark Lee. He's just done a 1:55.684, and he's closed the gap to less than 6 seconds. So Mark Lee getting a second wind and is starting to fight back on Will Stacey. There they are at the Craner Curbs. Stacey's last lap at 1:58.6. First of the front runners to come in is Paul Plant to hand over to Barry McMahon in the Alfa Romeo, giving up the lead of Class 3. But again, that's listed as an invitation class car, so the leading point scorer is the number 35 Golf in that class. So Plant takes the gamble of an early stop for the Derek McMahon racing team. There's a yellow flag at the chicane, Fogarty S's. What has happened there? Somebody has come a cropper possibly. We'll wait and see on that. Couldn't see anything untoward at the chicane there as the number 89 Clio of James Harrison closes up on one of the Golfs, the TSR Golfs. There's another of them, the treble 7, driven by Rob Ellick. There's our leader, Will Stacey lapping Oliver Cotton's Ginetta. There's Paul Plant in the pits with the Alfa. Barry McMahon getting in. Normally races a modified Alfa Romeo 156 in the Alfa Championship. Somebody else coming in, the number 24 Ginetta with Neil Wallace handing over to the much quicker Ian Astley, the ex-British GT racer of many years ago, Ian Astley. So that car will fly with Ian aboard. With all due respect to Neil Wallace, Ian is the quicker of the pairing. There's the number 77 Golf of Rob Taylor. That's the car that's under fire from James Harrison's Clio. Number 89 Clio run by Hyro Motorsports. By Max Coates, a former Clio Cup race winner. I remember seeing Max Coates win a race in the Clio Cup here at Donington several years ago. I was stood up above the Craner Curbs, and I quickly discovered that Max Coates' family and friends were all stood behind me by the amount of noise they made. Team Brits in the pits. Number 70 BMW. Chris Overend gets out. James Whitley gets in. For the GB Paralympian skiing team in the Winter Olympics. Winter Paralympics, of course. Another new fastest lap for Mark Lee, 1:54.462. He's catching Will Stacey. So only those 3 pit callers so far. Paul Goodlad came in just before the pit window opened, so he'll have to stop again. There are penalties if you don't take your stop or miss the pit window. Here's number 35 Golf, Harry Yardley Rose. One of our title contenders, Reese Hurd, will take over that car, run by Chandler Motorsports. So Stephen Chandler raced it last season, this VW Golf. We've completed 11 laps now, and the first 2 are nearly 30 seconds clear of their opposition. Brian Bransom is still 3rd. Johnny McGregor is now 4th, with Paul Plant having stopped. Reece Lloyd's Clio is 5th. Axel van Nedderveen 6th. Callum Noble 7th. They've been scrapping all race long. Charlie Hand's Clio is 8th. That's Van Nedderveen on the move. He's just taken Reece Lloyd into the chicane. He's going straight on. Off goes Van Nedderveen. Now, has he gone into the gravel trap there? He'll lose at least 3 places, I think, Axel van der Veen, getting the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta going again. He's missed his braking point completely there. He's lost 2 places because that's Callum Noble ahead of him. Van der Veen has got going, he just went across the outside of the circuit there. There's the G40 Cup leader. And Mark Lee has come in. So Mark Lee, who is chasing down Will Stacey, makes a pit stop. Oliver Cotham's Ginetta is in as well. So Owen Hizzy, another former junior saloon car racer, a very quick Ginetta sports car racer, will take over the 74 car. It's already very rapid in the hands of Mark Lee, who's had a good day today so far. Chandler Motorsport Golf is in as well. Harry Yardley Rose to hand over to Reese Hurd. Oliver Cottam, the other car that's in. Also the Ginetta's further back starting to pick. Jez Sussex is in to hand over the number 31 car to Tony Whitney. And number 27, Andrew Hudson, who's driving solo, is in as well. Mark Rowdy Lee and Owen Junior Hizzy. Great stuff. Hizzy getting aboard. Coaching Mark Lee this season, teaching him to race. Now Dan Morris in the Ginetta has caught number 7 Golf, which is that of Anthony Rogers for the TSR team. James Black has brought his Clio in. There's our race leader, Will Stacey. Past half distance now in this Britcar Trophy Race 1. James Black handing over to Jack Meakin. Number 46 Golf is in as well. George Wright will take over. Peter Dillnott in as well in the Ginetta G40 Cup car. Out goes Owen Hizzy. We'll see where he slots back in. Brian Bransom's in as well. Jasvir Sapra will take over the BMW. And the number 77 Golf swings in as well. That is Rob Taylor handing over to Mark Jones. Car, of course, still in contention for the championship. I'll have to wait until the Britcar officials have done the mathematics and worked out drop scores and so on before we confirm who is champion. And we can hand down to our pit reporter for the first time in this race, Ewan Dunlop. He's down at SVG Motorsports, and he's talking to a man who's just finished his stint, Mark Lee.
Cheers, Dave. Here we are with Mark Lee. Mark, great stint for you.
Yeah, good. Happy with that. Yeah.
Then you were starting to pick up time on Stacey at the front there in the last few laps.
Yeah, I've just started to, because obviously we've got a championship to think about. We just want to finish. I knew we were invitational, but yeah, I just started to get a bit more confidence, started to find a bit more grip, and then I think if I had stayed in the car, I think I might have caught up with him.
Any words of advice to Owen?
It's slippy.
Right, good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
We're going to get more interviews for the time being. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, cheers, Ewan. There is the car that Owen Hizzy has just taken over. I see a bit of dirt on the front of that car. Has Owen Hizzy had a moment somewhere? Just got a glimpse there as they headed through the Melbourne Loop. This is at Goddard's last time through. No, he's okay there. Take a look as he heads down the straight this time. Yes, you can see a bit of mud on the front of the car. I would imagine he's run wide at the old hairpin. Meanwhile, the BMW still in pit lane. Still Will Stacey leads the way. It is an Elise, that car, not an Exige, my apologies. Does look like it with the big rear wing on it and the diffuser. It is an Elise. I would imagine that's the car that Rob Boston, in that case, used to race in the Lotus Elise Trophy a few years ago. Reese Lloyd, who was up as high as second overall with all the pit stops, is now in the pits. So is Callum Noble, so is Axel van der Veen, so is Scott Simon's Renault Clio. They're pouring in now. The Harrison Clio, number 89, is in. Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic has come in as well. Two of the TSR Golfs are in at the same time, the 77 and the 777. Rob Taylor handing over to Mark Jones, and the 777 Finn Jones taking over from Rob Ellick. Paul Fullick has brought the Team Brit BMW in as well to hand over to Tyrone Matherin, the Londoner. Recovered from spinal injuries to race in the BMW. Look at the pit lane. Everybody in at the same time. The pits look like Piccadilly Circus, as Jackie Stewart famously said during an F1 commentary at Silverstone. And the leader is in as well. Will Stacey brings the Elise in for Rob Boston Racing. Okay. Well, now, with all that, I haven't got a clue who's leading the race. I'll freely admit, I think it might be Charlie Hand in the Clio. Is the leading car that hasn't stopped, but we'll wait to see when everything starts to cycle through. We can hand down to Ewan in the... While I work out who's leading, we'll hand down to Ewan in the pits. He's down at the Simon Green Motorsport Garage, and he's talking to Brian Branson.
Cheers, Dave, here with one of our top 3 drivers. Brian, how was that stint for you, buddy?
Scary, really scary. I've done some wet track time, and that was by far the worst, because there's oil out there as well from that Jaguar earlier. It's an absolute, you're literally going into especially down Craners, you just don't know what's going to happen. You're changing up into 4th down Craners, and it's literally time to spin out on you. It's quite scary.
Did you say anything to Jazz?
Yeah, I kept telling Kevin over the radio, look, just warn Jazz, it is really bad. It started to dry out a little bit now, don't get me wrong, but the oil's still there, obviously. And
you learned nothing from qualifying, did you?
No, we didn't know. Qualifying, obviously, well, the oil weren't out there then either, was it? But now qualifying was more like a couple of sighting laps, to be honest.
Tight second, good luck for the rest of the day.
Is it? Yeah, it is, yeah. As the Lotus, is he still in P1? Yeah, he done really well. He went off, he did, so up the road.
Appreciate your time, good luck.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Okay, Dave, once again, back to you.
So pit stops in progress well and truly here at Donington in this first race of the day for the Britcar Trophy. The rain has relented somewhat. There is the car whose driver we were just talking to, Brian Branson, the number 40 BMW. Jasvir Sapra now at the wheel. As the erstwhile race leader Will Stacey heads back out in the Lotus Elise, run by Rob Boston Racing. So the leading cars that have yet to stop, I think everybody has stopped except for 2 cars. Charlie Hand's Clio and the number 7 of Anthony Rogers in the Golf. They're the only 2 cars that have yet to come in. Everybody coming in at the same time, pretty much. Mainly because so far in this race, and I'll say it quietly because we don't put the curse of the commentator on things, we haven't yet had a safety car. So we'll wait and see where everybody slots back in. Will Stacey in the Lotus Elise leads the way on cars that has stopped before the pit stops, but this man is now leading, the Orange Project's Clio of number 555 Charlie Hand. He always leaves his pit stop late, does Charlie Hand, comes in at the end of the pit window. Anthony Rogers in second place, but those 2 have yet to stop, so we've got to wait now to see where everyone else slots back in. I can tell you Owen Hizzy is ahead of Jasvir Sapra as in comes Charlie Hand. Will we see the number 7 of Rogers come in as well? Let's wait and see. We've got to see where Will Stacey slots back in as well. Has he stayed ahead of Owen Hizzy and Jasvir Sapra? There's the Lotus. Behind them it's Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda RX-8. Then Callum Noble's BMW, then the Alfa Romeo with Barry McMahon now on board, having taken over from Paul Plant. Then it's Axel van Nederveen. Behind him, the Lloyd and Dawson Clio. Now that should end up leading the Clio class when everything has cycled through. 16 minutes to go. There's another Clio leading the pits, the number 11 of Richard Ashmole. It's the Motus One run car. There's Jack Meakin's Clio. Here's our erstwhile leader. Where does Will Stacey slot back in? I think he's going to stay in front. We'll wait and see. On his out lap at the moment. Anthony Rogers has brought the Golf in as well, so everybody has now made their mandatory pit stop. Oh, look at this, Will Stacey dodging slower cars, the Cook family Honda, Steve Cook in the 83, Ashmole and also the 35 of Reese Hurd. Deftly down the inside there through the Craner curves. Nicely done by Will Stacey. Let's see if he's held his advantage over Owen Hizzy and Brian Branson. A bit of a twitch there through McLean's. McLean's climb up to Coppice, the double apex right-hander. Tricky corner, that one. Not easy to see the apex on your way in, especially in the wet. The gap between Hizzy and Sapra is some 24 seconds. Callum Noble is next, about 25 seconds further back. He's got ahead of Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. Charlie Hand emerges from the pits. Waiting for the leaders to come round so we can see what the gaps are. I imagine they're going to be fairly spread out in this one. There's Axel van Nederveen. He's giving chase to Josh Tomlinson. That's for what is currently 7th overall. I think Will Stacey is still your leader, showing us some 20 seconds ahead of Owen Hizzy. Yes, Will Stacey has kept his lead. 14 minutes of the race to go. It's looking good for the Lotus. Of course, he'll have a few extra seconds added onto his pit stop for race 2 if he wins this. Top 3 in each class get success penalties of a few seconds. The lead is 21.1 seconds. Stacey over Owen Hizzy, who's taken over the Ginetta from Mark Lee. Now can Hizzy chase him down? Should be Jasvir Sapra in the BMW in 3rd place. We'll wait for the timing screen to update itself so we can see how far the gap is. Yeah, another 25 seconds or so behind is Jasvir Sapra in 3rd in the BMW. So the leaders are fairly well spread out. Should be Callum Noble in 4th place, the BMW. Here's a pair of Clios battling it out. So that's Ashmole. No, number 4 is the other Lotus 1 Clio, I apologise, of Scott Simons, getting ahead of the 89 of Joe Harrison. I think they're a lap apart, those two. So Callum Noble is 4th. Only 3 3/3 seconds behind him is Axel van Nederveen, so there could be a fight going on for 5th very shortly. Especially as van Nederveen's last lap was nearly 3 seconds quicker than Noble. I think Charlie Hand in the Clio at the moment showing in 6th place. Oh, problems there for the 22. That's Simon Green in the Ginetta, shared with Dan Morris. Jazz Sapra just avoided him there. Yeah, the 22 has got going again. We can now head back down to the pits with Ewan Dunlop. He's found one of our Clio crews, the Westbourne Motorsport squad, and he's talking to James Black.
Here with James Black. James, just handed over to Jack. How is the conditions on the car?
Horrendous. I've never driven on a track with such little grip. I say everyone uses the old plain story about the jet fuel, but I'm convinced now. Yeah, say literally the first sector is ice. But say we had a good first stint. Say unfortunately about the first corner there was sort of cars going everywhere. But say we managed to get back on. I think we were running 3rd in class before the pit stops, and we're 3rd now, hunting down the Dragon Sport car. So
and, in the Clio class, everything's to play for.
It is, and I say obviously Cup cars built by Renault themselves, so they're all even. Yeah, it's tough racing, and I say it's been hard to learn this year compared to the Gen 3 which I drove last year, but I've enjoyed it, and say we're here at quite a miserable Donington Park, but having fun nonetheless.
Still smiling though.
Exactly, yeah. Say I'm staying cool, so wear on, and yeah, say having fun again. Who doesn't love slippery conditions?
Any words of advice?
To Ish, our engineer, just giving him all the feedback I could, and say just as he homped out, I gave him a bit of info, but I'm sure he'll find his feet more than well.
Lots of points up for grabs in 2 races today, yeah?
Yeah, it is. Again, I think the championship's a bit far out of reach, but I say only overall, I think we're 8th, so all to play for overall, and just mainly securing our 2nd place in the Clear Championship.
Appreciate your time, best of luck.
That's right, thank you. See you later.
Okay, that's the Clios. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, thank you, Ewan. The car of Black and Meakin currently third in class, running 10th overall, just behind Rhys Lloyd and Matthew Dawson's car. Dawson now on board. So the order after the stops, with things settling down, Will Stacey in the Lotus Elise leads, going through to complete his 19th lap, well clear of Owen Hizzy in second in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Jasper Sapra in the orange BMW is in third place. Callum Noble's BMW is fourth, completing the top five. Axel van Nederveen with his Ginetta. Charlie Hand is the leading Clio up there in sixth overall, so taking the late pit stop has worked for him again. Seventh place is the McMahon and Plant Alfa Romeo, having its best showing so far. They lead class 3. That is listed as an invitation runner, so they may not score points. Eighth place is the Mazda RX-8 with Josh Tomlinson aboard. Then it's the Lloyd and Dawson Clio. And Ian Astley has now brought the Ginetta G55 number 24 up into the top 10. Has just got ahead of Jack Meakin in the Clio. Behind them, the number 35 Golf with Rhys Hurd on board. 13th is Richard Ashmole's Clio. Scott Simons, his teammate, 14th, and then the grey and yellow Golf we see there with George Wright on board, rounding up the top 5, just top 15 rather, just behind Jasper Sapra. The lead gap is 15.7 seconds, and Owen Hizzy is on the chase. He's just done a 1:52.936, fastest lap of the race. That was 3 seconds quicker than Will Stacey on that last lap. Owen Hizzy is on a charge, and the lead gap is down to just under 16 seconds. Back to the pits with Ewan Dunlop. He's down there with Ginetta Racer. Just before we hand to him, there's a couple of cars come back into the pits. Axel van Nederveen is one. There he is. It looks like he may have a problem. The 19 car is in, and the 71 car. And whether that's problems or whether they've got penalties, yeah, it looks like Callum Noble's got a stop-go penalty, so he may have spent too little time in the pits. Maybe a short pit stop. 71 doing what looks like a drive-through as well, so they may have penalties there. But it looks like Axel van Nederveen has a problem. Those cars being held by the marshal at the end of the pit lane. Now they're being released. So pit penalties potentially there. Oh, look out, Ian Astley. We can now hand down to Ewan Dunlop in the pit lane. Now that has occurred, and he is talking to Ginetta racer Oliver Cotton.
Cheers, Dave. I'm here with Oliver Cotton's dad. You were meant to be racing with him today. What happened?
Unfortunately, I've got a back injury, so getting in the Ginetta is, for my size, is a bit uncomfortable. So I've let Oliver do all the driving this weekend.
Now, I can see you keeping a very close eye on him. How's he doing?
He's second in class at the moment, so out of 16-year-old, that's not bad for a small car. I think he's 17th overall. Just keep our fingers crossed and hopefully he can bring it in the top 3 again.
Like you said, 16 years old, it is phenomenal. What's it like watching him out there in one of your very expensive vehicles?
Very nervous, that's all I can say, and it's wet, so this is the first time in the car he's driven in the wet, you see. Previously he's had all dry conditions, so he's doing very well. We're very proud of him.
He's a very experienced driver though, isn't he, at such a young age?
Yes, he started when he was 14 in 2020 with Junior Saloon Saxo, so he's on his third year, and we're progressing even more for next year. Just watch out what we're going to do for next year. There's some breaking news coming soon.
I'll let you go and watch him. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's get back to the action with Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, nice to hear from Edward Cottam down there. Supposed to have been racing with Oliver today, but unable to do so. So Oliver driving solo in the Ginetta. Have a look where he is in the classification at the moment. Yes, he is 17th, second in class 2. Will Stacey has still got the lead. He's responded to Owen Hizzy's pace. He's just at a 1:52.413, the race leader. 21 laps completed. The gap was down to just under 16 seconds. Let's see what Owen Hizzy can do on this lap. He was lapping quicker. No, his last lap was a 1:54, so the gap has increased by around a second. It's the Lotus Elise that leads the way. Still Sapra third. Charlie Hand's up to fourth in the Clio, because a couple of cars getting drive-through penalties there. We saw Callum Noble in the pits. Also the 71 car for Team Brits, driven by Tyrone Matherin, had a drive-through penalty as well. No, it said drive-through penalty first and then stop-go penalty. So coming up on the timing screen there. We also saw Axel van Nederveen pull in, but he pulled into his garage, outside his garage, the Dayton Motorsports team, so that might well have been a problem with the Ginetta. He's dropped to 14th as a result of that. But Stacey from Hizzy, Sapra, Han now 4th. This car is in 5th. Barry McMahon in the Alfa Romeo. This car running superbly today. 6th is Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. And now Ian Astley's Ginetta up to 7th. Noble is down to 8th as a result of that penalty. Reece Lloyd and Matthew Dawson 9th, and Black and Meekins Clio rounds out the top 10. There's the Mazda. Josh Tomlinson trying to close in on Barry McMahon. It's Will Stacey coming up to lap them. He's looking good for victory. There's less than 5 minutes of this race to go. It's gone by quickly, this first of 2 races today for the Britcar Trophy. How are our championship contenders doing? Well, unfortunately, it's not been a great race for Team Brit, but they've recovered in the BMW. They're 3rd in Class 2, 18th overall. The Clio's going well. Charlie Hann could be in with a chance of snatching the title. He's leading the Clio class, 4th overall. And the number 77 Golf is the other contender. That's only 5th in Class 3. Car 271 with a stop-go penalty. That's Brandon Hafner's Ginetta, presumably for a pit stop offence. Jack Meekins just got past Matthew Dawson, the Clios. It's for 2nd in the Clio class. Charlie Hand again performing heroics. The reigning junior saloon car champion Oliver Cottam out there, one of his old rivals. Well, you can't really say old rivals when he's only 16, can you? We've lost one car by the look of it, the Simon Green and Dan Morris Ginetta. We saw it have a spin earlier on. That car's disappeared somewhere. Oh, and a Golf in the gravel. Is that the 77? I think that might be the 77 Jones Taylor car has just had an off. That's one of our championship contenders. Well, at the moment, it's all playing into the hands, no pun intended, of Charlie Hand. There's another race to go, of course. Get confirmation after race 2 as to who has provisionally taken the title. It's looking good for Charlie Hand here. There are dropped scores, of course, and everything else to be taken into play. Who's leading the G40 class? It's Brandon Hafner, but he's got a penalty now, so it could be Peter Dillnot who takes the lead. There is Brandon Hafner. He's in the lead of the Ginetta G40 Cup, with the demise of Simon Green and Dan Morris's car in the Raceway Motorsport car, but we'll wait and see what happens after he gets that penalty, presumably for a short pit stop. To be in the pits for the minimum 2 minutes. If you are short of that, you will be penalised. Loving the green headlights on the 271 machine. It's got Oliver Cottam behind him, very patriotically liveried car, the Union flag colours. There's only just over 2 minutes to go now. 18 seconds in it for the lead. Will Stacey is heading for victory in the Lotus Elise. Owen Hizzy in 2nd place in the Ginetta. Stacey entered as an invitation class car. Looks like the maximum points will go to Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy. So originally they're going to take the Class 1 title. Sapper and Bransom still 3rd. Charlie Hand, I think he's already sewn up the Clio Championship. He's going for overall glory as well. Class 2, that's being led by the Wrights in their Golf in 15th place. Now, Team Brits, I think have got their BMW ahead of Oliver Cottam. Yes, they have. Overend and Whitney are now 2nd in Class 2. And that's significant because if the leading Class 2 car does indeed not score points, the maximum score will go to Team Brits. There they are. So Team Brits still in contention to keep their championship lead. What about Class 3? That mainly consists of invitation cars. It's the Alfa Romeo leading it. It's the Chandler Motorsport Golf number 35 of Hurd and Yardley Rose, which will be the top scorer. So the only championship contender in problems at the moment really is the number 77 Golf, because they're only 5th in class. This could write them out of taking the championship. Less than a minute left on the clock though. Into his last lap goes Will Stacey. The Lotus is heading for victory. Owen Hizzy could be on for the fastest lap here. Purple sectors in sectors 1 and 2 on the timing screen. Will Stacey's got the fastest lap of 152.413. Yes, new fastest lap for Owen Hizzy, 151.759. He's close to 16.8 seconds. He's not going to catch the Lotus because we're on the last lap now, lapping Oliver Cotton. Will Stacey is going to bring Rob Boston's Lotus Elise home for victory. We've seen Rob himself in that car here at Donington several years ago in the Elise Trophy. Through the right-hander at McLean's for the last time. Out of Coppice into the exhibition straight. Just the Fogarty S's, the Melbourne Loop and Goddard's to go. Will Stacey will take his first Britcar Trophy victory. As for Sapra, nearly a minute down in third place, more than a minute off the leader. Looks as though Charlie Hand and the number 70 BMW of Team Brit will score the maximum points in their classes. As we said, Class 2 is being led by an invitation car. Maximum points in Class 1 will go to Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy because Will Stacey an invitation runner, but he won't mind because he's coming in to take the win. Lapping one of the Ginettas round the final corner at Goddard's. You'll see the checkered flag as he comes out of the corner along the Wheatcroft Straight. Will Stacey in the Rob Boston Racing Elise takes the win, a second win of the weekend for Rob Boston Racing. Charlie Hand comes across the line, a lap down in fourth place, wins the class, keeps his championship hopes alive. Good fifth for the Mazda there. And there's our second place man, Owen Hizzy. He will take Class 1. Just lapping the Alfa Romeo there over the line. A great drive by Barry McMahon and Paul Plant for 6th overall. They win Class 3. There's Callum Noble coming in. He's 8th behind Wallace and Astley. Good run through by Ian Astley to take 7th. It'll be Sapra and Bransom's BMW in third place. Pair of Clios to complete the top 10. Jack Meakin brings the number 69 car home in 9th place. Lloyd and Dawson, the Welsh team, will complete the top 10. Here is Jasvir Sapra in the car started by Brian Bransom. Usually what happens is the drivers that went second in this race will go first in race 2. Around the final corner comes the Simon Green Racing BMW. Takes the final spot on the podium. So a few battles down the order. There's the number 46 Golf fighting it out with Scott Simons among others in his Renault Clio. The 7 Anthony Rogers in there as well in the black Golf, and just ahead of them is the Team Brits BMW. That's going to take second in Class 2 and get the maximum points, or have they got ahead there of the Golf? Yes, they have. So the BMW is going to win the class. That is for position. Team Brits with a strong recovery in the closing stages, having started from the pit lane, will come in to take the class victory. Good recovery by Overend and Whitley. 15th overall, they win Class 2 and they keep their lead in the championship just ahead of Charlie Hann. I would say it's going to be one of those two that takes the title. We'll find out after race 2. They're all in now. The last car across the line, Andrew Hudson's Ginetta. Just one non-finisher there. The Green and Morris Ginetta dropped out a few laps from home. But again, everybody racing sensibly, racing with their heads, driving to the conditions, and no safety car periods. Bringing the provisional result then. Will Stacey, the winner in the Lotus Elise, completing 25 laps in the 50 minutes. Second place to Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy. Provisionally they'll take the maximum score in Class 1. They get the fastest lap as well. Sapra and Bransom, the only other car on the lead lap. Charlie Hand, a brilliant 4th overall. That keeps his championship hopes alive, winning the Clio class. Then McGregor and Tomlinson in the Mazda. McMahon and Plant in 6th place win Class 3. And Wallace and Astley's Ginetta. Callum Noble's BMW despite a drive-through penalty. Black and Meakin's Clio, Lloyd and Dawson's Clio complete the top 10. Hurd and Yardley Rose in the Golf, second in Class 3. They take maximum points for that class. 12th goes to Richard Ashmole's Clio. Axel van Nederveen had to make an extra pit stop, but he does make it home in 13th, ahead of Scott Simons. Overend and Whitley, winners of Class 2 for Team Brits, and they keep their title lead. Behind them was Anthony Rogers in the Golf, the Wrights in their Golf, second in Class 2. And behind them was Oliver Cotham's Ginetta, third in Class 2. Then Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic, the Harrisons in their Clio, Jones and Ellick in the 777 Golf. Paul Goodlad, who spun on lap 1 in the Scirocco, takes 22nd. The Cooks in their Honda Civic 23rd. Brandon Hafner's Ginetta, despite that late drive-through penalty. In fact, I think he took that as he took the checkered flag. He took the flag in the pit lane. The 271 car, provisionally he's the winner of the G40 Cup class. Jones and Taylor, the number 77 Golf, that could spell the end of their title hopes, down in 5th in class in 25th overall. Then we've got Julian Daniel, number 91 with his Ginetta. Peter Dilnut, second in the G40 Cup. Fullick and Matherin, despite ending up in the gravel on lap 1, got going again to finish 28th in the BMW 1 Series. 27 of Andrew Hudson's Ginetta, the Whitney and Sussex Ginetta next. There has just been a penalty applied in lieu of the drive-through, to Brandon Hafner. He's lost a couple of places overall, but he does still get the class win in the G40 Cup. So Whitney and Sussex 30th. The final finisher was Alex Turnbull's Ginetta, and we lost Green and Morris. Okay, pause for breath at the end of our first Britcar Trophy race of the day. Next out on track, we have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons. For now we can hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Ferme.
Cheers, Dave. Down here in Parc Ferme, and our Class 1 class here, the top trio at the top of the tree after that one. Let's jump straight in with Will Stacey. Will, congrats, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, I think you look wetter than the actual track.
Yeah, I'm boiling hot. I think the car, Rob said the other day, the car got to 36 degrees, and I think at Snetterton it got to 48 early in the year. So it gets quite hot in there.
Now, invitational, but a class win.
Yeah, that's all we needed. All we're going for, really. We were worried about the wet because we didn't think it would suit us so much with this car compared to the dry, but we managed to sort of get the lead and just keep it. We had enough pace to hold the lead and hold the gap.
I mean, I think it did suit you, actually.
Yeah, it did in the end. I wasn't sure if it would suit the car or not, but
and,
yeah.
Once you got out in front, there was no catching you.
No, especially once we'd got the gap. We just had to make sure I didn't mess up the pit stop. Sort of watching the speedo to make sure, because we haven't got a pit limiter, so we're just trying to keep it careful and everything. Yeah.
And, more of the same later?
Yeah, hopefully. I don't know, do we start there? Or is it...
As an invitational, yeah, I'll have to ask my friend Dave.
I don't know, I'll maybe chuck to the 7th again. Just have to try and do it again.
But best luck when you do get there.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy, well done. Going to speak to Jazz Sapra, who finished in 3rd place. Currently tied 2nd in the Class 1 category. Jazz, I'll give you a hug as well, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was all good, mate. A bit sketchy out there.
Are you happy with that?
I think we could have got P2, I think. But obviously the Ginetta got away, so just brought the car back home, really, tell you the truth.
I think Brian said gave you some advice just to sort of keep it on the black stuff, of course.
Yeah, I had a couple of moments, but then I just kept it going, and it was on the radio telling me, look, you're P3. I wasn't going to catch a Ginetta.
But it's drying up now. Is it? How are conditions? Did it get better throughout those 50 minutes?
It's starting to get a bit wobbly now on the tyres, but it is not dry, but in patches it's dry. But it's all good.
Tied 2nd in the championship in the class. So what you need to do there today was just sort of keep those points coming, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. We ain't going to win it, I don't think. So just stay 2nd then.
All right, mate. Well done. Good race.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, but have a good break. We're going to try and jump in here with Owen Hizzy, who was in the car, 74 with Mark Lee. Mark put him in a great position. Owen actually got a fastest lap, I believe, there. Owen, great racing, mate.
Yeah, it was good. Mark did a fantastic job at the start of the race. Started to lead, and then we knew that the Lotus would get faster and faster and faster because of course it's not in our class. So, and then I got in, just try to learn the track as quickly as possible, and then just build from there and just focus on ourselves. And I think we've done the job.
I mean, you talk about learning the track. You got quicker and quicker. You got fastest lap near the end there too.
Yeah, so that was a great bonus. I was just getting used to it because I came out and straight into traffic and it was all over the place, so I haven't actually got into a rhythm. When I got into the rhythm, it just gelled.
And there wasn't much doubt, but he just wrapped up the class win as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Wrap up the class win, and I've heard that we might have done the championship, so we'll take that.
Mate, one more race to come. Look forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. Hope it will be great.
Well done, mate. That is our first of 2 Britcar races. We are once again going classic touring car racing. Dave is going to talk you through the action.
Okay, getting ready for our next race then, which will be Classic Touring Car Racing Club action, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, combined with the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Series. Now we're waiting to see who's going to come out to see who's going to decide the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship. Points leader Jason Davies with his Sierra Cosworth had problems in qualifying and failed to race yesterday. So we'll wait to see if he comes out and starts from the back in this race, which is decided by the finishing order from yesterday's race. If he doesn't, and AJ Owen wins his class, he will win the Classic Thunder Saloon title. It's tight in the Blue Oval Saloons as well. Malcolm Harding and James Dunkley looking for class wins. If they both win their classes, I think the title will go to Malcolm Harding. Have a look on the points chart in a second. But we'll give you the grid first of all. Pole position, the winner of yesterday's race, the big Holden Monaro. That's going to be a handful in the wet today for Andrew Wilson. Alongside him, a great performance yesterday by Simon Light in his 5-litre Ford Capri. Second row, 191, Kirk Armitage in a BMW M3, and Sam Wilson in the big Aston Martin V8 Vantage on row 2. Row 3, Neil Philpotts in his Mitsubishi Starion. It was a great day for the historic class cars yesterday, wasn't it? And Malcolm Harding, the first of the Blue Oval Saloons. Row 4, 31, Ashley Shelswell in his Mustang engine Sierra. Yes, really. And number 96, Ian Craig's BMW CSL. Row 5, Abby Eaton, yes, the W Series racer in Father Paul's Holden Commodore, alongside AJ Owen. If he wins the class here, then he will take the Classic Thunder Saloon title. Row 6, we've got Mike Manning, number 35, the Welshman in his Sierra Cosworth, and Nick Vaughan in his turbocharged Audi A3. Row 7, number 4, James Everard in his beautiful BMW E30 M3 alongside the E36 M3 of Tommy Grouts. Row 8, Martin Reynolds, a contender for honours possibly in the Blue Oval Saloons. Number 27 in his Mark II Escort alongside number 90 Ian Bowers BMW. Row 9, 45 Clint Chalmers BMW, and number 62 Tom Abbott in a Sierra Cosworth. The 10th row is number 22 James Dunkley, looking for a class win in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, alongside Will Hunt in his Fiesta ST, number 70. Craig Owen, father of AJ, in his Sierra Cosworth, number 9, and 75 Michael Rudge in a Fiesta, and 151 Vic Hope in his Honda Civic, and 69 Paul Hand in his Audi TT. Then we've got the cars that didn't finish the race yesterday. 224 Simon Collier should be there in his Vauxhall Tigra, alongside 53 Neil Hargraves Escort. 711 Howard Spooner's gorgeous BMW Alpina 635, making its debut this weekend alongside David Jefferson's BMW E36 number 128. Number 2 Sam Daffin will be in a Ford Fiesta. I don't think we'll see Rob Salisbury sadly in the Super Touring Honda Accord. That got rather smashed up in a start line shunt yesterday with Chris Brown in the Fiesta number 12, the 2-litre Fiesta XR2. Hopefully he'll be there. Jason Davies we hope is there, the title contender in his Ford Sierra. Dave Griffin, the Diet Coke BMW, he had problems in qualifying yesterday. We didn't see him race. Likewise, it should be Adam Brown alongside him in his Escorts, the ex-Fiesta racer. And at the back, number 47, well, it'll be one of the Harveys. Whether it's Age Harvey or Tom Harvey, we're not sure. It was Age Harvey in Blue Oval Saloons yesterday. I think he'll be out again in their Escort here, the family half-speed Escort. We'll wait and see how many of those cars come out then for this second race. This will be a 15-minute race. Rolling start. The car was just coming out for the assembly area. We saw the number 22 Ginetta being recovered there as well. But most of our leading runners on the grid. There's Malcolm Harding. Now let's have a look. They both won their classes yesterday, so by my reckoning he's 5 points behind James Dunkley at the moment. So if they both win their classes, the title goes to Dunkley. Martin Reynolds not far away either. He didn't have as good a result yesterday, though. Chris Brown is written out of it now. He failed to finish yesterday. Well, failed to take the restart after his tangle. There's Dunkley, the red Fiesta. In the Classic Thunder Saloons, meanwhile, Jason Davies was leading. failed to start yesterday. Is he there? We need to look towards the back of the grid. I can see AJ Owen's Honda Civic, the red car. Andy Wilson's massive Holden on pole. We'll wait to see if Jason Davies' bewinged Sapphire Cosworth is there at the back of the field. There's Paul Hand I can see going to the old hairpin, Simon Collier. No, I don't think Jason Davies is there. So it's in AJ Owen's hands then. He's a former Pre-03 touring car champion. Can he win the Classic Thunder type? There he is, the red Honda, just behind Abby Eaton. There's Mike Manning, the beautiful Texaco Sierra. James Everard sideways already in the BMW. We haven't gone racing yet, James. Tom Abbott likewise, ex-Ford Capri racer. There's Simon Collier, the blue Tigra. Neil Hargraves Escort, or Howard Spooner's back out. How beautiful does that 635 look? Debut for that car this weekend, the ex-Clubman's racer, among other things. We're missing a few cars from the back. Dave Griffin's not there, we knew about that. Likewise, Adam Brown. Chris Brown's Fiesta after its damage yesterday. No Rob Salisbury either. And most significantly, Jason Davies is not there. We saw his car go up in smoke in qualifying yesterday. Sadly, has it gone up in smoke along with his championship hopes? The Harvey Escort is not there, so Age Harvey not coming out. I think they're saving that for the Pre-83 touring cars. No David Jefferson with his BMW. That broke down yesterday as well. But it's Andy Wilson on pole, Simon Light in his modified Capri alongside him, then Kirk Armitage, Sam Wilson, Neil Philpotts, Malcolm Harding and James Dunkley. Ready for a showdown. Oh, somebody stopped. It's Abby Eaton. The Holden has stopped on the hairpin. And if she can't get that moved, we may have a delay to the start. Let's see what's going to happen here. The lights are still on the safety car. Are they going to do another lap? See what happens as they come out of Goddard towards Redgate. Yes, the safety car staying out. So they're going to do another lap for the rolling start because Abby Eaton has stopped at the hairpin. So James Dunkley has 3 rivals in his class, so if he wins the class, they will get full points. Now, Malcolm Harding is in Class S. They've got a full entry as well, so they will get the full complement of points. If you've got less than 3 entries in your class, points are reduced. Just doing the maths here in the commentary box as best I can. What about AJ Owen? Yes, there's a full entry in Class C of the Classic Thunders as well. So we'll see him try to overhaul Jason Davies. See if he can win championships in 2 disciplines of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the Honda Civic. It is a slightly reduced grid from yesterday. Of course, we had an accident off the start line involving Rob Salisbury in the Super Touring Honda, the ex-Paula Cook car, and Chris Brown's Fiesta. Start to form up then 2 by 2. These cars will be getting fairly warm out there. Ashley Shellswell Sierra, Ian Craig, Mike Manning. James Everard's E30 looking fantastic. Had a win at Snetterton in the Pre-93 touring cars. There's Nick Vaughan, the black Audi. Martin Reynolds in the number 27. I don't think Tommy Grout's there. I couldn't see his BMW there. Not sure if Ian Bauer was there either. We're missing quite a lot of cars from the second half of the grid. But we have a 15-minute race then upcoming. We'll have to be looking at the classes all the way down the field here. In the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, BOSS for short, for everything Ford. There's the Mitsubishi Starion, and I can see a red flag. Yep, we've got red flags because Abby Eaton's car is still on the track there. Now the telehandler appears. Pace car's going to have to either take the field past it there and do yet another lap, or I thought he was going to bring them to a stop for a moment. Will they stop on the grid? We shall wait and see what's going to happen here. Abby Eaton's car is towed away. Lights are still on the safety car. The marshals bringing the cars into line on the grid once again. So a delay to the start while Abby Eaton's Holden is cleared away. So it's Andy Wilson from Yorkshire on pole position, the big 7-litre Holden Monaro. He's already secured the title in Class A of the Classic Thunder Saloons. Class B, I think the class title will go to Jason Davies. I don't think his nearest rivals Nick Vaughan and Ian Craig can overhaul him here. So with Jason Davies out for the weekend after qualifying, we won't see him, we may not see him take the overall title. Depends what AJ Owen does here, whether he can win his class and overhaul him. AJ Owen has already secured the Class C title. Nearest rival Ryan Steele not here. And I don't think Ian Bauer's on this grid either. In the historic classes, well, Class H1, we've got a few entries here this weekend, so that could change. Simon Light, if he wins the class again here, could do enough to get up there with Paul Eaton, father of Abby, who raced the Holden Commodore earlier this year. We've got the only entry we've seen in Class H2 all season here, that's Neil Philpotts, so as long as he picked up points this weekend, which he has, he'll take the class title by default. Class H3, that's showing us Michael Rudge being the only entry. I don't think he'll overhaul Colin Voice's Escort from earlier in the season, though, so he'll take Class H3 title. Class S is going to go to Simon Collier in the Tigra. Now, in the Blue Oval Saloons, Class A, there's only been one entry all season, Alan Breck in his 5-litre Capri. So he'll take the Class A title. Class B will go to Tom Abbott in the Sierra Cosworth, the Martini liveried Sapphire Cosworth. Class C, well, that's been taken out by Sam Daffin, despite him failing to finish yesterday in his Fiesta. It's in Class D and S where we're interested this weekend. Malcolm Harding leading Class S, 7 points ahead of Martin Reynolds. While in Class D, James Dunkley came into the weekend with 120 points. Chris Brown on 94. Dunkley won the class yesterday and Brown failed to finish, so James Dunkley's taken the class title. Harding won his class yesterday as well. He was the outright Blue Oval Saloon winner. So by my reckoning, James Dunkley is still ahead by 5 points. If they both win their classes again here, Dunkley will take the Blue Oval Saloon title. That's only by my own calculations. I know my maths isn't quite what it used to be. So just a pause in proceeding here while Abby Eaton's car was removed at the Melbourne hairpin. And we will try again. Right, this time the race has effectively started. The countdown clock has started running. So this is the start of the race. We're going to do the opening lap behind the safety cars to save a bit of time. So Andy Wilson becomes the leader of the race ahead of Light, Armitage and the big Aston Martin of Sam Wilson, the Ricky Can-owned car, but Sam doing both races this weekend. There's Martin Reynolds, the yellow and blue Escort, one of his fleet of classic Fords. He's got an Anglia as well, a couple of Anglias, one special saloon, one more standard, pre-66 touring cars we've seen him in. He's got a Mach 1 Mustang as well he's recently got running again, a Ford Taunus and more besides. His base over in Norfolk. Andy Wilson we've seen race in special saloons as well. I saw him out, I think it was Andy who was driving the DAF V8 at Thruxton a couple of years ago. Yes, there is such a thing, a DAF 66 with a V8 engine in it. The crazy world of 70s special saloons. Simon Light in the Capri. 5-litre V8 in that car. Kirk Armitage, based up in Boroughbridge in Yorkshire. Well, he races up at Croft with the BMW. Does like his visits to Donington though. Sam Wilson in the big Aston Martin V8 Vantage, class rival of Simon Light. Then we've got Neil Philpotts, the only Mitsubishi Starion currently racing in the UK. Malcolm Harding's Zack Speed Escort. He leads the Blue Oval Saloon cars ahead of Ashley Shelswell, who had a strong run to second in the Ford Sierra with the Mustang engine. Alongside him, Ian Craig with his BMW CSL. We'll see his son Ross in the Pre-03 touring cars with his Honda later on. Mike Manning in the Eggenberger Texaco replica Sierra. Veteran of over 40 years of racing, the Welshman, in all manner of disciplines. He's done motocross, rallycross, Eurocar, you name it, and he's raced it. Look out for James Everard in the DTM replica BMW E30 as well. The lights are off, we're ready for a start this time. It'll be about 11 minutes of racing time when the pace car pulls in. There's Everard's BMW. Martin Reynolds, Tom Abbott's, Clint LeChalmers in the Schnitzer lookalike BMW. Paul Hand in the Audi TT had a few problems in yesterday's race, had to make a pit stop. Even a bit of sun coming through here at Donington. Wouldn't have believed that with the conditions we had earlier. Still slippery though for the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. The pack about to be unleashed for 11.5 minutes of racing. Here we go. The Thunder is unleashed down towards Redgate, and it's as predicted. It is Andy Wilson who gets ahead in the big Holden Monaro. Simon Light slots into second in the Capri. Kirk Armitage in the BMW in third place. A bit of a heat haze rising off the wet tarmac now as Simon Light goes for the lead and he goes through. In the Capri, 12 litres combined in the under the bonnets of those two cars. The Capri leads the Holden, a bit like an Aussie touring car battle, isn't it? Ford against Holden. Down towards the right-hander at the old hairpin. The Capri of Simon Light goes through into the lead. Then Mike Manning making up a couple of places in the Sierra RS 500. It's the Capri who leads though with a 5-litre V8 under the bonnet, a 7-litre V8 of the Holden in second. AJ Owens on the move. That front-wheel drive Honda will be strong in these wet conditions. It's Kirk Armitage in the BMW third. Malcolm Harding round the outside. Look at that of the big Aston Martin. Well, there isn't much room to get round the outside of that car given its size. But Malcolm Harding up into fourth position. He's got to win his class and hope that Sir James Dunkley suffers a poor result further back Wilson is 5th in the Big Aston. Along the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's, a lock up there from Andy Wilson. Kirk Armitage could challenge for 2nd place. Mike Manning is flying through the order in the Sierra. He's up into 6th position now in the Steve Soper lookalike. Simon Light in the Capri. Great to have him back out this weekend. And he's leading, I think, for possibly the first time ever in the Classic Thunder Saloons. Kirk Armitage in the BMW going for 2nd. It's Harding, Wilson, Mike Manning. He's the 2nd Blue Oval car. Then Ian Craig, Neil Philpotts twitching about in the Mitsubishi. Then it's AJ Owen. He'll be leading Class C, I think, of the Classic Thunder Saloons, exactly where he needs to be. If he wins the class, he wins the championship. Over the line they go. Lights pulling away in the Capris, over 1.5 seconds clear at the end of that lap. Just under 10 minutes of racing to go. Still wet at Redgate. AJ Owen, yes, he's leading his class. And Andy Wilson, is Andy Wilson slowing there? Yes, he is. The Holden's in trouble. Mike Manning gets past Sam Wilson meanwhile, but yes, Wilson's pulling over. What a shame, the huge Holden is out. He's had a fair few teething problems with that machine this season, and he pulls over at the Craner curves. So Andy Wilson breaks down, and the big Holden Monaro out of the race. Meanwhile, back at the Melbourne Loop, Mike Rudge goes off. Fiesta into the gravel. Saw there was a yellow flag in Sector 3, that's the reason why. And he is beached in the gravel trap, so there'll be yellow flags, no passing at the Melbourne hairpin. Mike Rudge, who had a decent run yesterday, is out of the race. Neil Philpotts under fire from Nick Vaughan. Vaughan the Prawn, as he's known, in the Audi A3. Up the inside into Coppice. The Audi will go through. They're battling for, I think it's 8th place overall, as Simon Light continues to dominate in his Capri. Into the chicane. Kirk Armitage now 2nd with the demise of Andy Wilson. Malcolm Harding and Mike Manning battling for 3rd. The 2 Blue Oval racers up there. There'll be yellow flags out, I think, at the hairpin with that stranded Ford Fiesta, unless the marshals have managed to get him moved. Mike Manning up the inside, so maybe there's not yellow flags there. I can't see any. Maybe the yellow has been withdrawn. There's Ian Craig in 6th place. There's AJ Owen. He's up to 7th. More importantly, leading his class in the Honda. Nick Vaughan side by side with Philpotts. There is a yellow flag waving there, so because we've got marshals recovering the Fiesta. The yellow flag was on the inside. So was that overtake legit by Mike Manning? That looked like it was under yellow flags to me. There goes Kirk Armitage. There's a yellow flag at the Craner curves. Where's Simon Light gone? Light hasn't come through. Where's our leader gone? Because it's Kirk Armitage who leads over the line. We were looking back at the old hairpin. I thought he hadn't transponded at first, but no, we seem to have lost Simon Light. So it's Kirk Armitage who now leads from Mike Manning, Malcolm Harding, Sam Wilson and Ian Craig. Let's have a look again and see if we can see, did he pull into the pits this time through? No, there goes the Capri. Oh, he's gone off at the exit of Goddard. He's just gone straight on and wallop into the tyre wall. Well, we were watching the drama down at the Melbourne hairpin, and the leader has gone straight on at Goddard. Goodness me, what a shame for Simon Light. He was on for what I think was his first ever victory in the Classic Thunder Saloon, so it's now the Yorkshireman Kirk Armitage in the BMW who has got the lead. Goodness me. Proof you can't predict anything in Classic Thunder Saloons. Windmill Garage BMW of Kirk Armitage leads. It's now Mike Manning in 2nd place. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Ian Craig's BMW in 5th place, 1:57.292. 6 minutes of the race to go. Paul Hand has pulled the Audi TT into the pits. Now, Manning and Harding are in the same class in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, Class S. Malcolm Harding is only 2nd in class. James Dunkley, meanwhile, is leading Class D. Malcolm Harding needs to get back into the lead of his class here. Otherwise, James Dunkley is going to be champion. Through the heat haze down the straight. Sam Wilson is next in the order, the Big Aston. Harding runs the escort wide, desperate to get back ahead of the Sierra of Steve Soper, aka Mike Manning. Puff of smoke there on the overrun. Craig is 5th. Nick Vaughan's got the Audi ahead of AJ Owen. He won't mind though, because Owen's still leading his class. As it stands at the moment, AJ Owen is going to be the Classic Thunder Saloon champion, by our calculations anyway. Kirk Armitage, new fastest lap, 1:56.233, leads by nearly 6 seconds. James Dunkley, 14th overall in the red Fiesta, still leads Class D. Where's his nearest rival? Paul Hand's just pulled into the pits. The Audi TT is out. There's Martin Reynolds, number 27. He's 4th in class, so that will put him out of any hope of winning the title, sadly. The reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. There's Paul Hand. That's confusing, because that car's shown as being in the pits. Must have just not come round on his outlap yet. There's Manning. Here comes Sam Wilson. And if anything, Malcolm Harding's chances of winning the Blue Oval Saloon Series title are starting to slip away. The car that rolled at Silverstone at the start of the season seems to be struggling for grip. The big Aston goes by. Maybe he's got the tyre choice wrong. Oh no, he's fighting back on the inside at Goddard's. Ian Craig's BMW behind them. It's Kirk Armitage away and gone in front. Leading by nearly 7 seconds now over Mike Manning. As long as Dunkley continues to lead his class and Malcolm Harding is only 2nd in his division, the title is going to James Dunkley in the Blue Oval Saloons. It certainly looks to me as though AJ Owen is going to be the Classic Thunder champion to add to his pre-03 titles. Is that smoke from Malcolm Harding's car? Or is it just a bit of spray as he got offline? Let's have a look as he comes through the old hairpin. And maybe just a bit of spray there at the Craner curves. There is a dry line now emerging, believe it or not. Look, you can see it there at Swamp's Curve. Finally, the weather improving. Maybe that's why Malcolm Harding was going offline. Looks like he's on a wet weather setup, and maybe his tyres are going off. 2.5 minutes of the race to go. Still Kirk Armitage out in front. This is the battle for 2nd. King further back in the order. Dunkley leading his class, so is AJ Owen, we know that. Neil Philpott's leading his class, Class H2. Neil Hargrave leading Class B of the Blue Oval Saloons. Simon Collier leading Class S of the Classic Thunders. Kirk Armitage looking good for victory. He's running in Class B of Classic Thunder. Championship there set to go to Jason Davies despite his absence from racing. His car, as we said, broke down in qualifying. Mike Manning still leads the Blue Oval Saloons, and yes, Malcolm Harding is dropping back. He's dropped behind Ian Craig now. There's Ashley Shelswell and Neil Philpott. Bit of understeer there for the Starion, struggling with the handling. They're fighting for 8th place, and ahead of them is AJ Owen. Manning's keeping a cool head in the Sierra. Reminiscent of the car Steve Soper battled with the great Andy Rouse in the late 80s, in the likes of the BTCC and the Tourist Trophy at Silverstone. There is AJ Owen. He's heading for the title in his almost Matt Neal replica Honda. Must feel for Jason Davies though. Car sadly letting him down. Ashley Shelswell, one of the leading Blue Oval runners, up behind him in the Sierra. Ian Craig's done another fastest lap. He's up to 4th now. I think we're on the last lap of the race now. Kirk Armitage is heading for victory. Here comes the BMW down towards the Fogarty S's for the last time. Took the lead when Simon Light went straight on at Goddard's into the tyre wall. Gutting for the Capri driver. think he is still going. He has rejoined, looking down the order. He's in 11th place. Thankfully not too much damage to the Capri. It's going to be a win for Kirk Armitage. He's clear of Mike Manning in second, who's being monstered by that big Aston Martin. Armitage through Goddard for the final time. Oh, Malcolm Harding spun. There goes the title. James Dunkley will be Blue Oval Saloon Series champion as Kirk Armitage takes the win. The Blue Oval Saloon's win goes to Mike Manning. Sam Wilson in third. A flash of flame from the Sierra as it comes over the line. Ian Craig is fourth. He gets fastest lap of the race. Malcolm Harding, he's gone again. His tyres have gone. The wet weather tyres not working out for Malcolm Harding. No grip left at all. Nick Vaughan comes through in the Audi to take 5th place. Now where is AJ Owen? Here he is. Flashes the lights as he comes across the line to win the Classic Thunder Championship. A dejected Malcolm Harding comes over the line in 9th place behind Neil Philpotts. And now we await the Fiesta of James Dunkley. There's Simon Light. He did get the Capri out of the tyre wall. He finishes 10th. A disappointed Simon Light who could have won that race. We await James Dunkley now to win his class and secure the Blue Oval Saloon Series title in the Fiesta. Here comes Neil Hargrave, power sliding out of Goddard to the final time across the line. Martin Reynolds trying to copy him. There's Howard Spooner. Next home, here is the Fiesta. Your Blue Oval Saloon Series champion is James Dunkley, the XMG racer, takes the title. All to be confirmed officially, of course. Tom Abbott nearly losing it out of the final corner there in the Sierra. Yeah, a few cars starting that race on wets, I think, and the track drying out for them. Paul Hand does get the Audi TT home, that's good to see. There is James Dunkley waving out of the window in celebration. Provisionally your Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. He's missed out narrowly for the last couple of years. And there is the Classic Thunder champion. What a day for AJ Owen. Multiple champion in the pre-03 touring cars in the past. He upgraded the spec of the Honda. With Jason Davies hitting mechanical misfortune in qualifying. A double class win provisionally seals AJ Owen the title. We'll confirm the results of that race in a moment then. Certainly an eventful one. Marshall's pushing Andy Wilson's big Holden back into life there on the on the right of your picture at the Craner curves. Certainly slip and slide here at Donington today. Win goes to Kirk Armitage by 7.5 seconds over Blue Oval Saloon winner Mike Manning. Sam Wilson in third wins his class in the Aston Martin. Then Ian Craig, fastest lap of 154.761 en route to fourth. Nick Vaughan in the Audi coming through for fifth. AJ Owen sixth, the class win and provisionally the title as well. Ashley Shelswell seventh. Neil Philpotts a class win in 8th place. Malcolm Harding a couple of spins on the final lap as his tyres went off. Finishes in 9th and 3rd in class. Simon Lights, the early leader, coming back for 10th. James Everard 11th, ahead of Neil Hargrave, taking a class win in 12th place. 13th for Martin Reynolds, 14th from the back of the grid for Howard Spooner. Congratulations, James Dunkley, Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, with 15th overall. Beyond that, 16th was Simon Collier, ahead of Will Hunt, Tom Abbott, Paul Hand, Clinton Sharmas and Vic Hope. Of course, we lost Andy Wilson and Abby and Michael Runch. Well, congratulations then, the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloons. Congratulations provisionally to their champions, James Dunkley and AJ Owen. Hopefully we can hear from them down in Park Ferme. What do we have next on the timetable today? It's the Mini Challenge Trophy class out for their second race of the day. While we wait to hand down to Ewan Dunlop, I'm very quickly going to grab a bite to eat. We'll bring in the grid for the Minis fairly shortly for their second race of the day.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Steve, for working out all that math. So many classes, so many winners. I think technically about 7 or 8 winners just in that one race alone once we get to end all the adding up all the points up. I'm going to speak to Sam Wilson here. Sam, let's have a quick chat. Monster of a car, monster of a race, mate.
Yeah, it's mega. It was, the wet suits the car in some places, but luckily I think with the beamer breathing down our neck, but luckily we were fast where they needed to overtake and just wide enough for them to not overtake, so it's good.
End of the season, it feels like a few of the cars were sort of falling apart at the end there, passing of the waves.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a great start to the season. We've only done, this is our first full weekend this year. So we've been unlucky, but hopefully now we're all up and running and we've got the winter to check over the cars, so is everyone else. So hopefully next year.
Come out firing next year, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. Why not?
Well done, great into the season.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
I'd love to have a quick chat with Malcolm Harding. We'll have to speak to our winner first of all, of course. Kirk, what a fantastic weekend.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Do you know something? Saturday morning, we were broken down at home. Okay? At 7:15, we left home to get here for qualifying at 10 o'clock. I can't believe we've achieved what we have done in such a sort. Well, because we were ready to stay at home at one part, but no, it just goes to show you're going to keep on going, aren't you? So, yeah, absolutely fantastic race.
How'd you celebrate this tonight?
Sleep, because I've got 4 young kids who refuse to go to sleep in the camper, so sleep.
What a way to celebrate, mate. Congratulations, great weekend.
That's grand, thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
I do want to speak to Malcolm really quickly, find out what happened just at the end there. Malcolm, we get you in really quickly. Saw you come off a few times. What happened at the end?
I think the gearbox is let go now, really. We had mega loads of missed gears, but was what it was. It is where it is.
It's such a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a good start. Dried up, probably wasn't on the best tire really in the end, but look, we was in the beginning, so it is what it is really, mate. Bit of a shame, but there you go.
Always great to watch, so thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Have a good break. We'll see you next year. What are you going to be driving? Same again?
Probably similar. Won't be the same, but similar.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, all good. No worries. Take care.
Cheers, buddy. I would love to speak to either AJ Owen. There he is. Let's have a quick chat if we can find him. Come for a walk with me. In fact, the minis are coming out. I'm so sorry. We're going to try and speak to him. We'll get it recorded for you, but the minis are coming out. Second of 3 races today. Breathless stuff, Dave. Back to you, mate.
Okay, thanks, Ewan. Getting ready for our next race for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy. Second of 3 races here today. Just an update on the result of race 1. Car 23, Lee Pearce, got a 20-second penalty on his race time. Dropped into 15th for a collision with Charlie Mann, who had to retire. The grid based on the result of that first race, and it is number 78 of Matt Hammond, who will take the pole position as race 1 winner, first win of the season, alongside number 95 Nelson King. Second row, 41 Joe Wiggin and the number 24 of Tom Ovenden. Third row, Nicky Taylor 17 and 486 of Jack Byrne. Alex Solly and Nathan Edwards on row 4. On the 5th row, Frankie Taylor and Alfie Glennie. Row 6, Luca Marinoni Osborne and Tyler Lidsey. Morgan Root and Mike Paul on row 7. Paul Manning and James Parker on row 8. Piers Henderson and Lee Pearce after his penalty back on row 9. Then the 10th row got Ollie Meadows alongside Brendan Fitzgerald. Row 11 is Clark Wells alongside John McGladrigan. Next on the grid, Mick Fitzgerald and Ben Jenkins. Jonathan Sargent and Alex Keynes next in the order. Andy Cobb and Sophie Wright, and the 2 cars that didn't finish race 1, Charlie Mann and Barry Holmes. Barry Holmes, of course, ended up in the gravel in race number 1. Charlie Mann retiring into the pits after that contact with Lee Pearce. He got that penalty further down the order. This will be another 15 minutes of racing, the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy. Nelson King having to settle for second. He hasn't had to do that too often this season. It's been a dominant season for the number 95. Barry Holmes is there. I can see his car at the back of the field, the number 88. Matt Hammond in pole position. Much drier conditions this time. Tom Ovenden looking for win number 3 of the season in car number 24. But the car's out on the grid then. With officials coming onto the grid, is there a problem there? Not too sure what's going on. Well, clearly some sort of last-minute hitch here. I'm not quite sure what this is all about. Well, heading back into the pit lane, I don't know what that was all about. And the cars now move off for their green flag lap. Quite sure what was going on there. Matt Hammond it is who leads them round. There is of course another round to go at Brands Hatch for these cars, so another 3 races to come for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. These identical 1600cc BMW Mini Coopers. Told it was the championship coordinators down on the grid there informing the drivers of something. Let me just have a look on the notice board, see if there's been any changes. Not to this race. The last race of the day will be a reduced distance to 10 minutes. Slight changes to the timetable. A few races later on being shortened slightly because of the delays due to the rain earlier. You wouldn't know it now, would you? With the dry line having emerged. Inform everybody that if you go to the BARC website you can find the full race schedule. It is linked in the YouTube live stream video description as well. The full timetable is on there. There's Jack Byrne, 486, has already secured the Rookie Cup this year. Rarely been defeated in that division. Hammond in the red car, the former champion. Nelson King in dark blue for the Graves Motorsport team. Matt Hammond for Accelerate Motorsports. Joe Wiggin in the Pantera Carpentry car. And this time, these drivers will be very pleased to be able to see where they're going. The race earlier this morning was one of the wettest motor races I've ever seen. Tom Ovenden fourth on the grid, also run by Accelerates. Nicky Taylor, number 17, is a Graves Motorsport car. And Jack Byrne, the 486, is a self-run machine, the Irishman. Up onto the grid they come then. There's a couple of cars into line at the back. Watch for Charlie Mann coming through. He's already had a win this year at Snetterton. There is the red number 20. Retired with some damage after that collision in race 1. He's finding his correct slot on the grid there. It's on the outside of the number 3 of Sophie Wright. Red lights are on. And away we go for 15 minutes of mini racing here at Donington Park. Good start by Matt Hammond from pole position. Down towards the first corner, Joe Wiggin gets away well, looking to get up the inside of Nelson King in the 95. Nicky Taylor covering the inside in the yellow number 17 car. But it's Matt Hammond who gets a clear advantage. Still wet up there at Redgate. They're all going to run wide. Nicky Taylor's into the gravel. There's a couple of other cars going off wide. It's wetter than they expected there, I think. Several cars go off wide. Who's that running right out into the gravel? Was that Ovenden, the red car? No, I think it was Luca Marinoni Osborne, the number 81, who has gone. There's more cars going off on the grass on the inside as well. It's more like rallycross there on the first corner. And Joe Wiggin, meanwhile, has taken the lead in the number 41 car. Nicky Taylor's got going again. That's Alfie Glennie, number 27. He's been delayed in there. He's got Clark Wells on his bumper, the number 711. They've all survived that. They're all still going, just about. It's Wiggin who leads from Hammond. Ovenden's there in third. Then it's Nelson King down to fourth. And Jack Byrne fifth ahead of Alex Solly. That half dozen have been able to break away as a result of that little bit of mayhem behind. Up through the right-hander, bouncing off the curb there. Jack Byrne at Coppice goes to the inside, attacking Nelson King. First six are clear ahead of Nathan Edwards in seventh place. The rest of the pack strung out behind. But it's Joe Wiggin, number 41, who leads the way. Matt Hammond on his tail. Nelson King to the inside, attacks Tom Ovenden, the 24. Jack Byrne alongside him, very close indeed there into the chicane. Over the top they come, down towards the Melbourne hairpin. 41 of Wiggin defending the lead from Matt Hammond. Who's going to be in third place as they come into the hairpin? It's still Ovenden. Jack Byrne up the inside trying to take fourth place away, and he's done it. Also to the inside, Alex Solly in the number 12 car, side by side for fifth position as they head up towards the left at Goddard's. Then Nathan Edwards and the rest of the pack follows behind. Everybody recovering after that bit of mayhem at Redgate. It was more damp than they expected going into the first corner. A lot of them skating out wide. Somebody else going wide there is Jack Byrne onto the curb, exiting Goddard. Somebody's gone off on the outside. That's Tyler Lidsey on the grass. He'll lose a few places as a result of that. Rejoins, nearly clips the side of the 237 of Piers Henderson. Over the lines, Wiggin leading from Hammond, Ovenden, King, Solly and Byrne. This is the second group. There's the 23 of Lee Pearce trying to overcome that penalty from race one. He got a 20-second penalty. Somebody's gone wide there. I think that's Nathan Edwards just going wide over the curb. Could lose seventh place here as they head down the Craners. First six have definitely broken away here. There's the fight for seventh. Nathan Edwards trying to recover. He's got Nicky Taylor recovering after going wide early on, muscling his way up the inside of Morgan Root there, the 38. Forces his way through at the old hairpin. There's Charlie Mann, the number 20 car coming through. Where was he at the end of the opening lap? He's got the recovering Tyler Lidsey behind him. Charlie Mann had made up 11 places on that opening lap in car number 20. Made up a couple more now. Helped, of course, by everybody going wide. Who's that with his boot lid in the air? Must be acting as an air brake around Donington. We'll try and see who that is. I'll have to come into the pits this time. Don't think much of the new rear spoiler design for BMW Mini. Jack Byrne, meanwhile, goes through into fourth place. Nelson King seems to be struggling a bit. Alex Solly chasing in sixth in the number 12. There must have been some contact in there. Here's a replay of somebody going off. Is that the car whose boots come open as a result of bouncing over the gravel? Yes, it is. Just trying to work out who that is there. I think it might be James Parker, number 30. A bit tricky to see the number on that car. Yes, it is. There he is. Be acting as an air brake down the straights. He's already got one spoiler on the back there. He doesn't need two. Here come your leaders. Joe Wiggin, Matt Hammond, Ovenden, Byrne, King and Solly. Still in the same order. And the second group, headed up by the blue machine of Lee Pearce. He's come through nicely. He's overcome his penalty from the first race. Lee Pearce, the World 1300 stock car champion 3 years in a row. Nathan Edwards behind him, then Nicky Taylor, Morgan Roots. Then we've got Brendan Fitzgerald side by side with Frankie Taylor, the Irishman in the yellow car. Frankie Taylor, the ex-junior saloon car man, gets through on the inside in the very brightly coloured machine. They've got the 46 of Paul Manning on their tail. We've got problems there. That's Pearce. Pearce has gone off on the exit of Redgate. Well, I said he'd overcome his penalty, and he's back to square one. Not Lee Pearce's day at all. Contact in race one with Charlie Mann. There is Charlie coming up only a few places behind him now. Alfie Glennie struggling on in the midfield. He went wide on the first corner. Morgan Root behind him. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Jack Byrne. He wants a first overall win here. Somebody else going out wide there. 1, 2, 3 cars going wide. Sophie Wright is one of them. The 1, 2, 3 of Andy Cobb is another. Somebody else going off as well in avoidance. And still James Parker continues. Mick Fitzgerald was the other car that went off there. And still James Parker continues with his boot lid up in the air. He might get the black and orange flag for that. Oh, somebody else going off. I think that was Mike Paul, the number 4 at Coppice. They're sliding off all over the place. Well, it's all about learning to race in the Mini Challenge Trophy category. Mike Paul, it's a bit too much throttle out of Coppice, and off he goes. Charlie Mann makes up another place. I think we're going to see Charlie up with the leaders by the end of this race, because he's keeping his head while all around him seem to be losing theirs. Leaders, talking of leaders, into Goddard. Somebody's gone off on the exit of the chicane, going the other way at the Melbourne Loop there. You can see smoke and dust in the background. Tom Ovenden is up into 3rd place. Nelson King side by side with Byrne. It was King ahead at the line, so he's going to go through on the inside, through into 4th. No, he's not. Jack Byrne holds him off. Alex Solly keeping a watching brief behind. The next group is now headed by Nicky Taylor, who's got ahead of Nathan Edwards. Then Root and Manning round out the top 10. Paul Manning having gained 3 places on that last lap. We've lost somebody tumbling down the timing screen there. I think that's the number 98 of Sargent, Jonathan Sargent. There's more cars running wide. I think nearly everybody's run wide into the mud there on the outside of Redgate in this race. Frankie Taylor was one of them there. Here comes Tyler Lindsay on his recovery. He went off at Goddard instead. Makes up the place. Frankie Taylor trying to fight back. Here are the leaders. Top 2 have got clear now. Wiggin and Hammond going clear by nearly 2 seconds of Tom Ovenden in that 3rd place, up through the right-hander at Coppice. Hopping off the curb there. Still James Parker continues. I'm not sure he's even noticed his boots open. Down towards the Fogarty S's once again, and Jack Byrne wants an overall podium here. He's going for Tom Ovenden. Nelson King back in 5th place. Leaders come down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Both ran a bit wide out of the chicane there. I think everybody's running wide. Yes, you can see Matt Hammond had run wide onto the dirt there using the wipers. Jack Byrne is up into 3rd place, but Hammond trying to make a move. Look at this for the lead coming out of the hairpin up towards Goddard. Joe Wiggin holds him off. This is great stuff between these 6, and for 7th, Nathan Edwards makes a move on Nicky Taylor. Through the left-hander they go. Across the line once again, Joe Wiggin leads. 0.7 of a second up. New fastest lap for Jack Byrne. He's 2 seconds back in that 3rd place, looking for, I think, could be his first overall podium. Joe Wiggin, the Pantera carpentry car, continues to lead the way, looking for his first win of the year. Look how much mud's been dragged onto the road there on the outside. Going into Hollywood. Byrne 3rd, there's Ovenden. 5th behind them is Nelson King, the championship leader. Alex Solly in 6th place. 7-second gap then to Nathan Edwards. Morgan Root's up to 8th, ahead of Nicky Taylor, who's dropped back a bit, and Paul Manning rounding out the top 10. Yes, and Nicky Taylor dropping back. He's been muscled back a bit further there because Lee Pearce on another recovery drive has come through. Edwards and Root at the front of that little group there. And behind them is Charlie Mann up from the back into 12th place. Manning runs a bit wide. There's Mann, the red car behind them. Morgan Root under fire from Lee Pearce. Nicky Taylor still on his tail. Here are the leaders. Into the Fogarty S's, and the gap is coming down. Matt Hammond getting ready to attack for his 2nd win of the day and the season. Out of the chicane, 5.5 minutes of the race to go. Up over the rise. And towards the Melbourne hairpin. Jack Byrne's lurking there. The front 2 should tangle. He's ready to capitalise. Ovenden still there, fourth ahead of Nelson King. A quiet race for the champion-elect. Here's a replay of some drama further back. Somebody running wide. That's Luca Marinoni Osborne, I think. Yes, the 81 off again. That's his second off of the race, and sploosh through the grass there. That tells you how wet it was earlier on. There's a water splash on the grass there on the outside. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the underside of that car. Somebody's been into the pits. That was 98 of Sargent, I think. Sophie Wright's gone in as well. James Parker's been in too, to have his boot lid closed. Here's the battle further back in the order. Lee Pearce is back up into 7th again. He's gained 4 places on that last lap. Morgan Root side by side with Nathan Edwards. Down the Craner curbs. Nathan Edwards back up the inside. That's a brave move. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. Good driving, Nathan Edwards. Paul Manning is next, then Nicky Taylor. Taylor up there in the points, so he needs to move up here. He's 3rd in the point standings coming into this round. And behind them, Charlie Mann. Great recovery after retirement in race 1, put into the back of the grid. Paul Manning on the tail of Morgan Root in the 38s, the ex-rallycrosser. Race Honda Civics as well. Through Coppice they come. Here are the leaders. And look at the way Jack Byrne is going in the 486. He's going for 2nd place. The young Irishman. He wants a maiden win. He's already secured the Rookie Cup title for this year. Graduate Cup is certainly going to go to Nelson King. Here they come. They're nearly 3 wide. Look at Hammond up the inside. Hammond's having a go as they go into the Melbourne hairpin. He's through. Oh, brilliant from Matt Hammond, but Joe Wiggin is fighting back. Byrne could get both of them. They're 3 wide on the run up the straight. This is terrific. Who's going to come out of this with the lead as they come towards Goddard? Joe Wiggin in the middle. On the outside is going to be Jack Byrne. Hammond's got the inside. Can he make the move stick? 3-1 into Goddard's doesn't usually work. It's worked for those 3. Superb. Matt Hammond takes the lead. 2nd place for Joe Wiggin. Jack Byrne stays 3rd, but for how much longer? Over the line they go together, nose to tail, like a 12-wheeled BMW Mini. Joe Wiggin looks to the inside. Tom Ovenden looking on from 4th. He's got ahead of Nelson King and Alex Solly. 2 groups of 3 now at the front of the field. Byrne is really pushing in the 486. 2.5 minutes of the race to go, so a couple of laps left. Matt Hammond leads down the Craner curves. Joe Wiggin, experienced saloon car racer, trying to fight back. Through the right-hander into the old hairpin. Over the curb on the inside. Clip the curb on the outside. Racing on the limit as they head towards Schwantz curve, and Joe Wiggin has a look. Byrne goes the other side. You can't go through three wide through McLean, surely. They're trying it. They're almost bouncing off each other. Wiggin to the inside. He's going to retake the lead. Matt Hammond doesn't give way. He's out over the curb. They're bumping and pouring. Absolutely side by side, but Joe Wiggins got the inside line on the run into Coppice, and he'll retake the lead. They both go wide. I thought they were going to head off into the gravel there. Jack Byrne says, I'll have some of this as well. Excuse me. Side by side with Matt Hammond. Wiggins got the lead back again, but now he's got to defend from Byrne, who got the better exit from Coppice. Down towards the Fogarty exit. Joe Wiggin will have the lead. Hammond's got the inside for the left-hander. He'll be later on the brakes. Holds that 2nd place. They go over the curbs. Ovenden and King trying to close in as well. Joe Wiggin just about holds the lead. And he's coming round to start the final lap this time. This terrific race for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. Wiggin from Hammond. Byrne goes a bit wide there on the entry to the Melbourne hairpin. He's trying to get the better line for Goddard. I don't think he'll get 2nd place away this time. If a battle starts between Hammond and Byrne, that's going to allow the number 41 of Joe Wiggin to pull away, looking for his first win of the season. Hammond to the inside. Ovenden still there in 4th. King in 5th. 6th it is Alex Solly. So it's been all about these half dozen at the front of the field. They're well ahead of Lee Pearce in 7th. Byrne looks to the inside. Mr. Bob back in behind Matt Hammond. What a fantastic race this has been. Byrne just clips the back bumper of Matt Hammond there, lets him know he's there. We're on the last lap now here at Donington Park. Racing getting better as the conditions dry out. Down the Craners into the old hairpin for the last time. Is Joe Wiggin going to hang on? Matt Hammond throwing the 78 car into the hairpin there in second place. Joe Wiggin in his self-run car. Matt Hammond for the Accelerate team. Jack Bird in a self-run car as well. Accelerate in fourth place with Tom Ovenden. The best of the Graves Motorsport cars is Nelson King, only in fifth. And here comes Jack Byrne attacking Matt Hammond, doesn't give him room. Tries to squeeze him there on the run of the coppice, and bash! Contact between the two of them. Jack Byrne says, you squeeze me down the straight, I'll force my way up the inside and go second. No, you don't, says Matt Hammond. They're side by side down the straights. Joe Wiggin able to escape in the lead. I think Hammond's going to hold second because he's on the inside line for the chicane. Yes, he's kept second. There's a bit of trim hanging loose from his car there as he goes over the curb on the inside. Down towards the hairpin once again. Joe Wiggin looks like he's heading for his first win of the season. Matt Hammond holding second. Tom Ovenden closing up now in fourth. There's Nelson King fifth. With some trim hanging off everywhere on Matt Hammond's car. A robust race from him. It's going to be checkered flag this time, and it's going to be the number 41 of Joe Wiggin in the Pantera Carpentry car. Here he comes into Goddard's for the final time. Joe Wiggin will take his first win of the season. Who is going to be second? We come up towards the checkered flag. Wiggin wins it. Hammond will take second. Jack Byrne an excellent third. Fourth for Tom Ovenden. Nelson King fifth. And Alex Solly sixth. What a terrific race for the mini challenge once again. Lee Pearce had to recover twice to take seventh place. It's Frankie Taylor eighth, Nathan Edwards ninth, and Morgan Roots round out the top 10 ahead of Nicky Taylor, stuck in the midfield after he ran wide early on. Well done, Charlie Mann, through from the back of the grid to finish 11th. A partially reversed grid for race 3, if memory serves me correctly. That will be a 10-minute race, slightly reduced because of the delay we had earlier on because of the weather. The rest of the pack crosses the line. We'll confirm the result in a moment. I need to pause to get my breath back. Well done, Joe Wiggin, a first mini challenge win of the season. Entered this weekend 7th in the point team, wins the Graduate Cup as well. Matt Hammond the Directors' Cup, and Byrne wins the Rookie Cup. Our 3 class winners on the podium overall. Winning margin 1.2 seconds for Joe Wiggin. Hammond just beating Byrne after that titanic battle in the closing stages. Tom Ovenden fourth ahead of the champion-elect Nelson King. Alex Solly in 6th, then Lee Pearce coming through for 7th ahead of Nathan Edwards, Morgan Roots, and completing the top 10 was number 17, Nicky Taylor. Charlie Mann 11th ahead of Tyler Lidsey, Paul Manning 13th, Clark Wells up there in 14th, and it was Alfie Glennie completing the top 15. The other finishers behind them, John McGladrigan ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne after a couple of excursions. Ollie Meadows was next ahead of Piers Henderson. First the Fitzgeralds, that was Brendan in the number 16. Mike Paul recovered from running off at Coppice to take 21st. 22nd went to Ben Jenkins. 23rd Barry Holmes to the back of the grid. 24th went to Andy Cobb. 25th was Mick Fitzgerald. 26th position went to Alex Keynes. James Parker rejoined after having had his boot closed in the pits to take 27th, and Frankie Taylor had to make a pit stop, finished a lap down in 28th. Retirements for Jonathan Sargent and Sophie Wright. Shortly we will hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers. And it's a race I've certainly looked forward to next. Classic Touring Car Racing Club, 3 championships on the grid for their penultimate race of the weekend. Super Touring Cars, pre-03 and pre-93 Touring Cars. Laser Tools and Bertie Haulage are the sponsors. Those of you just joining us here on our stream, we are running behind schedule due to a delay for heavy rain this morning. Conditions thankfully have now brightened up. We will be running a slightly reduced in terms of race length schedule later on. This will be a 10-minute race next up for the touring cars. The Praga Cup will be 50 minutes. The Pre-83 and Jaguar race and the Minis will be 10 minutes, and the Britcar Trophy will be 40 minutes. That's an update on the schedule. While our camera crews enjoy a bit of plane spotting, we can hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé.
Cheers, Dave. Wow, what incredible racing again. We do have one more mini race to come today as well. But just look at this here. Bit of damage for the first time. We don't often see this with the minis, but there has been a little bit of touchy-feely here. And also on Matt Hammond's car here, we saw a little bit of trimming falling off. Matt, let's have a quick chat jump in. We don't often see this with the minis. But first of all, most importantly, well done again. Great race.
Oh, that was a bit tougher, that one.
Very different, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, boys stepped up that game. I mean, me and Wigan was clear, and there was a load of oil down at the chicane. We were the first to hit it. No, I didn't see any flags or nothing, and we just literally piled through the mud. So that let the boys behind catch up. Jack was super quick in that one. I got both mirrors bent back. I couldn't see a thing, mud on the windscreen. So I had to go for first. I went for first. I got it. But fair play to the boys, they were hustling on the way back up. Joe managed to get past me and then just managed to hold off Jack, so it was good.
What's been the difference this weekend? Because this is your best one by a mile so far.
I don't know, if I knew, you'd know. Do you know what I mean? It's like I said before, my head hasn't been with it this year. Thanks to Accelerate and Metric getting me back in the game for this weekend. Keep telling me to keep push. We got it in us, we got it in the car. And yeah, you've got to believe in it really, and I suppose I haven't through the rest of the year, but today seems to be okay.
It's been great to see, mate. One more race, best of luck.
Yeah, cheers buddy. It should be good if it's dry.
Let's go and speak to Joe Wiggin. Alan, come back and get your phone later, mate. Where's Joe gone? There he is. Oh, look at that. He's got Bosch on the back of his suit there. Love it. We joked earlier, or you joked, that you want to go 2 places higher than third. That's exactly what you've done, mate.
Look, I got my armbands out that time, and we had a good go at that. The track dried out, and the setup came to us. First of all, a massive thank you to Performance Tech Racing. Great call. Pantera Carpentry for being here. And yeah, I said I wanted 2 places, and I got 2 places. It's going to be a bit harder in the next one with reverse grid, but they tried to bully us off the track, but I wasn't letting that one go, never. So yeah, no, good result.
Race 1 with the way it was a little bit careful, that was proper, like you say, arms out racing.
I said I was going to, if I got a sniff of a win, I'm going to take it, and I wasn't letting that one go. Someone dropped some coolant or something through the chicane, and I had a nervous moment, which allowed Matt to drive back up to me, but there's one person I was worried about, and it was Jack. I knew he had a better tyre, and I knew he was coming, so no, I just want to say thank you again to Performance Tech, Pantera Carpentry, my dad, and it's finally good to get a win this year.
Mate, that's a massive smile on your face, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
Well done, one more race to come. Good luck later.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Right, I'm not sure where Jack has gone, but I know we've got some more classic touring cars coming up, so I'll leave you with this view here. Again, we saw how close it was, but if you look at all 3 of these cars in the top 3, all with little bits falling off, all with damage on the side. And there's one more race to come, folks, as well, so plenty to look forward to. But now, back to Dave and the classic touring cars.
Okay then, it's one of my personal favourite grids of the weekend. Thanks, Ewan. Next up, the Laser Tools Super Touring cars will go off first, and then behind them on the rolling start a combined grid for the Laser Tools Pre-93 and Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Super Tourers at the front of the grid. It was a great fight in near darkness at the end of the programme yesterday between Jason Hughes and Stuart White in their Vauxhall Vectra and Honda Accord, so they form up on the front row for this race based on the results of race 1 yesterday. Hughes on pole, and the Honda Accord, it's Tom Christensen Honda Accord of Stuart White alongside him. Second row will be Mark Jones, number 79, in his Renault Laguna. Alongside him will be number 8 Richard Wheeler, the ex-David Leslie Nissan Primera. Third row, Jim Pocklington, number 50 in his Vauxhall Cavalier, alongside the later Cavalier of Tony Absalom. And Rob Salisbury, I don't think will be there because his Honda Accord had an accident in the Classic Thunder Saloons yesterday. We should have seen Anthony Reid out as well, BTCC legend, in his Nissan Primera, but I don't think Anthony's here. We'll wait and see though. Then there's a gap, and we've got the grid of Pre-93 and 03 touring cars. James Everard will head that up in his BMW alongside 191 Gary Preble, Pre-93 and Pre-03 winners yesterday. Chris Southcott's Honda Civic alongside Mike Dugdale's BMW on row 7. Row 8's the number 90 of Ian Bauer and 21 Ken Lark in his VW Corrado. 169 Ross Craig in his Civic alongside 45 Rob Crizel's BMW. Then behind them we have number 96 Matthew Howarth in a Vauxhall Astra. 116 James Alford, title contender this year in the pre-03 touring cars with his Civic. 137 Cavan Granger, who came into this weekend leading the points in the pre-03 touring cars. We'll wait and see how things play out there. Alongside him 214 Andy Abrams with his Civic. 153 Simon Mann BMW, 151 Vic Hope Civic, and number 13 Andy Smith with his Honda Civic in his 80s and still going strong. Starts alongside Alan Hersey's BMW. Hopefully Andy Cripps will back out. He failed to finish yesterday's race. His BMW, the current points leader in the pre-93 touring cars. Finally Steve Barber, 114 with his Civic, who failed to start yesterday's race, should be at the back. Board with one of our Civics there at the back with the laser tools branding. I think that's Andrew Smith's Honda Civic we're on board with. We'll await confirmation of that in a moment. This will be a slightly reduced race. It'll be a 10-minute race because of the delay to the timetable earlier on. One car we won't see racing, sadly, is David Griffin with his BMW. Oh, Jason Hughes isn't there. The Vauxhall Vectra not there, so Stuart White, aka Tom Christensen, starts there alone. The 137 we're on board with, that's Cavan Granger with his BMW, the points leader in the pre-03 touring cars coming into this weekend. It's I believe it's Andy Cripps we're on board with there, possibly with his BMW. Just waiting confirmation of that. The pre-93 points led by Andy Cripps coming into this round. Mike Dugdale did close the gap on him. Yesterday he won the Class B, and Cripps failed to finish. Class C, I think, has already been won by Jamie Sturgis in the pre-93s. He's not here this weekend. Class D by Andy Sheraton, father of Michael, who we saw racing earlier. With the Super Tourers who will steal the show from the front of the field here. 5 of them out there. It's Ken Lark in his Corrado. That's not a Super Tourer Rob Crizel, just a replica, the car Clint Chalmers raced earlier on. There's Andy Cripps, the green BMW, and Steve Barber's joined us in the Lego Star Wars livery, the Tom Chilton replica Honda. Stuart White's from Scotland on the front of the grid. We're sadly missing our pole sitter Jason Hughes, the Jason Plato replica Vectra. Mark Jones in an ex-Jason Plato Renault Laguna, and Jim Pocklington there, the box first of the Cavaliers, one of the very first Super Touring cars ever built back in 1989 when the regulations first started to be brought in. The Abrams with his Honda Civic, the ex-special saloon racer. It'll be a rolling start over 10 minutes. Richard Wheeler in the ex-David Leslie Nissan Primera. So we had hoped to have Anthony Reid in another Primera out, but he's not out. Board with Cavan Granger, looking to try and win the pre-03 title today. He's in Class A. 5 points clear of James Alford heading into this weekend, but Alford didn't win the class yesterday. I think we're going to do another lap behind the pace car. Indeed we are. This is an acclimatisation session with it being a bit more wet than it was yesterday. Two drivers a little bit eager here. I think they thought the race was going green that time. Tom Chilton, aka Steve Barber, around the outside there. Alan Hersey ahead of us, the BMW Compact. Looking at the points in pre-03, Cavan Granger on top in Class A. Ross Craig trying to catch James Alford in Class C. Gary Preble a little further back, but he's only contested half the rounds this year, the reigning, or the outgoing champion, because of engine issues. John Hillier has won Class B, the BMW Estate. Not here this weekend, though. 5 Super Tourers at the front. James Everard heads the pre-93 touring cars. It's a 6-point gap, I think, between Andy Cripps and Mike Dugdale in Class B, by my calculations. The other classes have already been decided. Andy Smith won Class E. Class A, meanwhile, there's only one entry all season. That's Mike Seaborn in his Jaguar. Saw him out earlier on. He won't be out for Jaguar Race 2, incidentally. His engine seized in Race 1. But a car with a place in Super Touring history on the front of the grid. Stuart White in the Honda Accord, in the hands of Tom Christensen. That car won the very last Super Touring race in the BTCC, Silverstone, in 2000. Christensen, of course, went on to become a multiple winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Mark Jones at the wheel of the Williams touring car engineering built Renault Laguna. Raced in period by Jason Plato. There's Cavan Granger. There's Andy Cripps, the BMW. Watch for him coming through from the back. Only got 10 minutes to do so. Jim Pocklington in the next John Cleland, Jeff Alamy and Ashley Cavalier. So that's the car that raced in that infamous Toka shootout in 1993. Smith, the oldest man here this weekend in the number 13, the red and white Civic. Warmed up 2 by 2 then. Reps start to rise. Laser Tools Super Tourers, Laser Tools pre-93, Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars. Their last race of the season. Pace car pulls into pit lane, red lights are on. Lights go out now and we're away. Good start by Mark Jones up the inside in the Laguna. Side by side with Stuart White in the Honda Accord. 5 Super Tourers lead them off. Look at Jim Pocklington up the inside. He's locked up there. I thought he was going to clip the back of the Renault Laguna there. Side by side, Mike Dugdale will be one of the favourites in the pre-93s. Ken Lark goes rally crossing in the Corrado, comes back on and slamming the brakes on to miss him there. Rob Crizzell in the BMW. Here's the Honda Accord that has got the early lead. Look at Gary Preble in the white Honda Civic up into 4th place. James Everard's into 3rd, masquerading as a Super Tourer here in his BMW E30 M3, the DTM replica. Simon Mann challenging Cavan Granger. Granger in there with Matthew Howarth in the Vauxhall Astra. He'll want a class win here to secure the pre-03 title. Pre-03 is going to be won overall, let's face it, by Gary Preble, because he's up there with the Super Tourers. Richard Wheeler getting shuffled back in the ex-David Leslie Nissan Primera. Car also raced by Tommy Rustad in Scandinavia in period. Super Touring still had a very big following in Sweden and Norway for many years after the demise of the class in Britain. Here comes James Everard up the inside. Mark Jones dropping back now in the Laguna, back into 4th overall. Tony Absalom in 5th. Big lock up there, big lock up from Jim Pocklington. He's going straight on. Pocklington in the 1991 liveried Vauxhall Cavalier. Car's been racing in Thunder Saloons and modified saloons in the hands of Pocklington and Andy Clarkin for many years. There go the leaders, and Gary Preble is going to be leading overall if he plays his cards right here. The former King of Castle Coombe in his Honda Civic. There's Pocklington, who's recovered from going straight on at the chicane. Stuart White leads the way in the ex-Christensen Honda, chased by Gary Preble in the Civic. There's a replay of that moment for Jim Pocklington, side by side with Tony Absalom. The battle of the Cavaliers, slides straight on as he locks up, avoids the gravel, and Belgium in the car that he's owned and restored to its original BTCC livery for a number of years. Keeps going. Richard Wheeler now behind Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsport Cavalier. First raced in period by Mike Briggs, the South African, in the Touring Car World Cup at the end of 1995. Then it went to Mint Motorsport, was run by Richard Kay, the independence class of the British Touring Car Championship. Then Jamie Wall raced it the next year. Chased here by the David Leslie car. It's a replay of some action at Goddard last time around. Oh, Matthew Howard tipped into a spin there. I think contact with Andy Abrams. The Astra goes off. Which class is Matthew Howard running in? 393 Class C. He's second in that class now. 393 Class C leader is James Everard, who's third overall in the BMW. We're on board with the green machine of Andy Cripps. How many places has he made up on the first lap? 7 places. He's behind Ken Lark, I think that is in the Corrado. Yes it is, as they come down towards the Fogarty S's. Rob Crisell ahead, and again Jim Pocklington locks up. He's having some braking issues, I think. Oh, Ken Lark certainly is. He goes off as well. We saw him do some rally crossing on the first corner. Ken Lark, round he goes. That's one way to take the Fogarty S's. Stays ahead of Cavan Granger. We're on board with Cavan Granger. Something's come loose there. The electrical lead's hanging loose in front of our camera lens. It doubles as a handy G meter when you're going around the corners. See? Leads it through the Melbourne hairpin, chasing Ken Lark with a win last weekend at Silverstone in that car in the Classic VW Cup. And Steve Barber's off, the ex-Pre 05 touring car champion in a Renault Clio a few years ago. He's put it in the gravel at the old hairpin. Well, he failed to start yesterday's race and he's out of this one. Spinning down the Melbourne Loop and into the gravel. Great shame for Steve Barber. Luckless weekend for the Yorkshireman in the Lego Star Wars Honda. Well, your leader is Stuart White in the Honda Accord, ahead of Gary Preble leading the Pre-03s, Everard leading the Pre-93s in third place. Yellow flags out at the hairpin. Clear lead for Stuart White, the man from Alloa in Scotland. A change for second place. James Everard has got the E30 M3 up there into second. Livery used by BMW in the DTM. Richard Wheeler going past Chris Southcott in the Honda Civic there. Line goes White, and Gary Preble's got the second place back again there through Goddard's. There's Jones, Wheeler, Southcott 4th, 5th and 6th, and a gap back to Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsports Cavalier. Mike Dugdale behind him. Now, is Dugdale leading his class? Yes, he is. Where in class is Andy Cripps? Now, they have to wait for final confirmation here on who's going to be the Pre-93 champion if Mike Dugdale beats Andy Cripps in the class. James Everard is leading the Pre-93s. He's running in Class C. Is that Gary Preble slowing down? No, not again. He is. Poor Gary Preble has had so many problems with this Honda Civic this season. He's out again. Now, who's that going to give the Pre-03 overall lead to? Chris Southcott, I think, in the 211 Honda. Parked up at Schwanz-Curve, another retirement for poor Gary Preble. Chris Southcott's keeping up with the Super Tourers. He's chasing Mark Jones in the ex-Plato Renault Laguna. There on the tail of Richard Wheeler. Owns a pair of these Nissan Primeras. By David Leslie in the 1999 season, this car, before heading to Scandinavia. Yellow flags out there at the hairpin because Steve Barber's Honda is being dragged away. There's James Everard, still leads the Pre-93 division. Now second overall. A flash of flame from the Primera's exhaust there. It's under 3 minutes to go now. Stuart White in the clear. has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:43.379. Here's a replay. Vic Hope and Simon Mann. Mann sideways over the curb. Nice save. Loving the outer time number plate on the BMW. From Back to the Future, of course. Doesn't look much like a DeLorean to me. I don't think a DeLorean's ever competed in a motor race. I'll try and find that out after this meeting. Gary Preble talking to the marshals. Hatch wants curve. There goes your leader. Nearly 12 seconds up now. Stuart White in the ex-Christensen Honda Accord from the year 2000, the last year of Super Touring in the UK. Three Hondas run that season. It was Honda, Vauxhall and Ford, the works teams that year. Ford taking the title. It was Christensen who won the last race of all. It was a night race at Silverstone. Everard still second, leading the pre-93s. Richard Wheeler third overall, ahead of Mark Jones. Here's the... Well, there was the battle briefly in the Super Tourers for third place. They've got Chris Southcott behind them. He's leading the pre-03s in his Honda. Tony Absalom behind them. Jim Pocklington's lost a place as well to Mike Dugdale. Now Andy Cripps still only second in class to Mike Dugdale. So we're going to have to do a bit of mathematics at the end of this race to work out who the pre-93 champion is. It looks as though Cavan Granger is going to be heading for the championship in pre-03. He is behind Ken Lark in his class. I don't think he can be caught now. Where is James Alford? Well, Alford is leading his class. So I may have to do some mathematics there as well. I'll have to wait for confirmation on who's taken the titles there, I think. Very close at the top of the points between Alford and Granger. A couple of retirements in this race. We saw Preble and Barber go out. We lost Andy Abrams into the pits as well. It's going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart White, coming up to lap Andy Smith and Alan Hersey, the ex-Reliant Scimitar racer. Down to the Melbourne Loop for the last time. Wonderful to see these Super Tourers out here once again. A shame we haven't got Jason Hughes in the Vauxhall out there in the Vectra. There's one Vauxhall, Matthew Howarth. We saw him spin out earlier on. He's going to be lapped. Up towards Goddard for the last time. Stuart White, justifying his long trip from Scotland. He was beaten on the last corner by Jason Hughes yesterday. Takes the checkered flag in race 2 at Donington Park to win the Laser Tools Super Tourers. Well clear of his opposition. James Everard, the winner of the pre-93 division in the E30 BMW, in second place. This is a full 18.8 seconds down. Southcott's got through for an overall podium to win the pre-03s. Look at that. Great stuff from Chris Southcott. Ahead of Richard Wheeler, Mark Jones, Tony Absalom and Mike Dugdale wins Class B for the pre-93s. Is that enough to snatch the title from Andy Cripps? We'll have to do some working out. With Pocklington tackling James Alford into the final corner. There's Ross Craig behind. Damage at Snetterton ruled him out really of a title attack. Side by side across the line, Alford and Pocklington together. Alford, I think, may have just got it there. I'll have to wait and tell because Pocklington's transponder's playing up. Yes, he got it by 0.05 of a second, I think. Confirm that in a moment. No, Pocklington showing has got it now. Something going on with the transponder system there. There's Ken Lark coming in now. He wins pre-03 Class A ahead of Cavan Granger. James Alford's won Class C. There's Granger. And one of those two is pre-03 champion. We're going to have to work out who is. coming into the weekend, there were 5 points between. So we need to go to the calculators in a moment to work out who our champions are. That's about your race winners, though, in the 3 divisions. Stuart White, James Everard, and an overall podium for Chris Southcott. Stuart White, the winner of the Super Tourers. Everard, the winner of the Pre-93s. Southcott, the winner of the Pre-03s. 3 more Super Tourers home next. Richard Wheeler, Mark Jones and Tony Absalom. Mike Dugdale, a class win that could prove crucial in 7th overall. 8th for Jim Pocklington, just ahead of James Alford on the line. He wins his class ahead of Ross Craig. Cripps next home ahead of Rob Crizzell. Then Ken Lark beats Cavan Granger in his class. This is all going to have bearings on the championship. And Vic Hope completing the top 15. Behind them were Simon Mann, Matthew Howarth, Alan Hersey and Andy Smith. We lost Gary Preble, as we saw. Steve Barber spun into the gravel, and Andy Abrams also an early retirement. Right, I'm going to get the calculator out and then hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé.
Thank you, Dave. We seem to have lost our winner, Mr. 77, Stuart White. He's not been stopped anywhere, so I'm going to jump in and speak to James Everard, who came 3rd in that one. You'll recognise James, and this is without doubt my favourite car of the entire. It's absolutely stunning, and it's as clean now as the second you took it on the track as well. James, great race, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really enjoyed that.
I mean, had to work your way through the field a bit, didn't you?
We did. The Super Tourers are, awesome up front, but we managed to catch them up into the first bend. I don't think their tyres were warm, and take advantage of that. Ours warm up quicker, and go for it.
And summarise your season for us.
Terrible start to the year. Had a fabulous time, second round to the last at Snetterton with you guys. We won there, but then broke the diff, and then we've won both events today. So really good. I'm just really disappointed. Preble's broken down. He was, really disappointed. I think I'd have had him. I want him to watch this.
And what we're going to see you in next year?
Yeah, no, in this next year definitely CTC. Right, yeah. Fabulous.
Enjoy your journey home. Thanks for the entertainment this year. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks for doing it.
Thanks a lot. Right, let's speak to Chris Southcott, who somehow finished 3rd in that one. Came from nowhere right at the end. We're going to find out how now. Congratulations, mate. Great racing.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
What happened at the end there? We didn't see it.
Oh no, I was quite lucky to be fair. I think I just kept the pressure on to the last lap and managed to squeeze in a couple of corners before the end.
Fantastic. Highlight of the season so far?
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah, the uncertainty of the track conditions, and I was running on a wet setup as well, which handled surprisingly well. So yeah, no, very good. Nice to mix it with the Super Tourers, and yeah, great fun race.
Somewhere there's going to be a little trophy waiting for you.
Hopefully, mate. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Safe journey home. Well done, buddy.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers, buddy. Right, we're going to try and find Stuart White. I'm not sure if he's been sort of. Sometimes cars get pulled to the side if they win, and they do something special just to check the regs, etc., etc. But what we will do. Here we are. Fantastic. Look at this. He's getting mobbed by his fan base here. I'm going to jump in. Can I squeeze in? Is that all right? I'm going to squeeze through. Is that okay? Mate, congratulations again.
Yeah, it was a bit of a lonely race, but
once you go out in front, these cars are so powerful. As long as you got some fresh air, you're away.
yeah. To be fair, the track was slippy. There was a lot of gravel about and some slippy bits that I had to just wait for the slicks to come in. And they came in about 3 or 4 laps, so by that time I managed to kind of get going.
Perfect weekend?
No, 2 wins would have been better.
But I mean, how'd you celebrate tonight, end of the season?
We've got to drive home to Scotland, so there'll be no celebrating.
When you get home, have a few beers, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll have a few beers, yeah. Nah, it's been good. It's been good to be out with the club.
We're going to see you next season. What are you going to be driving?
Yeah, I'll be driving this next season.
Fantastic.
Get it prepped over the winter again and hopefully bring it out for the beginning of the season this time.
Great way to end the season. Well done.
It's good.
Cheers,
Thank
buddy.
you. Thanks for that.
Cheers. Right now we're going back to our joint headliners. We've got the Pragas coming up, their second race this weekend. Final race of the year. There will be a grid walk. We're going to try and get down on there for you. So for the moment, back to Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan, and sorry for the brief silence there at the end of that race. I got the calculator out and was trying to work out our touring car points there to see who has done what. Now, by my reckoning, and these are my calculations only, so subject to official confirmation, the pre-03 touring car champion by 2 points is Cavan Granger. And champion in the pre-93 touring cars by a single point, as I say, this is subject to ratification, is Andy Cripps. That's what my adding up has revealed anyway. But we'll await final confirmation on that subsequently. Meanwhile, it is time for our final race of the season for the Praga Cup UK. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. We saw one of their best ever races yesterday as the number 87 car of Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent just held off Ben Collins and Jay Morton. Jay Morton hounding Broadbent down in the closing stages. The gap was less than a second at the flag. We'll run you through the grid then. It will be the amateur drivers who start today's race. The pro drivers will take over for the second stint at the pit stop. We'll find out who is going to win the grand prize of a brand new Praga R1 for their team. It's the 87 Fanatec car that will start on pole by virtue of yesterday's race win. Jimmy Broadbent starts, Gordy Much will take over. Alongside them, Praga Team 85, Jay Morton will take the start, and Ben Collins, yes, the former Stig, takes over. Row 2, the 2 Idola Motorsport cars. Number 84, that's the Bridle twins. Chris Bridle is going first, Ed will take over. Alongside them is the number 86. Dominic Paul, on his Praga debut this weekend, will start that car, and Alex Fors, the GB3 single-seater racer, takes over. Raw Motorsports number 31, fifth on the grid, that's Rod Goodman, he drives solo. Alongside number 77, a problematic race for Mittel Cars yesterday, the team that entered this weekend second in the championship. That car will be started by Charles Hall. Scott Mittel, the team boss, takes over. Then we've got the University of Wolverhampton car. Number 11, Shane Kelly is the driver of that one. He drives solo, and as his driver grading permits as he drives solo, he'll have to serve a longer pit stop. The number 29 Mittel cars likewise alongside, because yesterday we saw Chippy Westmail and Dan Gore sharing that car. Dan Gore is not racing today. Chippy Westmail will drive solo in that car, therefore they have to serve a longer pit stop because Chippy is a pro driver. The final car on the grid, number 4, non-finisher yesterday, the Raw Motorsport car. Ben Stone will start, Rob Weldon will take over. There are pit stop penalties as well. The winner yesterday gets a 15-second success penalty at the pit stop, 10 seconds for second placed Team 85, and 84 the Bridles will have a 5-second success penalty all on the pit stops. Well, the grid walk is in progress then, as we can see, and it's great to see that the weather has cleared up a bit for it. Hopefully Ewan is down there to have a talk to one or two people on the grid.
Cheers, Dave. We don't get this very often, but we have got a grid walk here at Donington for the Pragas. I have started next to the car of Ben Collins and Jay Morton. I'm going to jump straight in with you, Ben. Brilliant day yesterday for you and Jay.
Yeah, it's awesome. And thanks to that, we're at the front row for this race, which is a great place to start. We've not seen broad daylight before. So, hopefully we'll get a great race. Jay's starting. So, yeah, fingers crossed.
And your first season in Praga, you've enjoyed yourself, haven't you?
I love it. Actually, I started last year, halfway through the season, did a couple of races, and did a 24-hour race at Zolder too. So that was fantastic. And racing with Jay, it's been brilliant. And we've cycled through a few different cars with Frank this weekend, and it's performing very well.
Now, I'm sure you can't tell us because nobody ever can. But what are you doing next year?
Well, I'd love to be doing more of this, but I don't know. There's a lot of changes. There's a new format for the series next year. So there'll be a prototype series with a mix of Pragas and Radicals and other sort of sports car-like machines like this one. I'd love to be in that, or in some GTs, doing some fun stuff.
I think that's going to be great news for everybody. That sounds like it's going to be fantastic. Jay, I'm going to bring you in if that's right. I'm going to jump in the middle. Look, you've got a straight line, no cars in front of you down there.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's probably the first time in the last 2 seasons, at least, since I've seen clear air in front of me. So,
I mean, you've had a couple of podiums now. How much would an outright win mean to you guys?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, it finished the season off, and all the hard work that myself and Ben have done this season to get at least myself up to scratch, it'd really be worth it.
Absolutely, best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Keys, just come in here. We're going to have a look inside one of these Pragas here as we get so close to them. We don't often get the chance to get this close, but they've just closed the door. Can we get that open? Is that all right? We'll pick another one, don't worry. We're just about to have a look inside. Grab a photo. Can we get this door open? Is that all right? Thank you so much. Now we're going to go inside. All I want to show you is how cramped it is in there. Absolutely incredibly tight. Single cockpit, of course. You can see on the steering wheel there, J1, Ben 2. Absolutely sensational machines. And we've started here with Ben and Jay's car. One of the best liveries out here as well. Let's see who else we can find on the grid over here. Joining them on the front row is, of course, Jimmy and Gordy. Gordy, can we have a quick chat? We've been trying to do some maths, and I think we found out this morning you got a 33-point lead. So you are the champions based on count back.
Yes, based on count back. So if the Mattel car were to get fastest lap plus the race win, and we were not to do 50% of the race, we would be on. They'd be bang on level on points with us. However, going back on count back, which it would then be based on, we'd still be champions. So yes, we are definitely.
Because we called you champions on commentary, we interviewed you as champions, then we get to the media centre this morning going, hang on a second, we just double check something. Because we didn't see anything on the Prague Instagram either, or you set it on your own one.
But we did the maths, you see, we did the maths. So we knew absolutely, we weren't going to celebrate, like if we didn't know 100% that we had the championship, because you never want to celebrate a championship and then be like, ooh, I didn't win it.
It was very wet this morning. It's not too bad. Bit greasy.
It's a bit oily. It's a bit oily on this side of the track. So Jimmy's job is to get the tyres nice and warm on that rolling lap, and then from there we'll see what we can do. Of course, in this one we've got a 15-second success penalty from the win yesterday. But I think we're in a strong position. I think the big thing is the pressure is totally off, so we're in this race to have fun.
Yeah. How much have you enjoyed this season?
It's been absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I've absolutely enjoyed racing these very, very, very fast cars, wheel to wheel. It's nothing that I've really experienced before, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Can you tell us yet, for all the fans watching of you and Jimmy, same again next year?
potentially. I never know.
I didn't think you'd answer, but I had to ask.
No, nothing's clear as yet. But certainly options on the table.
Okay, fantastic. Best of luck today, and well done for the season.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Jimmy, can we jump in here and have a chat? Look at this. We'll do our best. Front row of the grid, champions of the inaugural Praga Cup. How's the season been?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I'm feeling good. This should be a fun race. It's going to be tricky. The track's still kind of wet in places. We're dry and slick. We've been sitting here for a while, so they're stone cold now. Goal is really just have fun and enjoy this last race. So I'm looking forward to it.
Is it going to be a lot more fun because you've already wrapped up the title?
Yeah, less pressure, definitely. So just a nice victory lap, I think.
Jimmy, best of luck. We'll speak to you during the race and afterwards.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers, buddy. Right, let's move a little bit further down the track. In fact, we're being asked to get off the track, so we've floated into our front lead. We got to go. Back to you, Dave.
Run, Ewan, run. He heads off the grid then. And the 9 Praga R1s are in position, ready for their final race of the season. If it is anything approaching the race we had yesterday, this is going to be an absolute cracker of a motor race. The 9 Pragas out there in position, the final race of the year. We'll hopefully get an update from Lucy Berman from Praga at the end of this race to see who has won what this year. Of course, the winning team receives a Praga R1 race car as the prize, worth a 6-figure sum of money. But if it's a factory Praga team that wins the title, which, as you just heard, the 87 Fanatec Praga team provisionally are the champions, then they won't receive that prize. It will go to the team in second place. Now, coming into this weekend, it was the Mittel Cars, number 77, that was second in the points. We're awaiting an update from Praga on what the point situation will be at the end of this race. In the Drivers' Championships, there are prizes to the top 3 in each of the pro and amateur standings. The winners will get a paid entry fee to a 24-hour race next season. Second place driver in each championship gets the entry fee paid for the Praga Cup in 2023. And the third place driver in each of those championships wins a Praga kart. Praga active in karting as well. Karting, aircraft, trucks, and much more besides. How competitive does that make you feel? Well, we saw how competitive these drivers are in yesterday's race. In position then, awaiting the all clear to get the rolling start underway. Stuart Elliott at the wheel of the pace car. It is the number 87 of Broadbent and Much, the Fanatec team Praga, on pole position. They of course have that 15-second success penalty to serve at their pit stop. The 85 car alongside that beautiful blue and gold liveried car has a 10-second penalty to serve. Jay Morton taking the start, sharing with Ben Collins. And then the Bridal Twins, the silver car on the inside of row 2, they have a 5-second success penalty at the pit stop. Look out for the number 4 car of Raw Motorsports from the back of the grid, retired with some damage in yesterday's race. Ben Stone taking the start in that car today. Sharing with Rob Weldon. Hopefully they can come through from there. They sit third in the points coming into this weekend. It's the 84 of the Bridals 4th. Then the 85 car in 5th place, the Praga team 85 car. The Mittel Cars second entry, number 29. Driving solo in this race, Chippy Wesmail, no Dan Gore. So they will have to serve a longer pit stop because he is a pro driver. Shane Kelly has a longer pit stop as well, driving solo for the University of Wolverhampton team, looking for their second win of the season. The car looked after by their motorsport students on their local circuit this weekend, based about an hour south of here in Wolverhampton in the West Midlands. Another aircraft goes over heading into East Midlands Airport. So the grand prize will be awarded to the owner, as you've already said, of the winning R1. They get a factory Praga R1, not a brand new one. It is a used car that's being given to the winning team. I think it's between Mittel Cars and Raw Motorsport who will get that prize. But we'll wait for the update, as we say, on the point standings.
No, it would, because it's charging batteries. It's what sorting out workload.
Just to clarify on the news of the prize for the winning drivers, it says entry for a 24-hour race. It doesn't necessarily mean Le Mans. Right, the board is now displayed up on the gantry. There was a bit of sweeping up going on at the chicane. I can see a tractor moving. That was the reason for the slight delay. Plenty of 24-hour races. Yes, Spa 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours. Could even be the C1 24 hours. Oh, hello, one car hasn't moved. Rod Goodman, number 31, has stalled on the grid. The rest of the pack moves away. Broadbent leads them off. Jay Morton in the 85. And 84 is Chris Bridle, raced in the Fun Cup Endurance Series along with his twin brother Ed. They started off their careers at Buckmore Park in karting. Oh, somebody else hitting problems there. Quite see who that is. We've got all 9 cars moving now though. That's good to see. Rod Goodman's got going. Ready for the final Praga Cup race of the season. 50 minutes, a slightly reduced distance because of earlier delays, because of the weather. Look out for that number 4 car, the red car from the back. Team 87, Fanatec, all but confirmed as champions. Plenty of pit stop penalties in this race. Now towards the exhibition straight they come. Now here's the problem that's occurred. Oh, it was the 86. Dominic Paul had a spin coming through Hollywood. And oh, that was close. 77 Charles Hall nearly collected him. Dominic Paul's warming his tyres there. It's his first time in the Praga this weekend, the ex-British GT racer. Competing for the Idola Motorsport team. Done the Dubai 24 hour as well. And GT4 with Century Motorsports, has raced in F3 Cup as well. This alongside Shane Kelly, I think at one point he's an ex-F3 Cup man. Dominic Paul out for the first time in Praga this weekend, sharing with Alex Fors, the GB3 racer. Okay. It's clouding over again here. I hope we don't have another cloud burst during this race, because we're almost ready to go racing here at Donington Park. Is the pack going to be unleashed this time or not? No, it is not. We're going to do another formation lap. Paul's regained his position in 4th on the grid. Rod Goodman as well, 5th, the ex-Radical start. There's Charles Hall and Scott Mittell, that car known for its quick start, so watch for that green car around the first lap. Chippy Westmail driving solo in the number 29. Normally have been Dan Gore who started that car, but not racing today. There's the 87 of Broadbent on pole, looking to confirm their title with another race win, but they've got that 15-second success penalty to serve in the pits. Jay Morton drove out of his skin yesterday, the ex-SAS soldier, to try and close down the deficit to the 87 team and take the 85 car's first win after Ben Collins built up the lead for them. hadn't briefly been held up by a back-marking car, they might have won. Round McLean's up towards Coppice. The sky is definitely darkening here. Let's hope the race doesn't begin with another deluge of rain like we saw this morning. Battle is going to be for second in the championship, and the first team eligible to win that Praga R1 race car ahead of the 2023 Praga Cup. In the first standalone season for the Praga Cup in the UK in 2022, and a fine season it has been. Let's end the year on a high with another cracking race here at Donington Park. They start to form up 2 by 2 behind the pace car. "50 minutes of racing to come with a mandatory stop." Revs begin to rise under threatening skies. A heightened atmosphere here at Donington Park. Here we go, the pack is going to be unleashed this time. The lights are out atop the safety car. We'll pull into pit lane this time. It's time to go. Praga Cup racing for the final time in 2022. The revs are up. The lights go out now and we're underway. Charge down towards Redgate for the first time. They're all close, bunched up behind the 2 front row men. It's the 87 and Jimmy Broadbent who takes the lead. A bit of a slow getaway for Jay Morton. Broadbent leads into Redgate for the first time. It's Chris Bridle, and there's cars off into the gravel already. There's cars going everywhere. Chippy Westmail's in there. Jay Morton's in there. At least 4 cars involved. I think that's the... couldn't quite tell who the other car was that's gone in up there. Another car goes over the gravel. That's Rod Goodman. I think that's the University of Wolverhampton car a little further back there towards the back of the group that's heading down the Craners. That's Goodman, the 31, I think. Yes, he ran wide over the gravel. Stuck in the gravel. That's the 29 of Chippy Westmail. And I think that's the 86 car. The safety car is coming out. Safety car out. Chaos on the first corner, unfortunately. It's the track getting damp again, I think, that has caught out a few of the drivers there. Let's have a look again. It was the 87 car of Broadbent that led Chris Bridle into the first corner, but behind, off they went. Dominic Paul and Chippy Westmail spinning out. Rod Goodman took to the gravel in avoidance. Shane Kelly was delayed in there, and Jay Morton going off as well, the front row man. Wouldn't surprise me, it was just out of our frame there. Be surprised if Jay Morton and Dominic Paul tangled up there to precipitate that one. Now they've got to clear the stranded cars. Hopefully they can get going again out of the gravel. Chippy Westmail has come through from club level sports car racing with the 750 Motor Club in the number 29. Safety car back out on circuits. The 87 Fanatec car from the 84 Idola Motorsport car of Chris Bridle. And third, after all that, from the back of the grid is Ben Stone in the number 4 in the Raw Motorsport machine. Charles Hall is 4th. There we see the safety car going through. Telehandler is moving out of the way to let them through. Shane Kelly for University of Wolverhampton is 5th. Rod Goodman 6th. Jay Morton has got going again in the blue and gold number 85 in 7th. He's quite a way behind. It is Dominic Paul and Chippy Westmail stuck at Redgates. Of course, they will already be a lap down with the recovery operation in progress. Now, Jay Morton struck lucky. He was able to get out of the gravel trap. You can see the blue and gold number 85 there, catching up to the back of the field. He did not lose a lap. The safety car enabling him to catch up. Two cars pretty much out of contention for victory, I'd say already. The 86 Idola Motorsport car, the 29 of Mittel cars. It has not been a happy weekend so far for Mittel cars. Suffered some issues in yesterday's race with the 77 car as well. Safety car had some round copies then. Hopefully the marshals up at Redgate can get those two cars out of the gravel and going again. If they do, I imagine they'll call in the pits to check the damage. It's told that Redgate is clear. Hopefully those two cars will get going again and head round to continue this race, and we'll have the full complement out there. It's good to see. See, the track is still pretty slick there. We caught a glimpse of Chippy Westmail, so he's got going again in 8th place, but a lap down. Dominic Paul will be a lap down as well. There he is, the businessman and racer. I believe he is the UK CEO of Domino's Pizza, Dominic Paul. Praga R1 would certainly be a fast pizza delivery vehicle. Another Domino's Pizza franchisee and racer from Scotland, Henry Dawes, the Ginetta racer. He was racing the Fun Cup. Orange family sweeping up at Redgate. We may get one more lap here, I think, under the safety car while that's clear up is in progress. Yeah, safety car stays out. Here comes an air blower to get the rest of the gravel off the circuit. There goes the safety car leading Jimmy Broadbent, the 87 round. Chris Bridle, Ben Stone. Shane Kelly had a tough time of things for University of Wolverhampton yesterday. I know they've got quite a lot of guests here at their local circuits today. If you are looking to get into motorsport engineering, you're looking to go to uni, then take a look at the University of Wolverhampton's courses. You might be in their pit garage looking after their Praga R1 in years to come. Who knows? They've run F3 Cup cars among other things as well. Historic Morgans as well in recent years. And now looking after Shane Kelly, former F3 Cup racer, at the wheel of his Praga. Safety car should hopefully be in this lap. Lights are still on at the moment. Raw Motorsport in 3rd, Mittel 4th, University of Wolverhampton 5th, the other Raw Motorsport car of Rod Goodman 6th, Praga Team 85 7th, Mittel cars 8th, Idola Motorsport at the back. Don't forget the 29 and the 86, they are a lap down after being recovered from the gravel. Looks like the lights are out. Yes, they are atop the safety car. We'll be going racing this time with the Praga Cup. Resumption of their final race of the year. Just under 42 minutes left to go. '87 of Jimmy Broadbent out in front. Let's see what's going to happen this time. The drivers will now know where the greasy patches are on the first part of the lap. Let's take it steady through Redgate for the first time, I would wager. Here we go, the pack is unleashed and we're back underway. Bit of a slow getaway for the 77 there of Charles Hall. Is the Mittel car's entry in trouble again, I wonder? It's the 87 that leads them through, the Fanatec car ahead of the 84 of Idola Motorsport, the number 4 of Ben Stone, the Raw Motorsport car is in third. Down the hill, down the Craner curves they come. Good restart there by the University of Wolverhampton car up there challenging before. Shane Kelly goes through as they come through towards the old hairpin. Chippy Westmail moving through as well, but of course he is a lap down, gets ahead of Jay Morton in the 85, just taking it a little easier at the start of this one. It's been flipped around. Yesterday the pro drivers started the amateur drivers out in the first stint in these cars, but of course no disrespect meant by that title at all. Maybe classed as AM drivers, but some very quick names in there indeed. Here comes the number 4 of Ben Stone, former Radical sports car racer, on the tail of Chris Bridle, trying to go through for second place. Now we know that the number 4 Raw Motorsport entry could finish as runner-up to the 87 in the championship and therefore win that Praga R1 chassis for next season. How competitive, as we said, does that make you feel? Well, for Ben Stone, he starts at the back of this grid. He's up into second place. He's got ahead of Chris Bridle. And here comes that's the 11, the University of Wolverhampton car. Shane Kelly has had a storming first lap of the restart. Shane Cinzano Bianco Kelly, as it says on the rear wing there. He's challenging now for second place. A flying start for the number 11. He knows he's got to serve a longer pit stop. Oh, mistake there for Chippy Westmail. He runs wide in the 29. Somebody is heading for the pits. Was that the 31 car there? We'll wait and see who heads in. Yes, it is. Rod Goodman has headed for the pits, unfortunately, in the number 31. Leader is already in the clear by 2 3/4 seconds ahead of this battle for second place. Stone and Kelly fighting it out. Chris Bridle down to 4th. Jay Morton is 5th, and Shane Kelly is really on the attack in the number 11 University of Wolverhampton car. Look at this, on the tail of the number 4 Raw Motorsport machine. Through Schwanskirk. There's the silver car of Bridle next. Next in the order is Chippy Westmail, but he's a lap down in 8th place. This is the main battle at the moment. Shane Kelly tries to have a look as they go into Coppice corner. Stone runs just a little wide in the red number 4 with the gold wheels. They're not letting Broadbent get too far ahead here either in the 87, the champions elect, to be confirmed at the end of this race. You say on countback they would win if the 77 car was to take the spoils, but the 77 has dropped back a bit on that restart. Charles Hall. Here comes Shane Kelly on the inside. He's going to take second place away surely at the Melbourne hairpin. He's through, up into second position. Shane Kelly absolutely charging here. Knows he's got to make up time in the early stages so he can serve that slightly longer pit stop as he's driving solo. Same as Chippy Westmail, but Chippy involved in that first corner incident. Jay Morton still 5th. Now Goodman was 6th, but he's made a pit stop, so up to 6 now will be the 77 of Charles Hall. Is that Chippy Westmail slowing down? Yes, it is. There's damage to the right front by the look of it. And he's pulling off. Looks like end of race for the 29 car. Unfortunately, I think the right front suspension is bent. It looks like the Mittel car's entry has dropped out. Meantime, the leaders head up through Schwanskirk. Broadbent being chased down by Shane Kelly, who not surprisingly has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:34.475, close to within a couple of seconds of Jimmy Broadbent that time through. There's Stone in 3rd, Chris Bridle in the 84 in 4th. His twin brother Ed will take over at the pit stop. Ed has been the quicker of the two this season, works as a racing instructor and driver coach. Here come your leaders. Shane Kelly is ready to attack for the lead. They come down towards the Fogarty S's. I believe it's the first time that Pragas have raced on the full Grand Prix layout here at Donington, well certainly as a standalone series. Shane Kelly sweeps to the inside as they come down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Broadbent holds him off. The University of Wolverhampton team would dearly love a second win of the 2022 Praga Cup season here at Donington on their local circuit. It's their nearest circuit to Wolverhampton, as you said, about an hour's drive south of Donington. Whoops, Ben Stone's gone off. Runs wide through Goddard. Now, has he rejoined there or has he pulled over? Didn't quite see there. Bridle's gone through to 3rd place. Jay Morton's gone through to 4th. Never mind that, because Shane Kelly up the inside at Redgate takes the lead. It's all happening in the early stages of this final race of the season for the Praga Cup. And the number 4 car's pulled over. Jay Morton I caught a glimpse of there off as well. He's spun. He sent somebody else over the infield. That's the 86 of Dominic Paul. It must be getting wet out there again, because Ben Stone has pulled over, I think, coming out. He wasn't just going off wide. He's pulled up at Goddard. Then Jay Morton got wide through Redgate. He spun. Look out. Dominic Paul goes off in avoiders. That was good avoiding tactics by the ex-British GT man. He's still stuck in the grass there. Trying his hardest to rejoin. The car will hand over to Alex Fors, the British GB3 Formula 3 racer. And what's that done to the race order, all of that? Shane Kelly now has the lead. There were so many position changes on that lap. I think I'm going to wait for them to come through over the line and we'll establish the race order. There's Charles Hall behind Jay Morton after Morton spun off. There's your leader. Over the line comes Shane Kelly. Broadbent 2nd, 3 seconds down. Third place over the line, it should be Chris Bride. 35.5 minutes of this race still to go. Shane Kelly, the fastest lap, 1:31.689. Another aircraft flies overhead. Third place is Bridle, 4th is Jay Morton, 5th place we've got Charles Hall in the 77. Now beyond that, I think it should be Rod Goodman next through. There's the 86 of Dominic Paul, who's finally got out of the grass. He's still going. He was a lap down anyway. There's Ben Stone's car, so that wasn't a case of sliding off. Something's broken on the number 4 car. That's a double non-finish for that car this weekend, and they won't get the runners-up spot in the points, that team, unfortunately. Their chance to win a Praga R1 has gone. There goes Kelly, reeling off the fastest laps, 1:31.439. He leads Broadbent by nearly 6 seconds now. There's yellow flags at the Craner curves. Something's happened there. Now the number 4 car, I think, had pulled off at Goddard, so I'm not sure why the yellow flag is out at the Cranes. Bridle still 3rd. Is he catching Broadbent? No, his last lap was half a second slower. There's Goodman in the number 31. Who's he closing up? The 86 ahead of him. That car, of course, has already been lapped. Goodman in 6th place. Dominic Paul in 7th. We've lost Chippy Westmail. He's pulled into the paddock with damaged suspension. There's the 85. Jay Morton still going, able to recover after his spin. Well, 2 spins he's had now. Track's still tricky up at, particularly at Redgate. There's the 77 Charles Hall, all on his own. 9 seconds down on Morton, and 21 seconds ahead of Goodman in 6th. There's Goodman in the Raw Motorsport entry, the only Raw Motorsport entry now, unless they can get the number 4 going again. Shane Kelly, another fastest lap. He's getting quicker and quicker. 1:31.206. He's nearly 10 seconds up on the rest of the field now. That airport's busy today, isn't it? Charles Hall. The car will be handed over to Scott Mittel. In 5th position. Can he catch Jay Morton? It's very slow away on the restart after the safety car. I'm not sure why. Dropped him back. There's Morton. First time that team have raced the blue and gold machine, the car that Miles Lacey raced last season. In the blue and gold livery, the sun was glistening on the gold leaf effect on that car yesterday. Great car to look at. Here's the battle for second, because Chris Bridle is closing on Broadbent. Bridle twins have been very consistent this season. The gap is down to just under 3 seconds now. Less than that this time through. There is Chris Bridle, certainly got the 87 in his sights. Last lap he took half a second out. What's it going to be this time over the line? It's 2.8 seconds, 1.7 seconds now, so he's taken nearly a second out of the Fanatec 87 car, which is now nearly 13 seconds behind the flying Shane Kelly. 1:30.932 for the University of Wolverhampton car. It was a close race yesterday, but Kelly is dominating this one. He knows, though, he's got to serve a slightly longer pit stop. That's why he's trying to put as much clean air between himself and the rest of the pack. 2 retirements so far, the number 4 and the 29. Jay Morton is now some 30 seconds behind Chris Bridle in 4th position. It'll be Charles Hall next through in the number 77. Charles Hall, his first season in the Praga Cup. That team have had 2 wins so far this year, the Mittel Cars entry. Charles Hall, the ex-Formula Renault champion in single-seaters, among many other things he's raced in. Pit window is open. That notification as well of a drive-through penalty for car 31. That's Rod Goodman. We don't know the reason why, though. This has come through on the timing screen. The pit window has just opened. They can now make their mandatory stops. I imagine we'll see 1 or 2 cars in early. As I say that, in comes Jimmy Broadbent. Gordy Much, who's been one of the quickest drivers all round in the Praga Cup this year, will take over. Shane Kelly continues on his way. Chris Bridle now up to second, nearly 17 seconds down on the flying University of Wolverhampton car. Can he take the team's second win here? He's trying to build up as big a lead as he can. Mandatory pit stop time without success penalties for a Praga is a minimum of 2 minutes. Kelly has to serve 2.5 minutes. As a pro, Trippy Westmail would have had to serve the same, but he didn't get as far as the pit stop window, very sadly, before the car let him down. Kelly coming up on the number 77 of Charles Hall. I can tell you Jay Morton has pitted as well, the 85, to hand over to Ben Collins. Hopefully hear from some of our drivers in the pit lane with Ewan Dunlop shortly. There's Rod Goodman, and he's yet to make a second stop for that drive-through penalty. Blue flag being shown to him there by the marshal to tell him there's a quicker car behind him. He hasn't let Shane Kelly through yet. That's because he's heading for the pits. Serve his penalty. Now, is he going to serve the drive-through, or is this his mandatory stop? I don't think he can do both at the same time. Dominic Paul, meanwhile, has come in to hand over to Alex Force. There is the 87 Fanatec team car. And there is our leader. Shane Kelly's probably going to leave it until fairly late in the pit window to make the stop. Just lapped Charles Hall. So Rod Goodman is in the pits. Has he made his stop, or is he taking his penalty? We didn't see. He's making his stop at the moment. I don't think you can count a drive-through penalty within your pits to come in again. Out goes Gordy Much. a Ginetta sports car racer, former junior saloon car racer as well. Very, very quick driver indeed. He's come through from the world of karting as well, Gordy. He's a champion in the Super 1 Junior X30 series. Also did a bit of historic racing as well. Went into the Spa 6 Hour this year, won his class in a Jaguar E-Type. He's now at the wheel of the 87. The gap is nearly 18 seconds between Kelly and Chris Bridle. Chris Bridle has done his personal best lap, 132.826. Kelly continues to charge. He wants to build as big a lead as he can. Out comes the 85 there of Ben Collins in the background. See where he joins in. We can hand down now to Ewan Dunlop in the pit lane for the first time during this Praga Cup race. He's down with the Fanatec team 87.
Cheers, Dave. Here with Jimmy. Jimmy, how was that session for you?
Sippy. I think I knew it was happening. It's always a Praga races we had the sort of in-between conditions, but yeah, we had a good start. Managed to keep Jay behind me. I sort of knew that Shane Case was going to come through. He's a pro driver, so what do you expect really? But he didn't lift with double yellow, so drive through for him. So interesting for our race. We've got our success penalty, but Claudia's out there now, so see what we can do.
Hopefully that's not the last time we'll see you in a Prague. You've had a great season. What's been the highlight?
You know what? I think the first race of my Prague career back in Silverstone, 2021, just being able to finish that race was definitely a highlight. I really hope that if there are any sim races out there and you think you can't do it, you definitely can. I'm not the worst one, and I can do it. So yeah, give it a go.
This is a Pro-Am race. As a championship leader now, or a championship winner in the UK, surely you're a pro now?
Definitely not. You want a pro look at Gordy.
Best of luck, speak to you later.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Well done. Right, we're going to find some other drivers who have just come into the pit lane, but for the time being, back to you, Dave.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Another fastest lap just been set by Shane Kelly. He is absolutely charging for the University of Wolverhampton team at 130.349. Gravel everywhere, you can see on the inside line there at Redgate and Hollywood. After those spinners earlier on. It's the lead gap now, 20.1 seconds. He's trying to get, I think, a 30-second lead so he can overcome that additional handicap at his pit stop. Trying to push as hard as he can. University of Wolverhampton team had one win earlier this season. Desperate for another here. Charles Hall has come in from what was third place to hand over to Scott Mittel, the boss of Mittel Cars. Began his racing career in the 750 Motor Club Low Cost Championship, progressing on to building his own cars. So Kelly has yet to stop, the Bridles have yet to stop. Everybody else has now stopped, although Rod Good has still got that penalty to serve, I think. Although we did see him come in fairly early on in this race. I think that was before we got the notification of the penalty, though. I could be wrong. There goes Kelly, another fastest lap. Yes, he's into the 129s now. 129.907 for Shane Kelly, continuing to run away. And it's back down to Ewan in the pits. He's with Praga Team 85.
Dave, MJ, not the start you wanted. What happened?
Yeah, so went into T1, and obviously there's still a bit of grease on the track. So I broke. Two of the lads have dive bombed me on the inside, and they've not been able to get traction. It looks like they've not. They've like spun off in front of me, and then I get a bump from behind, so it knocks me off.
You seem to come back really well, but then lost a bit of traction again.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky conditions. It's almost a dry track, so you're trying to drive it like it's dry. But there's some parts that are quite greasy. And then going into Redgate again, lost it. And I don't know whether there was something on the track or I just overcooked it, but ran it off into the gravel, and as soon as I touched the gravel, I was gone.
It's almost as if Pragas aren't built for wet, greasy conditions. It's odd, isn't it? Joe, can Ben control it though?
Yeah, I mean, he's putting in some decent laps, and I think the car will be good for him, so we'll see.
I'll let you go and enjoy watching. Cheers, mate. There we go. We're going to try and speak to one of the Bridle brothers now. Back to you for the time being, Dave.
Well, you're timing that right, because the bridle car has just come into the pits. Ed will be taking over from Chris right now. And I think Shane Kelly's just come in as well. We watch the 85 car. It's the car with the bespoke Frank Stevenson design livery. Lovely to look at, isn't it? And here comes Shane Kelly. The University of Wolverhampton students and mechanics are ready to receive him. There's the bridle car, so the top two cars in the race in together. Has Shane Kelly built up enough of a lead to serve this slightly longer pit stop? Of course, pit stop penalty for the 84 as well, but only 5 seconds longer. There is Ben Collins, his British Formula 3, British touring cars, Le Mans. He's been the Stig on Top Gear. He's basically done just about everything except Formula 1, Ben Collins, in his career. He's at the wheel of that Frank Stevenson livery in the blue and gold, number 85. I did get a close-up look at that car a few months ago. It's beautiful to look at. There goes Rod Goodman through. Still 2 stops showing on his number 31, so maybe he did take the penalty earlier. Maybe I got the notification a bit late, and he's gone off through Redgate. It is still very slippery there. He's penalised himself a bit further there, Rod Goodman. It was a tough weekend for the 31, the soloist, in the Raw Motorsport car. Raw Motorsport's other car, of course, out of the race, sadly. So everybody has now made their mandatory stops. Wait to see where everybody slots back in the race order. Has Shane Kelly done enough to be able to keep his lead? There's Ed Bridle, the quicker of the two brothers. Works as a driver, coach and racing instructor in the number 84 car. He's ahead of the 87, so he's got ahead of Gordy Much in that 87 car. We can see that. It all depends, I think, on where Shane Kelly's going to slot back in. He's still in the pit lane at the moment. Might be able to see it visually as they come round. Has he built up enough of the lead? 'Cause he's got the longer stop to serve. Much is now right with Ed Bridle. On the same lap as they come through. Out of the hairpin up to Goddard. What about Shane Kelly in the 11? The University of Wolverhampton team, can they get him out in front of the 87 and the 84? They're coming down the Wheatcroft Straight. Gordy Much on the tail of Ed Bridle. Shane Kelly, has he left the pit lane in front of them? We'll have a look down towards Hollywood and the Craner curves. I can't see him. The car not showing on the timing screen as in the pit lane. This is close. Has he got out in front of them? We will wait and see. We haven't seen the 11 car as yet, the blue car with the white flashes. There he is, and he's at McLean's now. Wait to see what happens when all the outlaps have cycled through. I think the University of Wolverhampton team have done enough, and that Shane Kelly is still in the lead. If so, that's great work by the team. Shane was able to build up just about enough of a lead. We'll see where he is in relation when the timing has all settled down. I think he's done enough to stay ahead of Much and Ed Bridle. Ed Bridle still ahead of Gordy Much at the moment. They're together on the track. Collins further back in 4th place as here comes Much having a look into the Melbourne hairpin. He's going to go through on the inside, moves up into what should be 2nd place. 18 minutes of this race still to go. It's Kelly over the line. Here come the two pursuers. We got a race on our hands. We certainly have. The lead is 8.8 seconds for Shane Kelly. The University of Wolverhampton team have done it. They've got Shane Kelly out in front of his protagonists Gordy Much and Ed Bridle, and they are nose to tail. Now what Kelly's going to hope here is these two start battling each other and that he's able to stay ahead. There is the distinctive pink crash helmet of Gordy Much, starting to chase after Shane Kelly. Still got the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.907. We can head back down into the pits meantime now. That round of stops is complete. Ewan Dunlop is down talking to Chris Bridle.
Yeah, here with Chris of the Bridle Brothers. Chris, great stint for you. We talked yesterday about you had a bit of bad luck earlier in the season. Things started to fall your way a little bit.
Yeah, eventually. It took all season, but yeah, obviously double podium last round, podium just the race yesterday. And yeah, we could take another one hopefully. With the Raw car going off the quarter, I think that means we're now third in the championship sealed. But yeah, keep pushing on, see how we get on. But yeah, it was very slippery out there.
How much have you enjoyed this season?
I've loved it. The cars are fantastic to drive. I mean, you know, the people say the grid's a bit smaller, but the racing's so competitive, and these cars, you know, I don't know what's out there, which is you can race for this budget, for these speeds. It's really, really impressive, and they're a joy to drive.
We understand they're going to be mixed in with the prototypes next year. You're going to be on the grid?
Hopefully, see what happens. I might venture out to Europe. There's some stuff out there we can do in the Praga maybe, but I think it'll be a really exciting championship next year. Some big other manufacturers from prototypes. It'll make the grid so much better and just a bit more exciting, really.
Well, fingers crossed for another podium for you.
Fingers crossed, it'll be nice. Cheers.
Okay, we're going to see if we can find one of the Mattel car mechanics, or if we can speak to Scott himself. For the time being, back to you, Dave.
I don't think you'll speak to Scott Mittel, Ewan, because he's taken over the 77 car. He's on track at the moment in 6th place. The lead gap is 9 seconds between Shane Kelly and Gordy Much. They lapped 0.3 of a second apart, though Gordy Much did put in his personal best, 1:30.447 last time through. Ed Bridle is third. He's a further 2 seconds back in that third place last time through. They're well ahead of Ben Collins. He's over 30 seconds down in that 4th place. Rod Goodman is 5th, and then it is Scott Mittel in 6th position. I think both of those cars are a lap down. Last runner, number 86, Alex Fors. That car, of course, delayed with a couple of offs for Dominic Paul during the amateur driver's stint. Here comes Shay Kelly through to complete lap 19 for the University of Wolverhampton team. Their guests here this weekend. Would be wonderful for them if they could take their second win of the season. Gap is still 8.8 seconds, so Gordy Much closing by a couple of tenths on that lap, but not by a massive margin. He's clear of Bridle now. Ed Bridle now 3.3 seconds down on him. Gordy Much, a phenomenally fast racer. There you can see it's almost the length of the Craner curves between the two leaders. There's Bridle at the top now in the silver machine. It's reminiscent of the scenes of the Donington Historic Festival that I attended earlier this year when the Group C cars were out there. They're certainly similar in shape, these cars, to the old 80s Group C racers. Ben Collins still 4th, ahead of Goodman, Mittel and Fors. 19 laps completed by the race leader. Here he comes into the chicane. We can hand back to our pit reporter Ewan Dunlop. He's gone down to the Mattel Cars team. He's found Charles Hall.
Scott just taken over the car. Charles, great stint from you. I mean, it's not the ideal weekend, not the weekend you wanted, but you're doing enough in terms of the championship and that second place spot.
Yeah, right. It all started yesterday because when Scott got tapped up the back and it got the flat spots, we couldn't pit because I was in the car, but he got stuck in 5th. I don't think we would have got back out and going again. So we ran around in 5th gear, and then it seemed to work yesterday, last night, in the garage, running around, and then on the second green flag lap he just got stuck, but managed to get 4th. So we started in 4th gear. I just let everyone go, and there's been chaos, seeing cars going off. I'm just driving around in 4th gear thinking, just don't anyone hit me. I just want to keep going, get the points we need. Yeah, we've changed the cable when he pitted. It seems to be now working. We're a few laps down, but we just need to just finish now, and that's all.
I mean, I'm sure you've done the maths. You know what you need to do. Nervous times? You look okay.
Yeah, I never normally watch, but kind of it doesn't really matter now. He's not racing. We're not for position. I need to get to the end, and yeah, normally I can't even go on the pit wall, nothing. But I'm here today.
I mean, it is a big prize. What does it mean to you?
Like everything, it's the biggest thing. It's been a great year, and just while we're on, you know, the Mattel guys, you know, everybody at Mattel, Alistair, Scott, working with Scott, this has probably been one of the best years I've ever had doing it, and really enjoyed it. Praga, you know, the cars are amazing. We're ironing out a few little things, but if we can get this, I think that will guarantee we can do something next year for sure.
I'll go and let you watch the last 15 minutes, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, let's watch the last 10 minutes of action. Over to you, Dave.
While we were talking to Charles Hall there, the car he handed to Scott Mittel has just lost a place because Alex Fors in the 86 has gone through up into 6th position down the pit straights. Lead gap has come down a little, 8.2 seconds now between Shane Kelly and Gordy Much in this final Praga Cup race of the season. Bridle car has dropped away now, nearly 11 seconds down on Gordy Much, so the lead gap, or the gap between 2nd and 3rd, opening up. University of Wolverhampton looking good here for their 2nd win of the season. As for 2nd in the points, would 7th place be enough for the Mittel Cars team to finish runner-up to the 87 Fanatec car and win that Praga R1 prize car? We know the 3rd place team in the points coming into this weekend are out. The number 4 car, a double retirement for them this weekend. It depends, I think, what the Bridles do. I think they were the next team. Just going to grab the points chart. Yes, the 84 car of Ed and Chris Bridle. We've got to wait and see if they can overhaul the 77 and get 2nd in the points. As I say that, is that the 84 car slowing down? There is Ed Bridle. Looked like he was slowing there coming out of McLean's. Has he got a problem? Keep an eye on that car. 31 of Rod Goodman ahead of him. I think that car's in trouble. See what his lap time is as he comes through. Yes, his last lap was a 1:36. So I think Ed Bridle's in trouble here. Gordy Much, meanwhile, has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.622. That 84 car is definitely slowing. We'll see if Ed Bridle comes into the pits this time. We were just saying that he might be able to get up into the battle for 2nd place in the championship. I hope I haven't put the curse of the commentator on the 84 car. 10 minutes of the race to go. And that could hand it to the 77. He's keeping going, Ed Bridle. Yes, there's Ben Collins behind him. Collins about to move up into 3rd position. Yeah, last lap for Bridle, a 1:52. There's something wrong with the 84 car. What a shame for the Bridle twins. He knows the game is up, he moves over. Ben Collins goes through into 3rd place for car 85. New fastest lap of the race by Alex Fors, number 86, 1:29.561. If only that car hadn't had a couple of spins early on, they could be up there fighting for honours. There's the 85, Ben Collins. Jay Morton had that spin, of course, on the first corner. Case of perhaps what might have been for this team. They were close to their first win yesterday, chasing the 87 cars to the flag. The lead gap, meanwhile, has come down a little thanks to that new best lap of the race, personal best lap of the race for the 87. 7.5 seconds in it now between Shane Kelly and Gordy Much. Up the hill towards McLean's goes the number 11. Great drive today by Shane Kelly. They were beset with problems yesterday, the University of Wolverhampton squad. They've overcome the extra pit stop penalty. Continuing to lead. Well clear of Ben Collins in 3rd. Gordy Much is 7.5 seconds back in 2nd place. There is the lead gap. It's about the length of the exhibition straight. 8 minutes to go. Ed Bridle is in the pits. The 84 car, hopefully they can get that back out there and get it to the finish. So that could well give Rod Goodman 4th place. In comes the 84. Hopefully Ewan is down there and can find out what the problem is. That's a shame for the Bridle twins. They've had such a good, consistent season. So it will be Goodman going through shortly to 4th. Fors will be up to 5th in the car share with Dominic Paul. The lead gap has stabilised at 7.8 seconds or thereabouts. Shane Kelly continues to press on, the XF3 Cup star. Great day for the University of Wolverhampton and their students here looking after this car. He's got to sweat it out for the final 7 minutes, as has Shane Kelly. Up the hill to Coppice, you can see the track still damp in places. Collins just crossed the line to go through for third place. Just got to keep a cool head here. Through the chicane. See the mud kicked up there where a few cars have run wide on the exit over the course of the weekend. Oh, I've just had notification come through. The number 11 has got a stop-go penalty. Disaster for our race leader. He's coming in. We just had the notification come through on the timing screen. Shane Kelly comes in, we believe that is for too short a pit stop. That's disaster for the University of Wolverhampton. Gordy Much will go through and he's in the lead. Shane Kelly into the penalty box. He will be absolutely gutted. And the 87 car goes through into the lead. Well, that will confirm them as the champions this year for definite. What can Shane Kelly salvage? He's only got 5.5 minutes to try and close the deficit back up again. It's him coming down the Craner curves. A doubtlessly angry Shane Kelly. Well, Shane Kelly starts to make up the deficit. We'll see what the gap is as he gets to the end of this lap. But our interviewer Ewan Dunlop is down with the bridal team in the pits. We can find out what the problem is with the 84.
Cheers, Dave. I thought we'd spoken to you for the last time, unfortunately not. What's happened with the car?
Lower boost pipe slipped off, so had no boost. So back on track now. I don't think it affects where we finish in the championship. Just frustrated. We thought we could probably end it with another podium. We were in contention for another podium, so yeah, frustrating, but it is what it is. Still got a decent result in the championship, so yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, they were having a good route around in the car underneath. Did Ed tell what it was? Did you have to find it and fix it?
We just knew straight away. As soon as he came past one lap, you could just hear there was no boost and it was driving dead flat. And he was like 10-12 seconds off a lap. Just had no pressure from the boost. So yeah, came in and got it fixed. So hopefully he'll just finish the race now.
Okay, mate, thanks for talking to us. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
So there we go. Bit of a boost problem for the 84. Back to you, Dave.
Boost pipe reattached and the 84 is back out there. They're down into 7th place. They lost a couple of laps there repairing. Now the gap as the leaders crossed the line was 24 seconds between Much and Kelly. With less than 4 minutes to go, Shane Kelly, I don't think he's going to make that up, sadly. It's the 87 of Gordy Much who leads. Kelly safe in second. He's nearly 16 seconds clear of Ben Collins. Such a strong run by the University of Wolverhampton. It's in frustration, Sally. We believe it's for a pit stop infringement. Didn't get an official notification of that, but I imagine it is for a short pit stop. There is the 11 car coming down into the Fogarty S's as the leader goes up to Goddard. Behind them, Rod Goodman is still 4th. An incident-packed race for him. Alex Fors is 5th in the 86, the Adola Motorsport car. The 77 Mittel car is 6th, ahead of the Bridal. So I think, by my calculations anyway, that the number 77 is going to finish second to the 87 in the championship, and if so, they would win the Praga R1 as the grand prize in this series. We will confirm that with Praga officials after the race. There goes the 77 up the hill towards McLean's behind our leader. 24 seconds still in it. It will be, I think, last lap this time for Gordy Much. Final lap of the Praga season coming up. comes Much into the Melbourne hairpin. There is the 77 Scott Mittel. Originally they're going to take the runners-up spot in the championship. Of course, as the Fanatec car is a factory Praga team, they cannot win the grand prize overall of a Praga R1. But there's the board out. The last lap of the Praga Cup season 2022 is upon us. It's a case of what might have been for so many teams, sadly, in this race. What if there hadn't been that tangle on the first corner involving the 85 and the 86? They could have been up there. What if the bridles hadn't had that turbo problem? What if the 4 and the 29 hadn't had problems early on? What if it hadn't been for that stop-go for Shane Kelly and the University of Wolverhampton team? But that's motor racing. Now they're coming in, the 87 car, for another win. Through Coppice for the last time. It's only the exhibition straights, the Fogarty S's, the Melbourne Loop and up to Goddard. As the Praga season comes to a close. What a season it has been for Jimmy Broadbent and his partner Gordy Much. Much has Much been the quickest driver overall over the course of the season. Here he comes through the Melbourne Loop for the final time. It's going to be a double win this weekend for the champions, the Fanatec Praga team. Through the last corner comes Gordy Much. The clock counts down to 0 as he comes up. Oh, is he a bit early? Now, the board went out last time through. I think we're going to do one more lap. The clock counted to 0 just as he came through Goddard's there. It looks like we are going to do one more lap. The board was about to go out last time through. Bit of confusion there. So it's going to be effectively a lap of honour for Gordy Much here. He's not going to be caught. Still 24 seconds in it between himself and Shane Kelly. The University of Wolverhampton team, though, can take pride in their performance in this race. Charge early on from Shane Kelly, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Incidentally, the current fastest lap is with Alex Ford on 29.504. He's in 5th place with debutant Dominic Paul. Through the chicane they go. Melbourne hairpin for the last time. And up to what is definitely the final corner this time. The number 87 Fanatec Team Praga of Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy Much coming in to take its second win of the weekend and the Praga Cup Championship for 2022. Shane Kelly will come through for second. University of Wolverhampton car, just waiting for him to cross the line. There's a penalty being given to Alex Fors and Dominic Paul of 18 seconds as well. We know not why, possibly another pit stop penalty. Kelly comes over in second for the University of Wolverhampton. Here comes the 85 car, almost a full lap ahead of Rod Goodman. Takes third, Ben Collins and Jay Morton. Great weekend they've had with a second and third, close to their first win yesterday. Rod Goodman is fourth. It will be Fors and Paul, despite a late penalty, will take fifth. Sixth, Scott Mittel and Charles Hall. And provisionally, they have won the Praga R1 chassis. And the bridles come in seventh after their late technical problem. Sadly, we lost the number 4 and the 29 early on. But there is your champions, number 87, Broadbent and Much, for the Fanatec team. Result confirmed then, just 3 cars on the last lap at the end of that race. 24 seconds, the winning margin for Much over Kelly. Ben Collins, the other man on the lead lap. A full lap ahead of Rod Goodman in 4th. It was 4s, and Dominic Paul in 5th position. 6th for Scott Mittell and Charles Hall. The Bridles were 7th. Retirement for Ben Stone. Rob Weldon sadly never got to drive in that race. Chippy Westmail, who was running solo, lasted just a couple of laps before damage put him out. An eventful weekend as always for the Praga Cup as their season draws to a close. See the number 4 car there at the Craner curve, so it got going again for a couple of corners before Ben Stone had to pull over. Gordy Much set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well, 1:29.475. Well, we'll see the drivers down in Parc Fermé shortly for the celebrations. There are 3 races still to go here at Donington today. We have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club next, the Jaguars and Pre-83 touring cars. They get their chance to show their stuff on a slightly drier track than earlier on. Then we've got the Britcar Trophy title decider. Tell you it is Team Brit who are leading the points going into that one. And concluding the day, the Mini Challenge with their 3rd race of the day. I'm going to get my breath back, and we'll head down to Ewan in Parc Fermé shortly.
And there we have it, the first Praga Cup season UK comes to a close, and we celebrated about 12 months ago with Gordy and Jimmy because they'd won their first race, and now they are the Praga Cup champions. So we're just going to wait for Gordy to jump out of his Praga number 87 here, Goldie number 2. We're going to let him he's still tied in here, unfortunately. too excited to celebrate, and we're going to be happy enough to have our first conversation with him. It has been 2 wins this weekend to round things off. I mean, that's the way champions do things, isn't it? See all the fans here behind the fence waiting for him as well. Here he comes. Look at this. They are the champions. Oh, there's only one way to celebrate, isn't there? Gordy, get your helmet off, mate. Well done. What a way, first of all, to end the season with 2 wins. A couple of things fell into place for you there. Fairy tale end to the season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very reminiscent of how we ended last year, so it's a perfect way to end. So absolutely delighted with that. Pip fastest lap at the end there as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a dream result. That yeah.
I mean, at the start of the weekend, it wasn't secured. It could have gone any way whatsoever. But again, the conditions, things fell into place. But you still had to perform. You and Jimmy both did that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, Jimmy's done a good job all weekend. He's performed well over testing in the wet conditions, and today in the dry, he done a really good job. He took us to where we needed to be. It's a shame that we didn't get to fight with Shane, because I think that we were catching him slowly but surely, but I think they got stop-go for what I'm not too sure why, but perfect way to end the season. It is.
If we don't see you in Pragas again, will we see you and Jimmy together again?
Yeah, possibly. We obviously make a very good pairing, and you know, people quite like, you know, people really enjoy us as a pairing in general. We work really well together, so we need to see what our options are in the future.
Right, congratulations, well done. Go and enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Cheers.
Buddy. Well done. Let's speak to Shane Kelly here. Second place, not the position he wanted to finish in with the stop-go penalty near the end of that race. Shane, second position, not the position you would have wanted. You were leading for so long. You were putting in an incredible performance. How do you summarise that race for us?
Frustrating.
Yeah.
Brilliant pace. Brilliant pace all the way through. Just still angry, but really, really amazing job. Unbelievable pace. I think we got the car running, so we knew if the car was faultless, we'd be quick. And unbelievable effort shifting from the guys last night to get the gearbox in and get it changed and sorted out.
I mean, you guys as a team have already come together in the second half of the season, haven't you? What have you got to say for your team behind you?
They deserve more than second, and so just a little bit annoyed, but I think we need to. Yesterday I would take P2 all the time. So
when you summarise the season as a whole, I know the race today is frustrating, but the season as a whole successful.
Unbelievable, yeah. Great cars. We like you said, we're trying to get on top of them. And a big move into a different series for us this year, and amazing job. Our sponsors are unreal. They're all here today, or most of them. So it's great to put performance in and at my favourite track. So very happy now that I've calmed down a bit.
And with the university team next season?
Yes.
All right, brilliant, mate.
Thank you.
Good, look forward to seeing you. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy. There we go. We could speak to some more cars, but we've got to go racing once again. It is an absolutely non-stop action-packed day here at Donington. I'm sure you can guess what it is. It is the classic touring cars. Back to you, Dave.
Cars already forming up on the grid then for our second race of the day for the Jaguars and the Pre-83s, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Colin Philpott will take pole position by virtue of his win earlier on in impossible conditions. I don't know how Colin could see where he was going. Tom Robinson, number 4, will line up alongside him. Second row, 11 Michael Holtz and 114 Jack Robinson. James Ram will line up on row 3 of the grid alongside David Ringham. Of course, these Jaguars starting at the front. Some of them finish behind touring cars in race 1, but the Jaguars have a separate grid ahead of the touring cars. Row 4, Andrew Maynard alongside Andrew Harper, battling for the Class B win in race 1. Row 5, it's Chris Boone and Rick Walker. 6th row of the grid, James Wall and Nick Strong in their XJSs. Row 7, Dean Sewell. We're told he's not starting, so we won't see the number 40 out there, unfortunately. Stephen Dowell will be there, though, number 69. Row 8, Tim Morant and Damien Gray, the Class A cars. Row 9, Tom Lenthal, who retired from race 1. Mike Seaborn will be a non-starter, a seized engine on his XJS, unfortunately, so he won't be there. Behind them, we'll have Michael Atkinson, hoping to get a race this time, and David Howard, who missed race 1 in the number 17 XJS. I think that might be Tom Butterfield's car he's racing today, and he will start from the back of the Jags. Then there's a gap, and we've got the touring cars. Stephen Primmett and Tom Harvey in their Escorts lead the field away, ahead of Dave Thomas in the Capri, Will Davison in the BMW, Mark Osborne's Triumph Dolomites and Anton Martin in the Mark III Escort, Malcolm Jepps in the Golf alongside Carl Shreve's Dolomites, and we've got Mike Broadway's BMW, Mark Cholerton, a late retirement in his Escort in race 1, Graham Smith's Escort and David Claxton's Dolomite, they failed to finish the first race. Peter Millington hopefully there in his Hillman Avenger, Colin Claxton's Dolomites, and Jason Andrews, who takes over Josh Smith's BMW for the second race of the day. They will start from the rear of the grid. Said Dean Sewell, number 40, not out for this one. This was scheduled to be his last race for a while. He's taking some time out of motorsport, we've been told, so all the best to him in his future endeavours in the Series 1 XJ. That car, I believe, is up for sale if you want to have a go for it. Jag Racing for yourself. Here's an interesting view from our onboard camera. I think this is with Anton Martin again. Near the wind of the supercharger on Tom Robinson's car now. He spent the whole of the first race trying to stop the back end coming round on him so he can actually get on with some racing this time in the drier conditions. I suspect we will see Tom Robinson dominate this race, but anything can happen in motorsport. With the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, it generally does. Now Andrew Harper, I would imagine, is going to take the Class B title because Mike Seaborn absent with a seized engine. Escort's power sliding through McLean's. One way to warm your tyres up, I suppose. Anton Martin again carrying our onboard camera. I think David Thomas has got one in his Capri as well. There's the Jaguar XK8s. This is Colin Philpott, our pole man. I can see where he's going this time. First win of the season for Colin earlier on in the big XJS. Watch for James Ram as well, a Donington specialist, thwarted by a spin at Goddard's earlier on. Tim Morant, the Class A champion this year with that lovely Castrol liveried Series 1 XJ6. Philpott on pole. Robinson alongside. Board with Anton Martin, the former Bangor racer, in his Escort. Following Mark Osborne, the Welshman, in his Dolly Sprint. This is David Thomas's Ford Capri. Raced this car for many, many years. Notice the Goodwood Road Racing Club sticker on the windscreen of his car. Stephen Primet in prime position for another victory to crown his 10th title-winning season. This will be a slightly reduced distance. It'll be a 10-minute race. The driver's just happy to be racing in drier weather than earlier on. Philpott on pole. Robinson second and fourth. Michael Holtz third on the grid, a great recovery for him earlier on. For the Jaguars, this is Chris Robinson's last race as their coordinator. It's his farewell, the red light is on, and away go the Jaguars. 383s will start after a 10-second delay. Super start by Colin Philpott. The XJS has got the lead as they head down towards Redgate for the first time. Not such a good start for Michael Holt, trying to cover from James Ram. Side by side with Jack Robinson there into the first corner at Redgate. Tom Robinson has that second place. Now what about the touring cars? They'll be unleashed from further back. The Jaguars head down the hill towards the old hairpin. Try and pick up the touring cars in the background. Here they are. It is Stephen Primet who's got the lead. Not the best of starts for Tom Harvey. He's dropped back about 3 places as David Claxton slides out into the gravel on the first corner. Anton Martin gets out of shape as well. There's Jason Andrews' BMW at the back of the field, and David Claxton has got stuck in the gravel. That could be a safety car. On the edge of the circuit there. Mark Chollerton's made a great start. He failed to finish race 1. He's up to about 4th in the touring cars. It's Philpott who leads the Jags ahead of Robinson. Tom Robinson, that is. We're on board with the race leader, Colin Philpott, that rumbling Powerbell Services XJS through Coppice. See the sun causing some visibility problems this time. They head down the straights. Colin Philpott's just fated not to see where he's going today. He's got Tom Robinson on his bumper as they head into the Fogarty S's for the first time. Still a little bit of bodywork damage from earlier on that collision with his brother's car at the start of race 1. Through they come towards the exit of the chicane. Then it's down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Michael Holt in 3rd place, poised to make a move as well. He wants his maiden win in the championship. 4th is James Ram. He's got ahead of Jack Robinson in the number 114. Then it's Chris Boone going well, the former champion in the Cov Cats XK8s. Repaired after it expired in a cloud of smoke at Snetterton. Another XK8 7th. That is the number 58 car of Tom Lenthal, the car normally campaigned by Derek Pearce. Board with Philpott. Has he lost the lead there? Yes, Tom Robinson has got through into the lead, coming through Goddard's. It is the supercharged XJR6 who leads the way into the second lap. 1:56.124 his lap time. See the wheel arch taped together there on the number 4. The yellow flag out at Redgate, presumably that's because of David Claxton's Triumph off to the left. Yes, the telehandler is there plucking it out of the gravel. So the marshals opting to cover it with yellow flags rather than a safety car. 7th place is Lenthal. He's gained 9 places off the grid in this one after failing to finish race 1. 8th is James Wall in a Tom Lenthal run XJS. He's coming down the craners now. There he is, the grey car. Michael Atkinson is that? No, Rick Walker, sorry, 9th. 10th place, Andrew Maynard leads Class B ahead of Andrew Harper, trying to take the class title at his first attempt. Who's taking on the Jags? Stephen Primet again. How quick is that Part 1 Escort? Grip on Damien Gray in the 88s. Mark Osborne, arch rival of Stephen Primet for many years, 2nd of the touring cars, and 3rd is Mark Chollerton. Up among the Jags. We ride on board with Anton Martin further back in the pack in the Escorts. Where is he in the order at the moment? Look down the timing screen, he's towards the back of the field. car out of the race, of course, Claxton. Leader heads up as the escort heads up towards Coppiscorn. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. And we have a red flag, I think. Yes, the reds are out. Presumably because of that stranded Dolomite at Redgate. So it's proving more difficult to move than the marshals anticipated, and the race unfortunately having to be stopped. Will we see a restart? There is the Dolomite. It's buried up to its axles in the gravel. The number 84 of David Claxton. The car's being stopped on the grid. We'll have to wait to see if we get a restart here. Okay, your leader at the time of the stoppage was Tom Robinson, the number 4, ahead of Colin Philpott and Michael Holtz. Okay, the timing screen has gone blank. We wait to hear news from the clerk of the course on what's going to happen with a restart.
Even if we just mark it, it's something. Yeah.
Under the red flag here at Donington Park in this Jaguar and Prix 83 race. David Claxton's Triumph Dolomite going into the gravel on the first corner. The recovery taking a bit longer than the marshals initially anticipated, so the race was red flagged. Timing screen still shows 10 minutes for the restart. So it looks like we'll get what was going to be the revised full distance. The car's being re-gridded. Colin Philpott in pole position, ahead of Tom Robinson. And there's one of our intrepid cameramen up on the platform there. Fair play to our camera crews today, braving the weather earlier on today. Give us a wave. Thanks to everybody here today at Donington for braving the weather to bring us the action. Right, the timing screen now says 8 minutes, so it'll be a slightly reduced restart. 8 minutes. The revised restart. There's an escort coming into the pits. I think that's Tom Harvey. Jason Andrews, a very smart BMW at the back of the field. There's another of our cameramen He hasn't got the luxury of a platform. Nice rain cover for his camera though. Hardy spectators in the grandstands. Takes more than a bit of rain to stop the average race goer in the UK. Thanks for all your comments today. I haven't had much time to read them today with so much that's been going on. Thank you for the coverage all the way from Singapore, says one of our commenters. So, spectators from all over the world here on BARC TV. Another of our cameramen, a couple of marshals taking the time of day there as well. You wouldn't know that the place was practically underwater first thing this morning, would you? So the car's being re-gridded. Phil Potts on pole ahead of Robinson. And Holtz, Jack Robinson, Ram. I can see Andrew Harper, Rick Walker, the 54. Andrew Maynard. Chris Boone is in there. We seem to have lost Tom Harvey into the pit lane with his escort. Hopefully he'll rejoin from the pits when the race gets underway. Anton Martin grids up, our camera car. The Mark III escorts. Got a couple of escorts and a BMW in his collection, Anton Martin. Our camera crews seem to be passing the time filming each other. There's another reason for a stoppage. There's some fluid been spilt at McLean's, being cleared away. Thanks for your patience, everyone, during this enforced stoppage. After this, we will have the championship decider for the Britcar Trophy. That will be over the reduced distance of 40 minutes with the mandatory pit stop, and then a 10-minute race for the mini challenge. So it looks like we're racing into the twilight again here at Donington, just as we were yesterday with that wonderful Super Touring and 03 and 93 race. That really was a unique atmosphere. Finished virtually in darkness. I remember I was present at Donington for a night race here a few years ago, and the atmosphere down the pit lane was electric. Can you spot our cameraman? There he is, camera woman, I'm told, down there, giving us a wave. Sorry about that. I think we've given you the who's who of our filming staff here today. Thanks to all of them once again, braving the rain to bring you the action here on BARC TV. So a bit of clearing up still going on. 8 minutes will be the distance for the restarts. Racing into the sunset here at Donington Park on BARC TV. Quick hello to Lynn Bates, who's messaged in to say a big thank you to all of the wonderful Orange family Our volunteer marshals, Lena Marshall and official herself, works very closely with the Jaguar Challenge. Indeed, a big thank you to all the volunteer marshals, the recovery crews, the medics, everybody else here at Donington, making this event possible. On board with our pole sitter. This is what it's like inside a racing XJS. I think we're nearly ready to go. There's Anton Martin, Will Davison's BMW ahead of us. That sun's going to cause a few visibility issues as well. Cars move away. They will get a green flag lap again, first of all, to warm up the tyres. Tom Harvey, as I suspected, is going to join him from the pit lane at the back in his Escort. He won't stay at the back long, though. Tom is a very quick driver. The Escort he shares with his father. Jaguars head off first. Of course, the XJS, so successful in touring car racing in the 80s, in the European touring cars. They even won the Bathurst 1000 in the 80s in Australia. We ride with Colin Philpott's example. Class C car with the 4-litre engine as opposed to the 6-litre V12. I don't think we have any 6-litre V12s out there. No, we don't. Most of them using the 4-litre engine. David Thomas with the Capri. 3-litre V6 in that one. Bit of powder put down on some oil at McLean's. A bit dusty there for the first couple of laps. There's Stephen Dowell, newcomer this year with the XKR. That lovely martini paint job. We've got the martini paint job, we've got silk cuts. We've got the mottle colours, the Formula 1 Jaguar livery as well, Castrol. It's all about the iconic liveries in this series. The Castrol colours were carried by the Jaguar XJR prototypes in America in IMSA GTP competition. Martini colours out there as well. There was a Jaguar carried those colours. It was the XJ220 raced by Wyn Percy in the late 90s. Stephen Primet in the Escort Mark 1 heads to the grid for the pre-83s, looking for yet another win. I think even he's lost count of the number of wins he's taken in this championship over the years. He'll be taking on the Jaguars, I'm sure. Got into the top 5 overall in the wet earlier. Because these Jaguars were more than an extremely large handful in the conditions we had this morning. The Big Cats come out to play one final time here at Donington in 2022. Tom Robinson has already secured the title. Last few touring cars into line. Watch for Mark Chollerton from the back of the grid. Headlights on the Escort. Three races to go here at Donington today. Waiting for those red lights to come on. Colin Philpott and Tom Robinson on the front row. The red lights are on. They go out very quickly. And here we go. Philpott gets away well. Tries to get across on Tom Robinson. Michael Holt could dive down the inside. But Robinson, the power of that supercharged XJR, takes him into the lead as they head into Redgate for the first time. Philpott second. Holt third. James Ram up into fourth ahead of Jack Robinson. Chris Boone is in sixth place. The Jaguars are all round Redgate okay for the first time. We'll wait for the touring cars to charge away on their 10-second delay. It's Tom Robinson who leads down the Craners. Here come the touring cars. Stephen Primet with the lead ahead of Mark Osborne. Davison and Chollerton disputing third place. Great start again by Mark Chollerton. Tom Harvey will join in at the back from the pit lane in the Mark 1 Escorts. Here come the touring cars down the Craners. The white Escort ahead of the black Dolomites. David Thomas in the Capri chasing Carl Shreve in his Dolomite. Further back there's Malcolm Jeffs, the ex-Alfa Romeo racer, in his Golf. Tom Martin in the Escort. Jaguars heading up towards Coppice. There's Chris Boone, 6th place in the XK8s. Tom Robinson is already clearing off. You can hear the whine of the supercharger on his XJR6 as he pulls away from Colin Philpott. We're on board with Colin down the exhibition straight. Is anybody going to come diving up the inside of the XJS as they go into the Fogarty S's? James Ram had a think about it. Michael Holt tucked in behind them. Down they come towards the hairpin. Robinson in the clear. Philpott second. Battle for third, headed up by James Ram in the 99. Jack Robinson on the outside. Michael Holt on the inside. The two X300 Series XJSs, one of them an XJR. Battling for fourth place. Oh, we've lost Tim Morant. He's gone into the gravel at the chicane. Looks like he's spun right across the grass. You can see he's demolished a marker board there. Polystyrene everywhere. He's got a long way off. So Tim Morant, he's already secured the Class A title for road standard cars. He's out of this one. Back aboard the touring car of Anton Martin, the Escorts, into the right-hander at the Melbourne Loop. With David Thomas now in the Capri, heading up towards Goddard's, the circuit commentary box on the left. And Goddard's corner round the hospitality suites, then into the pit straights. There's Anton Martin, the Escorts, really throwing that car through there. Tom Harvey catching up as well in the 47. Your leader is Tom Robinson, ahead of Colin Philpott by 3 3/4 seconds at the end of lap 1. Ram third ahead of Holt, Jack Robinson, Chris Boone. Tom Lenthal was on the move again at the second start of this race. He's gained 7 places. Here's our touring car leader, Stephen Primet, but he's not going to have it all his own way this time because Mark Osborne is giving chase in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Coming up on Michael Atkinson, who failed to get away in the first Jaguar race, retired into the pits. He's got David Howard, I think that is ahead of him. It's either Howard or Nick Strong, the blue XJS there. It's Primet up the inside. It is Nick Strong, the number 32 there. Race a Mark 1 Capri, appeared in I think a Marcos and what else did he race? A Ford Classic, I think, in classic touring cars a few years ago. Race to the south of Birmingham. Yellow flags at the chicane because of Tim Morant's car in the gravel, so no overtaking through there. Primet continues to lead. Shell Oil's pre-83 touring cars. There's the Castrol XJ6 in the gravel, the Series 1. There's James Wall, newcomer this year in the 77. Not to be confused with the XPTCC racer of the same name. Stephen Dowell behind him as Primet up the inside muscles his way past Andrew Maynard. Racing that car in some endurance events this year as well. The ex-Mike Seaborn XJ40 shared with Colin Porter. So there goes Tom Robinson. He's clear to the tune of nearly 8.5 seconds now. He's pulled up almost 5 seconds on the rest of the field. Could be his most dominant victory yet, lifting a wheel down the Craner curves there, and that's no mean feat in a big Jaguar. He's not going to try power sliding it around like James Ibbotson was in his Hillman Imp, is he? Well, there's possibly some power sliding that's gone a bit wrong. Mike Broadway has spun the BMW. He joins behind the more modern BMW with Jason Andrews. 3.5 minutes of this race to go, and Tom Robinson has made it his own. Listen to that XJR6 scream as he goes into Coppice. Swallows Racing prepared. Jaguar, he's dominated this season. He's only been beaten once in Class D by James Ram. Deserved first Jaguar title for Tom Robinson. Here's a replay of Mike Broadway's incident there. Oh, no, it's not Mike Broadway's incident. Who does that Escort belong to with the door open? Is that Tom Harvey? It is as well. And there's Broadway spinning behind him. So Tom Harvey with problems of his own, the passenger door coming open. Shut that door, as Larry Grayson would have said. Can he shut that door? I don't think he can reach it from the driver's seat. He may have to come into the pits. lost a couple of cars early on. We saw Tim Morant go off. We lost David Ringham as well, number 45. Still yellow flags out there at the chicane. There goes Robinson. The lead was over 8 seconds. Going to be a lot more than that this time through, I think. Nothing in the 149s. Here's Primetz. He said he'd be taking on the Jaguars. Past Andrew Harper. Having a go at Rick Walker's green XJS. Mark Osborne still second in the diesel smoke there of Andrew Harper's XJ. Lead gap is up to nearly 14 seconds now. Tom Robinson is lapping 5 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else, and we've lost Mark Chollerton again. I don't think it's a result of hitting anything. That damage was there already on the left front corner. That Escort's broken down. James Ram is now in second place. Colin Philpott dropping back behind the more powerful Class D car, and Michael Holt's got through as well, up into the top 3. Here comes Mark Osborne taking on the Jags in his Dolomites. Excuse me, he says to Andrew Harper, in the Silk Cut. 156. It's over a minute left on the clock. We may get one more lap out of this. It's a shortened race. It's Will Davison's BMW, the red and black car there, getting ahead of one of the Jags. Making this race his own, emphasising his dominance of this season. Michael Holt now leading Class C. Tom Lenthal Class B. Class A further back in the order, we'll have a look at in a second. Here's the touring car leader, Stephen Primet, 9th overall. Into the last lap we go. Class A for the Jags. There's in fact nobody left running because only David Ringham and Tim Morant started, and they both retired because of course Dean Shewell didn't make it out. What about Class B? Tom Lenthal leading it, Andrew Harper second. So I think Andrew Harper's going to take the Class Championship in his first season of racing as well. That's a great achievement. There's a Jag veteran, number 17. That's David Howard. Normally we see him in his British Leyland liveried XJ12, but now in a borrowed XJS. It's a rather smoky XJS there behind Anton Martin's Escort. Missed the first race, David Howard. And behind Berkshire Pallets. Lead gap is over 15 seconds now for Robinson. In the touring cars, Primetz leads overall and leads his class ahead of Osborne. Third of the touring cars is Will Davison. Class B is led by David Thomas, Class D by Tom Harvey. Tom Harvey's got ahead of Anton Martin, that means, or has he? No, Harvey's dropped back again. Maybe he's pulled in to have that door closed. So Anton Martin, is he back into the lead of the class? Yes, he is. But anyway, the race is about to come to its conclusion. Tom Robinson for Swallows Racing. Totally dominated this season. There's one defeat in his class all year. Only a couple of defeats overall. He's coming in to take the checkered flag, and Stephen Primet is going to emphasise his total dominance of the Pre-83 touring cars as well. Flashing the lights, Tom Robinson wins the Jaguars and wins overall. In the Jaguar Saloons Challenge, sponsored by Berkshire Jag Components. James Ram home in second in his XJS, the only man to beat Tom Robinson in his class this year. 15.2 seconds the winning margin. Michael Holt completes the podium, he's had a good day. Colin Philpott, our earlier winner, in 4th. Chris Boone is 5th. Jack Robinson 6th, there he is. Class B is won by Tom Lenthal in 7th. James Walby hounded to the line by our Pre-83 touring car winner and 10-time champion Stephen Primet. Just cannot stop this man winning. Mark Osborne in the Triumph comes over in second, completes the top 10. The third touring car home is Will Davison's BMW. I think the Class B title in the Jaguars has been resolved in favour of Andrew Harper provisionally, and full credit to Andrew because it was his first season of racing this year with the diesel XJ. He ran behind Auto Reserve based in Derbyshire. confirm that officially, though, of course. Waiting for the last couple of finishers to come home. Yes, Tom Harvey did pull into the pits, presumably to have his door closed. So Anton Martin gets the class win. David Howard was the only entry all season in Class A for the Pre-83, so he will win their title by default. Class B, there's only one entry today, of course, and that's David Thomas, but not enough for him to take the title. That goes to Mount Best in his Capri. We'll get back to those in a moment, because there's your race result. Robinson ahead of Ram by over 15 seconds. Holt wins his class ahead of Philpott. Chris Boone completing the top 5 ahead of Jack Robinson. Tom Lenthal, Class B winner in 7th, ahead of James Wall. Stephen Primet, the touring car winner, 9th overall in among the Jags, ahead of Mark Osborne. And we've got Rick Walker, Stephen Dowell, Andrew Harper, who I think has taken the Class B title in the Jags. Then Will Davison, Damien Gray completes the top 15. 16th was Andrew Maynard's XJ40, then it was Malcolm Jeffs in the Golf, Nick Strong's XJS, and the 92 of Michael Atkinson. Completing the top 20 was Carl Shreve, then David Thomas and Anton Martin with class wins. David Howard 23rd, 24th for Mike Broadway's BMW. Jason Andrews finished at the back. We lost Tom Harvey into the pits to fix that door. Mark Chollerton was a retirement as well. We also lost David Ringham. Tim Morant went into the gravel. David Claxton, of course, didn't take the restart. We'll head down to Ewan shortly to catch up with our drivers for both championships, hopefully. And we'll see the Britcar Trophy out on track shortly for the penultimate race of the day. The results will be the grid for race 2 based on the result from earlier on. While Ewan is down there, we'll make a note up here of the starting drivers and the pit stop penalties.
Tuesday, final race of the day then for the classic touring cars, and what a race it was. Tom Robinson finishing off a perfect season for him, really. Fantastic performance in the Jag class. Michael Holt getting a brace of third place finishes, and James Ram, after nearly finishing on the podium earlier on today, does get that at the end of the season. So we're going to speak to one of these two guys as they come out of their cars here. I might have a chat with Colin Philpott again as well. James, I'll wait for you to jump out of the car. But ending the season the right way with a podium.
Nearly, yeah. Yeah, nearly.
Could have been one better, of course.
Could have been one better, yeah. It was a bit of a race of 2 starts, really. Obviously, congratulations to Tom. Yeah, he's been a bit untouchable all season. Mega drive from, obviously, Colin, who was always super quick, and Mike Holt. Yeah, it was a real battle, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Have you enjoyed the season as a whole?
Yeah, it's nice to be out. It's a privilege to do what we do. Obviously, COVID didn't get in the way too much this year. Yeah, just grateful to be here. And I just want to say hello to Jack and Thomas. Hello, boys. Daddy nearly did it.
Daddy's done very well indeed. Congratulations. See you next season, yeah?
Cheers. Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Let's go and speak to Tom, who's behind us here. Already champion for the season, but finishing it off in the right way. Great way to end the season, mate.
Yeah. Cheers, James. Yeah, no, really pleased to finish on a win. It's what I wanted at the end of the day. So.
And you've got a bit of a break now to fix that front left as well?
We have, and we're not actually going to be running this next season, so I've got a different car lined up. So.
What have you got?
We're racing potentially in a Thunders with an X-Type touring car, so something a little bit different. So,
fantastic.
Yeah, I'm glad to finish.
Doing the night race or the evening race at Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks?
I'm not. That's it now for the year with this one. We're gonna get it repaired and put it away for a little bit and finish on a win.
Put it away? Where'd you put it? What'd you do with it?
Oh well, we'll just put it in the garage. I will get it out, but we're gonna reevaluate a little bit and I was just glad to finish up with a championship and a win today.
How do you summarise the season as a whole?
As a whole, it's just been mega. It's been absolutely mega. Yeah, it was the kind of the perfect season, really.
Nice to finish with the sun out as well after this morning.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think we were going to get a dry race, and it was pretty much dry throughout. So yeah, it was nice.
We managed to stand on the track with the Pragas, and it was a little bit greasy underfoot. How is it right now? Because it was completely different conditions to this morning.
Yeah, to be honest, on the racing line, it's bone dry. As soon as you come off of that, it is still greasy. But no, it's brilliant. I think I set a quicker lap time than I did in the dry on Saturday in the dry conditions. So it's definitely improving.
Tom, congrats on the win and the championship. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Right, coming up now is our second race of the day for the Britcar Trophy, and the end of the season coming up. It's going to be a 40-minute race instead of 50. Dave Goddard is going to talk you through. I'm going to be in the pit lane trying to get as many interviews as possible during that race.
Okay, I'll be with you for the grid in just a moment. I'm just making a note of the success penalties from earlier on. Quite a few penalties in class 3, I've noticed. The cars are listed on my entry list, all out of numerical order, which is making it a pain to translate them to my list. Try not to give the right penalty to the wrong car. A bit of work going on at the chicane. You can see at the moment that's where Tim Morant went off. Cars waiting in the pit lane to be released onto circuit once that is complete. Okay, now we've made a note of the success penalties. Trophy points before this final round. It's the number 70 Team Brit BMW that has the lead overall with 328 points. 10 points ahead of Charlie Hand. And further back is the number 35 Chandler Motorsport Golf. 3 points behind them, number 74, the Mark Leono in his car. Then we've got the number 44, 5th in the points, which is Peter Dillnut's Ginetta. Trying to keep on top of all this as the race goes on, but I would say championship is between Charlie Hand and the number 70 Team Brit BMW of Chris Overend and James Whitman. We shall wait and see how things pan out. Race distance. This will be a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. I'll give you the grid as follows. Based on the results earlier on, number 49, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus of Will Stacey is on pole, alongside number 74, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Owen Hizzy going first this time. The drivers that went second in the 2-driver cars in race 1 will start this time, basically. Second row, the number 40 BMW, Jasvir Sapra going first. He shares with Brian Branson, of course, and alongside them, number 5 Charlie Hand. Great effort for 4th overall in the Clio earlier on. Number 33 is 5th on the grid, that's the Mazda RX-8. Josh Tomlinson starts alongside the number 57 Alfa Romeo, which will be Barry McMahon going first, sharing with Paul Plant. Row 4, number 24, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Ian Astley starts, showing with Neil Wallace. Number 19 is next to the Thorny Motorsports BMW of Callum Noble. Row 5, number 69, the second Clio, which is James Black and Jack Meakin. Jack Meakin going first for Westward Motorsports. Number 96, Dragon Sports Clio starts alongside them. Matthew Dawson going first, sharing with Reese Lloyd. Row 6, number 35, the Chandler Motorsport Golf. Reese Hurd starts, Harry Yardley Rose takes over. And number 11, the Motor Swan Clio alongside of Richard Ashmole. Row 7, number treble 1, Axel van Nederveen in the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. And number 4, the second Motor Swan Clio of Scott Simons. Row 8, number 70, the championship leader, Team Brits in the BMW. James Whitley starts, showing with Chris Overend. Number 7, the TSR Golf alongside, that's Anthony Rogers. Row 9, number 46, the Team Air Supply Golf. George Wright starts, Jack Wright will take over. Alongside number 198, which is Oliver Cotham's Ginetta. Row 10 is number 45, the Derek McMahon Racing Honda of Arthur McMahon. And number 89 alongside them is the Harrisons in their Clio, run by High Road Motorsport. Joe Harrison starts. Treble 7 is next, the TSR Invitation Class Golf, which is Finn Jones starting, Rob Ellick to take over. 83, the Cook family, Steve Cook will start with Honda Civic alongside them. Number 77, the third of the TSR Golfs, is next Mark Jones and Rob Taylor. That's the car that still has an outside chance of the title. 91 alongside is the SVG Motorsports Ginetta of Julian Daniel. Number 271 is next, which is Brandon Hefner. He won the G40 class in race 1 in his Ginetta, alongside number 44 of Peter Dilnuts. 71, the second Team Brit car is next. That will be started by Tyrone Matherin, showing with Paul Fullick. 27 is the Ginetta of Andrew Hudson. 64 is next, the JW Bird VW Scirocco, Paul Goodlad. He got a penalty for pitting outside the pit window in race 1. Alongside him will be number 31, the Ginetta of Tony Whitney and Jeremy Sussex. Tony Whitney goes first. 62 is the Ginetta of Alex Turnbull. And the 22 car, the only non-finisher in race 1, Simon Green and Dan Morris in their Ginetta. Simon Green will start. Hopefully that car's repaired, picked up some damage in the first race. Cars being gridded up then, it is Will Stacey in Rob Boston's Lotus Elise. Rob Boston racing on a hat-trick this weekend. They won the British Endurance Championship race and the title provisionally yesterday with their Mercedes. Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson doing the driving. Will Stacey won the first race. In better conditions, can he win this one? Team Brits finished second in Class 2 in the first race, but the class winner was an invitation car. So they get the top points, if my calculation is correct. We'll just double check that. No, they did win the class because they passed the Golf, didn't they? The Wrights in the closing stages, sorry. Team Brit are leading the championship. I would say it's between them and Charlie Hand. There are still one or two more with an outside chance, though. Mark Leono in Hizzy. It's Owen Hizzy, the quicker of the pair to start the car this time. Jasvir Sapra, he's had a few wins at Donington in his career, in the orange BMW is next, as the pace car heads them away. Final race of the season for the Britcar Trophy. There's the Team Brit BMW. Charlie Hand up there in 4th overall. Fantastic result for him in race 1. Helped by the conditions suiting the front-wheel drive car. Nervous times for one or two teams here. It's Callum Noble, Jack Meakin in the Clio. 35 Golf, started by Reese Hurd. Axel van Nederveen could be a contender here in the Ginetta. There's one of the Motor Swan Clios. That's number 11 of Richard Ashmole. Treble 7 Golf, that's an invitation class car. Finn Jones driving with Rob Ellick. The 22 Ginetta is repaired, that's good to see. Simon Green at the back of the grid. One of the teams with their pro driver, if you like, out first this time. Owen Hizzy and Ian Astley in particular in the two Ginettas. Can anyone stop Rob Boston Racing? This car heads them into the setting sun along the exhibition straights. Don't forget, this is a slightly shorter race, 40 minutes. We have one race to go after it, a 10-minute thrash for the mini challenge. Who's it going to be? Who will take the Britcar Trophy title 2022? Looks like just about everybody is there, present on the grid. Will Stacey and Owen Hizzy to lead them away. Should be a great battle in the early stages between them. Will Charlie Hand be able to stay up there with the Clio? Tension beginning to mount. Here we go with the season finale at Donington Park for the Britcar Trophy. Pace car leads them towards Goddard's. About to peel into pit lane. Here we go, Lotus and Ginetta to lead them off. BMW and Renault on the second row. Red lights are on, wait for them to go out. And we're underway. Great start by Jasvir Sapra through the middle in the BMW. He's going to take the lead as they go down towards Redgate for the first time. That's a super start by Jasvir Sapra. We said he goes well at Donington. He's made a perfect getaway there ahead of Will Stacey, and third place it is Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta. Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda is up into fourth place, but the first three have already pulled away. Coming through on the inside, one of the Ginettas, I think that's Ian Astley, the ex-British GT man, up into fourth place as Will Stacey attacks for the lead into the old hairpin. He's going through on the inside. The lightweight Lotus takes the lead ahead of Jasvir Sapra's big BMW. Everybody else single file behind. There's the Team Brit BMW, number 70. Is that car slowing? Ginetta went fairly easily round the outside there of Oliver Cotton. Let's have a look as he comes through there. Is it Tyrone Matherin? No, he's in the 71, sorry, it's James Whitley riding the 70. Seems okay now, just a little slow off the old hairpin there. Bit of a scare for Team Brit. That's the car that's leading the championship coming into this race by around 10 points ahead of Charlie Hand in the Clio. So the Clio, not surprisingly, has dropped back with the more powerful cars coming through. Ian Astley will charge in the number 24 car. Chasing now Owen Hizzy for third place. As the leaders coming through towards the hairpin for the first time. Will Stacey leads the way. Here comes Hizzy attacking Jasvir Sapra for second place. The SVG Ginetta is going to go through on the inside, up into second place. Hand over to Mark Lee, of course, at the pit stop. It's with the pro drivers out there for a number of the teams. It's important for them to build up as big a lead as they can. And, well, Charlie Hand's not only dropped back, he's lost the lead of the Clio class to Jack Meakin. Needs to get a class win here, really, to stand any chance of taking the title. Stacey leads as they complete the first lap then. Second place, Owen Hizzy. Here comes Jasvir Sapra attacking back again. Goes one way, then the other. Goes for the inside on the Ginetta. Owen Hizzy, only a relative young gun, moves out, gives the BMW room, but Sapra not quite able to take advantage. Meanwhile, Stacey is cleared off in front. Fourth place is Ian Astley. Fifth, Axel van Nederveen. The Clio of Jack Meakin leads their class in seventh, behind Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. Charlie Hand is 8th, Callum Noble 9th, and the Alfa Romeo of Barry McMahon rounds out the top 10. Race settling in then with a lock-up there for Jack Meakin, the number 69 Westbourne Renault Clio. He and Charlie Hand's cars both run by Westbourne. I don't know if there'll be any team orders here, but here comes Callum Noble, the pink BMW, number 19, the Thorny Motorsport car attacking the Clios. Let's have a look where the number 70 BMW is. Is it leading its class? No, not at the moment. Didn't make a great start. Number 70, James Whitley. There's Charlie Hand in the treble 5 Clio. Here comes Ian Astley attacking Jasvir Sapra for third place. the chicane. Will Stacey continues to lead. He's an invitation class runner, of course, so he won't score points, even if he takes the win. Is he second? Here comes Axel van Nedderveen. The first 5 have broken away. Axel van Nedderveen gaining 8 places because, of course, he had to make an extra pit stop in the first race. Don't think it was for a penalty either. I saw him pull it in front of his garage. Had a minor problem, possibly. Over the line come the leaders for the second time. It's Stacey from Hizzy by 2.6 seconds. Third is Sapra, under fire from Ian Astley, the number 24. I love the purple headlights on that car. It used to be white and purple. There's a new livery on that car for this race. Then a gap back to Van Nedderveen 5th. Tomlinson in the rotary Mazda 6th. Callum Noble's up to 7th. He's got ahead of the Clios. I thought in these drier conditions the Clios would fall back in the early stages. So it's Clios 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th at the moment. It's Meakin ahead of Hans, Simons and Ashmole. They are in the background as Tomlinson under fire. Here comes Callum Noble. A bit of smoke out of the back of the Mazda. Has proven a bit unreliable this season. That bewinged Mazda RX-8 of Mac G Racing. Callum Noble attacking it. Here come the Clios. Meakin, Hand, and a gap back to the 2 Motor Swan cars. Behind them is Anthony Rogers in the number 7 Golf. There he is ahead of the Wrights in their VW Golf Mark 7. That's an ex-VW Cup car, I think. Side Will Stacey continues to clear off in the lead. 5 minutes gone of this final Britcar Trophy race of the season. This is the battle for 4th position. Nedderveen has come through past the number 40 Jasvis Sapra, so he's attacking early on. Bit of smoke there out of the back of, is that Ian Astley's car? There go the 2 leaders, separated by just under 3 seconds. Did I see a bit of smoke out of the number 24 Ginetta there? Must have been a bit of a sort out because Van Nedderveen was through into 3rd place ahead of Sapra and Astley. Keep an eye on that if we can. There's the leader. Will Stacey. Oh yes, there's damage to the front of the car, so there's been a collision there. I think that was at the end of the lap, and it's the 24 of Ian Astley in trouble. So out of our view there was a collision there with, I presume, with the Jasvis Sapra's BMW. There goes the bodywork from under the tyre. Has that damaged the tyre or the wheel though? You can see the headlight has gone for a burp. I said that car had those nice purple headlights and it's now only got one. Now, is Ian Astley going to be okay to continue now that's whatever was fouling the tyre has fallen off? Yeah, he's back up to speed, he's down with the Clios now. Bit of a collision in the fight for 3rd place. It's given Van Nedderveen 3rd, Sapra 4th. The Callum Noble up to 5th. The Clios have caught Josh Tomlinson. I think all is not well with that Mazda. Bit of smoke there. It often does that on the overrun though. There's the Cyclops Ginetta. Mazda of Josh Tomlinson attacking back again. He's going past Jack Meakin, so maybe he's just had a moment somewhere through the chicane. Callum Noble ahead of them, the pink BMW. He's in 6th position. In 5th position, I should say. Oh, big lock-up from the Mazda. He's gone wide. And through go the Clios. Look at Charlie Hand up the inside. This is his chance to take the class lead, and he's done so. Now, that could be crucial. Charlie Hand, he needs to build a lead over his class rivals, because he knows he's got that pit stop penalty of 15 seconds for winning the class in race 1. The 24 car has been given the black and orange flag for that bodywork damage. The black flag with the orange disc. That means a technical problem, call into the pits. So Ian Astley is going to have to pit in that one-eyed Ginetta. Jack Meakin's attacking back again. This wasn't in the script for Charlie Hand. He wants a class win to try and gain the championship here. So Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda up behind him. Down the crane as they come. Lead time overall, Will Stacey still leads by 3 seconds in the Lotus. 2.5 seconds further back in third is Axel van Nidderveen, so the top two have checked out. Kazimir Sapra's BMW is fourth. Has Astley come in? No, he's still in sixth place. This is the battle for 8th position, for 7th position rather. Out of Coppice. Peek in from hand. It's Tomlinson behind. Rounding up the top 10, Scott Simons in the Motus 1 Clio. Class 3 is being led by Anthony Rogers. Class 2 by Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic. Where is the Team Brits at BMW? The answer is only 6th in the class. If things stay as they are, things are going to get interesting for the championship. Something flew off one of the Clios there. Charlie Hand up the inside. Takes Jack Meakin. Now, if Team Brit are only down in 6th in their class, if Charlie Hand wins the category, I think Charlie Hand wins the championship. In comes the Ginetta, number 24 of Ian Astley, to have that bodywork damage checked by the officials. It's chasing Callum Noble's BMW. There's the two Honda Civics in with the Golfs. Arthur McMahon in one Honda Civic, Steve Cook in the other. Run by Derek McMahon racing, the other one being the Alfa Romeo. There's the Alfa in the classification. Can't see it at the moment. Looking down my timing screen, it's down in 16th. One car that's also made a pit stop as the Clios go toe-to-toe once again through the old hairpin. Charlie Hand's supposed to be trying to win the championship, not racing with Jack Meakin. They're having fun out there though. One car's already made a pit stop is Reese Hurd's Golf, so that's one of our outside bets for the championship in trouble already. It's got to last. They're still side by side, these two Clios. Hand on the outside, Meakin up the inside. Excuse me, he says to his teammate. Excuse me, says Charlie Hand, I've got a title to try and win. Josh Tomlinson says, can I join in as well? Hand's got the inside. Look at Tomlinson. He's going to squeeze the two Clios. Oh, that could be dicey. I thought Jack Meakin was going to get taken out there. He's lost 2 places, and that's allowed Charlie Hand to get through. Meanwhile, up front, the lead gap is up to 4.3 seconds now. Will Stacey from Owen Hissing. This car off there. Oh, that's the Chandler Golf. We said it's already been into the pits. And that's Reese Hurd out of the race. That's at McLean's, I think. Try and get a replay. Well, they're still side by side, these two Clios. Safety car is coming out because of that stranded Golf. Now, the first safety car of the race. We didn't have any safety cars in race 1. But the safety car is being scrambled. Let's see who it's going to pick up. Hopefully pick up our leader, Will Stacey, who's got the fastest lap of the race as well, 1:42.119, the Lotus. Okay, so the progress of the race will be checked by the safety car with the Chandler Golf off. I think it's at McLean's, where Reese Hurd has gone in. There's debris all over the road there as well. That's, I think, is it the Craner Curves? There is the safety car. Try and see what's happened to the Chandler Motorsport number 35, if we can. Now, the safety car hopefully will pick up Will Stacey, our race leader. So just under 28 minutes of the race to go. Yes, the safety car's got the leader. Pit window has not yet opened. If it opens during the safety car period, it will be everybody in, quite simply. Marshall's pushed the Golf out. Chandler Motorsports driver Reese Hurd. They've just locked up and gone straight on there now. He's trying to get the car going again. He does so. Say that car's already been into the pits once in this race. Not a happy race for the Chandler Motorsport team. That will spell the end of their championship hopes. Stacey, your leader. Owen Hizzy's Ginetta second. Axel van Nederveen is third. There he is, a little further back. There's the one-eyed Ginetta, number 24. Right behind van Nederveen is Jasper Sapra in the BMW. Callum Noble's BMW, the pink and black one, is in fifth, the Thorny Motorsports car. Sixth is now Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. And then we've got our two virtually glued together Clios of Meakin and Charlie Hand. Hand was a little further back on that previous lap. Simons is ninth in his Clio. Then it's Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic leading Class 2, which is where Team Brit want to be, but they're still down in sixth in class with James Whitley on board. Something going through sounding very rough in the background there. Was that the 35 car, the Golf? Still on track at the moment. Don't forget Rob Boston Racing on a hat-trick of wins for the weekend. They won the British Endurance Championship race and provisionally the title yesterday. Lights are still on atop the safety car. A bit of sweeping up going on, I think. Izzy and Van Nederveen, the two Ginetta G56s, second and third. G56 with the V8 engine as opposed to the G55 with its V6. Another lap behind the safety car. A couple of the Ginetta G40 class cars have already been lapped, as you can see. And the 24 of Ian Astley, which came into the pits with the black and orange flag being shown. There's the 35 car that has rejoined. It's making their way round to the back of the line here. Loving the orange headlights there. I think that's Peter Dillnot's car. Down the Craner curves we come then. I would imagine the safety car will be in on this lap. Is he shadowing Will Stacey? Speaking of shadows, you can see the shadows growing longer here at Donington Park. It's been told that the debris from the Ginetta, the 24, was collected by the Mazda RX-8. That's damaged the front splitter. So that might be affecting the handling of that car. There's the number 70 car. I've got to keep an eye on the points leading Team Brits. BMW, still only 6th in class, 21st overall. Charlie Hand is second in the Clio class. So I reckon, by my calculation, he's on to win the title. We'll make sure at the conclusion of the race if things stay the same. Yes, there you can see the damaged front splitter on the Mazda. I just caught a glimpse of there, the RX-8 with the front splitter flapping under the car. It's probably what we can hear in the background. It's the debris it was one of the Ginetta's headlights. There is the purple livery of Team Brits, James Whitley, trying to take the lead of the class. Now Will Stacey weaves the Lotus to keep the tyres warm, these Goodyear tyres. Goodyear, of course, the official tyre partner of this series. Looks like we will be going back to racing this time. Revs are beginning to rise. Round Goddard's they come. And the green flag is out, we're back underway. Back markers holding a couple of cars up and allowed the front two to get away. Owen Hizzy right with Will Stacey as they head down into Redgates for the first lap on this restart on lap 10 of this Britcar Trophy race. Stacey in the lightweight Lotus that leads the way. Second place is Owen Hizzy. And Nedevane in third place, but he's caught in a bit of traffic behind. There's the lapped car of Ian Astley heading down the Craner curves. Van Nedevane's his headlights on there, trying to get the back markers out of the way. Oh, and he's been zapped into the first turn. Look, because Jasveer Sapra's got the BMW through into third. There's Noble fifth, the Mazda sixth, and then these two, Clio's still separated by a piece of, well, almost attached by a piece of string, these two. Jack Meakin and Charlie Hand still battling it out. Good stuff for the Clio class. Hand giving chase to his Westbourne Motorsport teammate. One of the Motus One cars behind them as well. It's Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic. Coming up on the Mazda RX-8 there as well. There's a replay of a moment at Redgate on the restart. Whoops! That's the Dragon Sport Clio tangling with one of the Golfs. It was the 777 Golf that spun there, the white one. 20 minutes of the race left to go. The pit window has just opened. Let's see how many people come in this time around. Charlie Hand going round the outside of Jack Meakin there. He's getting impatient here. No, you don't, says Jack Meakin. Well, Charlie Hand needs to win the class, surely, to try and launch the bid for the championship. He's still in contention, especially with Team Brit down the order in their class. Anybody coming in this time through? Oh, and the Clio tags the back of the Mazda, and the Mazda nearly goes backwards into the pit lane. Goodness me. Jack Meakin shunts Josh Tomlinson. I don't know if that was intentional or whether the Mazda was just slower off the corner, but that's allowed Charlie Hand to get through. He's now got Arthur McMahon's Civic on his tail. Let's have a look at that again. Coming off the corner. Yeah, the Mazda was slower than the Clio was expecting there, and round he goes, courtesy of Jack Meakin's front bumper. I don't think that was intentional. Mazda, he went backwards into the pits. So Charlie Hand has now got the lead of the Clio class, and Meakin's down to third in class because one of the Motus One cars, I think that's Scott Simons, has come through. A couple of cars pitted that time through. The 46 Golf, the 57 Alfa Giulietta has come in. The Mazda has gone into the pits. The number 70 for Team Brit has gone in as well. And the Lloyd Dawson Clio after that excursion at Redgate when he tangled with Finn Jones in the 777 Golf. Jack Meakin trying to fight back. He's a tenacious driver, isn't he? Meanwhile, Arthur McMahon in the Civic attacks Charlie Hand. Charlie won't mind him going through. They're in different classes. Arthur McMahon is leading Class 2, that's where Team Brit want to be, leading Class 2. Will Stacey continues to lead. Just gone across the line to complete his 11th lap in the Lotus. Second place car of Owen Hizzy has gone in. He's going to hand over to Mark Lee. So it'll be Jasveer Sapra's BMW up to second. There you can see some damage on the Dragon Sport Clio. Oh, Arthur McMahon's pulling over. The Class 2 leader is out. Well, the Irishman was going so well in that Honda Civic. He's pulled up there well to the right. The marshals will check on him. The Alfa Romeo of the same team there in the pit lane. It's Paul Plant that has taken over that car. They'll now be told their other car appears to be out of the race. Ginetta in the pit lane, the Team Brit's BMW, the 777 Golf, the 46 Golf, the air supply car going back out. There's Team Brit's other car, number 71, driven by Tyrone Matherin. Harrison's Clio is in, Oliver Cotham's in, Paul Goodlad's Scirocco is in. There's Charlie Hand. He'll wait as late as possible, of course, because he always does. got Jack Meakin behind him again now. Battle of the Cleos here at Donington. This is for 6th overall now, with a few quicker cars having pitted or hit problems. Stacey continues to lead, just another fastest lap of the race, 1:41.892. But Ginetta's fighting it out. This is the 22. Simon Green, the 44 of Peter Dillon. This is for 2nd in the G40 class, which is being led by Brandon Hafner, number 271, and off goes the 22 into the gravel at the old hairpin. That is not coming out of there. Buried up to its axles. Now, is that going to be another safety car? Just over 16 minutes of the race to go. Wait and see. And I believe Ewan Dunlop is down in the pits with Team Brits. You can hear from them now.
Just like here with James Whitley. James, how was your stint?
Yeah, it was pretty good. There's quite eventful out on track. There's quite a few spills out there, but the car as well. We were a little bit down on power on that last run, but I think we've fixed whatever the issue is in the pit stop, so fingers crossed this race will be fruitful for us.
You've got about a nervous 20 minutes. Are you somebody that watches the footage, or do you turn away and just cross your fingers?
Oh no, I'm watching it all the way. I'm pretty invested in it. Obviously, it's been
How were conditions out there? It's getting drier. Could you find a dry line?
Yeah, it's dry. It's a bit green still, so it's a bit slippy in places, but on the whole, it's night and day compared to the rest of the week.
James, we'll let you go and watch the footage. Well done.
That's right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we're going to try and find a few other drivers down in the pit lane here for the time being. Back to you, Dave.
Nervous times for Team Brits as they look for the championship. There is the number 70 car. Chris Overend now on board. What position is he in after rejoining? I think we've got another safety car. Yes, probably because of that Ginetta off at the old hairpin. So that's going to be everybody else in. The leader has just come in, Will Stacey. Jasmine Sapra's coming to hand over to Brian Bransom as well. Callum Noble is in. So that will give Axel van Nederveen's Ginetta the lead of the race. Position. We were looking at the position for Chris Overend, weren't we? He'd just been into the pits, so we're fairly well down the order. There is the Ginetta off at the old hairpin, the number 22. That'll be 2 non-finishes for them today. Of Simon Green and Dan Morris. Van Nederveen's come in as well, so all the leaders taking advantage of the safety car. Bit of debris in the gravel there on the outside of Redgate as well. We're going to see most cars come in now. Leading car hasn't come in is Anthony Rogers, the number 7 Golf, so all the front runners have stopped. Even Charlie Hand's come in now, the safety car's out. There he is. The 83 Honda, the Cook family, comes in. The 11 of Richard Ashmole goes back out. Peter Dillnot's Ginetta is there. The race leader, number 49, Will Stacey, in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. It's so quick the numbers are falling off it, look, on the windscreen. The Ginetta is towed away, so hopefully this will only be a short safety car period. Nearly everybody's come in except for the Rogers Golf. Who else has them? Only a couple more cars. The number 71 for Team Brit, the Matherin Fullick BMW 1 Series. Yes, they're the only cars that haven't come in because the 22 was obviously being towed away there, and the 45 has dropped out. The Honda Civic, so they're the only other cars that have not pitted because they won't make it as far as the pit. Just a couple of cars to make their stops, then everybody else taking advantage of the safety car to do so. Safety car has picked up the number 71. Got the Chandler Golf, which is running towards the back of the field behind it after going off earlier on. There is Brian Branson just behind the couple of back markers there. There's Mark Lee now in the Ginetta. There's Callum Noble. It's all always throws things into confusion when the safety car comes out during a pit window and you have to wait for the timing screen to settle down to find out where everybody is in the race order. So the best thing to do is just to wait until everybody's done their out laps, and then we can see where everyone is. Has Will Stacey timed it perfectly? Let's hand back to Ewan in the meantime. He's down with the Westbourne Motorsport Renault Clio squad in the pits.
Cheers, Dave. Jack, we're watching that very closely. What was it like in the car racing Charlie?
Yeah, it's a very close race. Obviously, it's good that we can race like nice and fair as teammates, and it was nice and close. So yeah, really good race to be a part of.
I mean, it was very close. A little bit touchy.
A little bit at times, yeah. I think we were doing our best to keep it clean, but obviously where it's been wet all weekend and we're just adjusting to the dry weather as well, that I think plays a part in that.
I mean, he's racing for the championship. Do you clear that from your mind? You're just racing each other, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another race. I mean, he's doing really well in the championship, so I think he's sort of clear in that sense. So as long as we can have a good, fair, clean race, then it's just another one.
You and James doing fantastically well in the Clios yourself as well.
Yeah, it's been a really good year. Some unfortunate luck at times, but I think that the pace has definitely been there, and it's been a good season.
And finally, conditions drying up now?
Yeah, much drier. The whole track's pretty dry. The only area is at the back over there, sort of Coppice area. The visibility is pretty poor with the sun going down. But yeah, I just want to say massive thank you to all my sponsors for getting me here this year, and it's been a great year.
Fantastic. I'll let you go watch on the screen over there. Well done, mate.
Cool, thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. This Clio class is hotting up, as is the overall championship. Back to you for the time being, Dave.
Well, I've just noticed that the number 70 BMW, the Team Brits machine that's leading the overall championship, has come back into the pits. They've made a second stop. Now, whether that's because of a misdemeanor the first time they came in, or whether that car's got a problem, yes, it looks like it may have possibly come in for a penalty there. That could be disastrous for the number 70, especially as Charlie Hand is now back in the lead of the Clio class. There's Charlie Hand, the treble 5 car. I think the way things are looking, I reckon Charlie could be heading for the championship here. So the race order, I think, is going to be Will Stacey still in the lead ahead of Axel van Nederveen when we go green once again. There's just over 9 minutes of the race to go. We'll wait to see what happens with the rest of the field. There's the safety car trying to pick up our race leader, I think, for the restart. This is the problem when you get a safety car, as we said, during a pit stop window. Throws things completely into confusion. Setting sun is causing visibility issues on this back part of the circuit. And there's the Mazda RX-8 with its spoiler still flapping away at the front, the front air dam. The timing screen, I think, has it as Will Stacey is still in the lead in the Lotus. Wait and see when they cross the line this time. Last car to stop was Anthony Rogers, number 7 Golf. So he led briefly. Safety car still waiting to pick up the leader. We've got less than 7 minutes of this race to go. The timing screen has it as Stacey leading from Van Nederveen. It's the number 83 Honda Civic of Steve and Edward Cook showing in third, Charlie Hand in fourth, and then Julian Daniels Class 2 Ginetta fifth. Depends on who's made their pit stops and when. Safety car still out at the moment. Mazda heading back into the pits, that's the 33 car. .30 cars still running. We've only lost the McMahon Honda and the Green and Morris Ginetta. Has the safety car now got the leading? Yes, it has, so we should be going back to racing this time. There's the number 70 car, still in with a chance of winning the title, Team Brits, despite that second stop. Towards the back of the field now. They could still do enough to win the title here. We'll await confirmation after the race. So what's going to happen with the points? Stacey backing up the field slightly. And Nederveen right behind him. Pit window has now closed, but everybody has made their stops. And we are back underway. 4.5 minutes of racing to go. It's looking good for Will Stacey. Laps completed. It is the Cook family, number 83 Honda up there in third, the Class 3 car. Charlie Hand is fourth. Julian Daniel is fifth. Then we've got Brandon Hafner, so it's a rather mixed up field, courtesy of the safety car coming out during the pit window. There is Mark Lee in the Ginetta. Now, where is the 74 car in the order? Down in 22nd place. They've had to make a second stop, that's why. BMW is the Team Brit number 71 running wide there. There is Charlie Hand, still leading the Clio class, number treble 5. Will it be enough? Because looking at the points, I think Team Brit number 70 may well do enough. We'll await confirmation after the race. No, they've had to make a second stop. Will still be enough by the look of things to secure them the championship. It's going to be close. There's Mark Lee. Looks like they're heading for the Class 1 championship this year. A lap down in this race, having had to make an extra stop. Just a couple more laps to go of the Britcar season. There's Brian Bransom trying to make a move on the 83 car. That's for position. Hand's already gone through into third place overall in the Clio. There's Hand. Bransom through to fourth. So the Civic was the big winner in the pit stops. The 83 is down to fifth now. Still leading Class 3. Daniel, he's next in the order, the number 91 Ginetta and the G40 leader there. Got a puff of smoke out of the back of the 91. Brandon Hafner, the 271, is leading the G40 class. He's up in 7th overall. Depends on when you made your pit stop, you see. The safety car throwing things into a bit of confusion. Callum Noble is 8th, the Black and Meakin Clio is 9th, Scott Simon's Clio is 10th. Jones and Ellick Golf, the treble 7, have just pulled back into the pits for a second time. It's going to be a win for Will Stacey. He's pulled away a 5.6 second advantage over Axel van Nederveen. As Brian Branson passes Charlie Hand. Up into 3rd place, the BMW. How far behind? They're some 14 seconds behind Axel van Nederveen. Hartley chasing after van Nederveen there, and there's your lead up. The checkered flag this time. Will Stacey is going to give Rob Boston Racing a hat-trick here this weekend. All 3 of our endurance races won by the same team. I'm not sure that's ever happened before. Through the chicane, up towards the Melbourne hairpin for the final time. It's been a perfect day for Will Stacey. Perhaps one of the Ginettas. It's going to be 3 out of 3 for Rob Boston Racing. They won yesterday in the 2-hour British Endurance Championship race. Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars in the Mercedes GT3. They won earlier today in the wet conditions with the Lotus. Will Stacey around Goddard's, takes the checkered flag. It's a hat-trick for Rob Boston Racing. Axel van Nederveen will take 2nd place in his Ginetta. Mark Lee behind him a lap down. Who's going to be 3rd? It's going to be the Sapra and Branson BMW. Behind them, Team Brits cross the line, flashing the lights. We'll have to do the maths after the race, but subject to confirmation, I think Team Brits have done enough to take the title. It'll be close in the points, though. We'll await official confirmation of that. Charlie Hand did all he could, a superb 4th overall, and wins the Clio class. Class 3 goes to the Cook family, a brilliant result. 5th overall in their Honda, just ahead of the 2 Ginettas there of Daniel and Hafner. They win their classes as well. Callum Noble is 8th. Provisionally, Team Brits. Number 70 of Chris Overend and James Whitley take the BMW M240i to the Britcar Trophy title. That's subject to ratification, of course. Once all the mathematics are done. Drag race the line there between Clio and Ginetta. Bring you the provisional results in a moment. Will Stacey completes his double, just under 9 seconds clear of Axel van Nederveen, with the BMW of Sapper and Branson in 3rd. Charlie Hand wins the Clio class in 4th, ahead of the Cooks. They win class 3. Class 2 goes to Julian Daniels, Ginetta GT5. Then it's Brandon Hafner winning the G40 Cup class. Callum Noble is next ahead of the Black and Meakin Clio. The Wrights in their Golf are next home. Scott Simon's Clio. McMahon and Plant in the Alfa Romeo. Richard Ashmole's Clio. Oliver Cotton's Ginetta GT5. The Harrisons in their Clio, completing the top 15. Beyond that, we had the Jones-Taylor number 77 Golf, the number 7 of Anthony Rogers, the Lloyd and Dawson Renault Clio, Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco, Peter Dilnott in the G40, second in his class, Mark Leono in his a lap down in 21st, then Wallace and Astley after a couple of stops with their battered and bruised Ginetta in 22nd, Pullick and Mather in 23rd, and McGregor and Tomlinson in the Mazda RX-8 24th. Behind them, Whitney and Sussex in their Ginetta, the Hudson and Turnbull Ginettas 26th and 27th. Team Brit finished 28th, but that should just be enough, I think, to give them the title. Hurd and Yardley Rose's Golf. The final finish to be lost. Jones and Ellick, Green and Morris, and the McMahon Honda.
Well, plenty of maths still to be done, I think, in terms of the championship. But we do know our top three in the race itself. That was Will, Axel and Jazz. So we'll try and speak to all three if we've got time. And just coming over in the background here, who we're fairly sure are our overall championship winners. That's Chris Overend in the car number 70 and the Team Brit. So let's jump in fact, with Axel van Nederveen. He's always good for a chat, is Axel. Axel, happy with that end to your season?
Well, better than the beginning.
How was the race for you? How's the day been for you?
Well, this morning was terrible. Had a coming together.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a few scratch marks.
Yeah. Not what you want. How's the season been overall for you, Axel?
It's okay. I think we've had a bit of bad luck, and I should have done better.
You should have. Well, you coming back next season?
Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll see you then. Best of
Okay.
luck.
All right.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks, Axel. Let's speak to our double winner today. Will, don't go that way. Come this way. Come on. Double win at Donington.
Yeah. I couldn't have asked for more, really.
It's amazing. How was that race compared to the first one?
Oh, it was massively different because at the start you had to sort of work out how much speed you could carry everywhere because the other races had been, even the testing on Friday was wet everywhere.
Yeah.
So I didn't really know what to expect. But you managed just to build it up, get a bit quicker every lap, and it was okay.
What is it like when you get round to you? Because you're so fast, you catch up with the back markers.
Yeah, you've just got to time it right. You'll see them miles ahead, and you know you've almost got to back off well ahead because otherwise you'll catch them through a corner.
And you don't want to spend too much time off the racing line in these conditions either.
No, it's quite slippery offline. You've got to time the moves correctly.
Where are we going to see you racing next year?
I'm honestly not too sure, to be honest. I couldn't tell you. Maybe some more in this car, different championships.
We hope you bring this back, but congratulations on a great day.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you, mate. Right, let's speak to Chris Overend in Team Brit and James Whitley here too. What I'm going to do, I'm going to open the door, if I may. Is that all right? Thank you so much. Chris, we think that is championship. If it is, cross your fingers. We're still doing some maths behind the scenes, but great racing either way from you guys this season.
Thanks very much. It was a brilliant day.
Yeah.
That was a challenging race actually, but it was nice to not be in the wet and the oil that was the mayhem earlier. I really enjoyed that last race.
And let's say that is championship for you. What does that mean for Team Brit and you?
That means everything to us, really. I mean, that'll be our first championship. Yeah, it's amazing.
And where do we see you next season?
Ooh, don't know yet. All under wraps, I think.
And how are you as a team going to celebrate this win?
I don't know. I think there might be some festivities. I think you might see a few costumes of some sort.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Mate, congratulations. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, buddy. Amazing stuff. Great stuff for Team Brit. Their first ever championship in the car number 70. Full credit to them. We've got one more race to come today. It's race number 3 for the Minis. I'm just hearing that they are coming out onto track. So back to you, Dave, to talk us through the final race of the day.
Sun setting here at Donington Park as we get ready for our final race of the day. It is the Mini Challenge, race number 3. The grid, based on the results of race 2 earlier on, but with the top 4 finishers reversed, with Tom Ovenden taking pole position alongside Jack Byrne. Jack Byrne would love to get his first win here. Matt Hammond and Joe Wiggin on row 2. Champion-elect Nelson King on row 3 alongside Alex Solly. 4th row Lee Pearce, good run through the field earlier on, alongside Nathan Edwards. 5th row Morgan Root and Nicky Taylor. Row 6 Charlie Mann alongside Tyler Lindsay, and Charlie of course came through from the back of the grid to 11th earlier on. Paul Manning and Clark Wells on row 7. Row 8 is Alfie Glennie alongside John McGladrigan. Luca Marinoni Osborne and Ollie Meadows make up row 9. Then on the 10th row, we've got Piers Henderson alongside Brendan Fitzgerald, Mike Paul and Ben Jenkins, row 11, Barry Holmes and Andy Cobb on the 12th row, Mick Fitzgerald and Alex Keens, row 13. The penultimate row, James Parker, hopefully he's secured his boot this time, alongside Frankie Taylor and Jonathan Sargent and Sophie Wright, the 2 retirements from earlier on at the back. head up to the grid then for our final mini challenge race of the day. Now, not sure whether this is going to be a 15-minute race or a 10-minute race. It says 10 minutes on the grid sheets, so the delays earlier, but the timing screen says 15, so I'm not too sure. Wait and see when we get going. Tom Ovenden then looking for win number 3 this season. In pole position, on our coverage at Snetterton last time out. Jack Byrne, the Rookie Cup champion, alongside him. Can Nelson King make it back to winning ways? Matt Hammond and Joe Wiggin are winners so far today. It's virtually unheard of this season for the number 95 car not to take at least one race win on a race weekend. Jack Byrne nearly lost it there, weaving the car. Matt Hammond looking for win number 2 today from the second row, as is Joe Wiggin. Will we see a new name in the winner's circle in this final race of the day? Into the sunset at Donington Park. Will my voice last the distance after this weekend? Said yesterday with the touring cars, twilight races have a mood all of their own. That's what we're going to see here with the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. Tom Ovenden, the man from Kent, in pole position. Jack Byrne, the young Irishman, alongside him. Time for our final race of this very busy weekend here at Donington. Hopes beginning to rise. And away they go. The power comes on from these 1600cc engines and they're away. Tom Ovenden gets away well. Jack Byrne tries to move across on Matt Hammond and does so. Can he attack for the lead into that first corner? The time clock showing 15 minutes, but we were originally told this to be a 10-minute race. It'd be great if we do get the full 15 minutes in here. They head around Redgate then for the first time, down towards the Craner curves. Tom Ovenden, the pole position starter, looking for win number 3 this year. Here they come. Jack Byrne in second place, Hammond third, Joe Wiggin fourth, Nelson King fifth, so they've held their grid order in the early stages. Nathan Edwards up the inside there takes Alex Solly. Paul Manning moving up the inside passes Morgan Root into the old hairpin. There's contact between the two of them, and into the back of them goes Nicky Taylor. Root's gone around. Let's hope they all miss him down the straight there. Oh, that was lucky. They've just missed Morgan Root. That would have been a big accident if he'd been collected at that speed, and he's out of the race. He's on the track there, so I imagine that will be a safety car. No, he's got it going again. Well done to the ex-rallycross. Meanwhile, the leaders are up at Coppice Corner. It is Ovenden that leads the way. Hammond in second place. He's gone ahead of Jack Byrne. Fourth place Joe Wiggin under fire from Nelson King, side by side as they come down the exhibition straights. Ovenden, the young Kentish driver who leads the way. That's Hammond straight on the brakes there. Nelson King around the outside up into fourth place ahead of Joe Wiggin. The rest of them charge their way through the chicane and towards the Melbourne Loop for the first time in this final race of the day for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy class. A bit of a lock-up there from Lee Pearce, nearly clipped the back of Joe Wiggin. That's the fight for 5th position. Through they go. At the inside there is Mike Paul, chased by Brendan Fitzgerald, another of the Irish contingent. They relegate Sir James Parker a couple of places. It's Tom Ovenden who leads the way. Jack Byrne on the bumper of Matt Hammond in the fight for 2nd position. Well, a tangle there. Alfie Glennie has tangled up with somebody. I think that was with Frankie Taylor, the 32. Glennie's not had a happy day. The ex-Fiesta Junior man goes around. Here come the leaders then into the second lap. Matt Hammond looking to make a move for the lead. Here's a replay of the antics at the old hairpin on the first lap. Paul Manning got sideways off the curb, hit by Morgan Root. Nicky Taylor crashed into them in turn, which causes Root to spin around. Front bumper comes off Morgan Root's car. And he was very lucky he wasn't jacked up at high speed there. Has managed to keep it going, I think. Look down the timing screen. Mickey Taylor, I think, was the only casualty of that. Root is still going towards the back. There's Clark Wells, number 711, the ex-Bangor racer. Side by side, further up in the pack there. I think that's Nelson King, possibly. Here's our leader, Ovenden. No, there's King in 4th place behind Matt Hammond. Joe Wiggin in 5th position, our earlier winner. The hill towards Coppice they go. Nathan Edwards being relegated 1 place there by the blue machine of Lee Pearce. That's the battle for 6th place. That's who is running side by side. Charlie Mann, number 20, winner, and Snetterton up behind them. The green flag out there at the exit of Coppice, so there might be a yellow on the run up toward between McLean's and Coppice. Have we lost anybody there? Well, Mickey Taylor's made it round to the pits. Glennie and Root are still going, according to the timing. I think we may have lost Sophie Wright, the number 3 at the back of the field. Lead us through the Melbourne hairpin. Ovenden leads the crocodile of cars up towards the left-hander at Goddard. See how evenly matched these cars are. A bit of bumping and boring there. The 34 car of John McGladrigan and the 237 of Piers Henderson bounced off each other. Tyler Lindsay sideways through Goddard's there. That's Hammond on the bumper of Jack Byrne. It's Tom Ovenden who leads the way. Only just though, less than 4/10 of a second. Nelson King has done the fastest lap. He wants to catch our top 3 and take his first win of the weekend. Down towards the Craner curves they go in the setting sun here at Donington. First 4 breaking away slightly now from Joe Wiggins. 6th is Lee Pearce. Second in the Directors' Cup behind Matt Hammond. Jack Byrne attacking for the lead. Jack Byrne going through. Superb move at the old hairpin from the youngster. He leads a race, I think, for the first time this season, but Ovenden is fighting back. Here comes King, 4 together. This is never going to work through the Schwantz curve. Certainly won't work at McLean's. 4 square as they head up towards the right hand. So this is terrific. Nelson King on the outside, Byrne on the inside. Ovenden has retaken the lead. Oh, fantastic. Here comes Joe Wiggin trying to make it 5. Nelson King somehow has got round the outside at McLean's in the 2nd place. I've never seen that before. Here comes Wiggin. Who's that on the outside? Matt Hammond in the 78 is down to 4th. I thought that was Charlie Mann for a second. No, there's Mann. So they're all closing up onto the back of the 24 of Ovenden. It's a long train of minis for the lead here through the chicane. This is terrific stuff. Bouncing off the curb. Ovenden, King, Byrne, Hammond, Wiggin. That's your top 5 as they head down towards the Melbourne hairpin this time. Lee Pearce in 6th place. Nelson King under fire. That's Matt Hammond up the inside. Takes 3rd place from Jack Byrne. Wiggin ahead of Pearce. Then Nathan Edwards in the 21. Charlie Mann is 8th. Alex Solly down to 9th. I think it's Lindsay in 10th place in the number 10. Through Goddard's come the leaders. On the edge of adhesion through the left-hander. So Alfie Glennie taken out there earlier on. He's still going at the back. Is anybody going to pull out and make a move into Redgate this time? I don't think they're close enough. Still Tom Ovenden heads the train towards Hollywood and the Craner curves. Side by side there for 4th place. That's Joe Wiggin making a move on Jack Byrne. He's through. Byrne goes down to 5th, but he still leads the rookie division. Lee Pearce behind him, then Nathan Edwards. Byrne fighting back. He's up alongside. He gets squeezed out there by Joe Byrne. That's going to allow Lee Pearce to attack. Nearly onto the grass there, Jack Byrne. And Nelson King up the outside again. He can't do it again, surely, through McLean's. No, he has to bob back in behind Tom Ovenden. That's allowed Matt Hammond to get the inside line away for Coppice. I think he's going to go through to 2nd. Indeed he does, under braking for Coppice corner. Hops over the curb. Nelson King turns it back. Up alongside him. They're leaning on each other. Saw these two battling earlier on as well. Wiggin in 4th place behind. These 3 have broken away slightly. Matt Hammond could have a stab for the lead here. Going down into the chicane. He gets his braking right. No, he doesn't. King up there on the outside. King's going to go over the gravel on the inside. He loses the 2nd place to Matt Hammond. 2 into 1 does not go through the Fogarty S's. It's the Melbourne hairpin. 2 into 1 doesn't often go through here either. Doesn't stop them trying. Doesn't stop Charlie Mann trying on the tail of Lee Pearce there, side by side with Nathan Edwards. And trying to make it 3 is Tyler Lindsay on the inside. This is going to be interesting when they go into Goddard's corner. Ovenden still leads. Now where's that 3 wide group? Here they are, through the middle. Who's that? That's Paul Manning. Excuse me, he says. Charges through. He's got it turned back in time as well. How many places is he going to have made up there? He's made up 3 places, Paul Manning. That was a do or die move, and it's worked. Side by side with Nathan Edwards. He's going to pull ahead of him as well, up into 7th place. Nicky Taylor's car in the pit lane there in the background with damage from that lap 1 incident at the old hairpin, I think. Charlie Mann goes out wide over the curve. It's all kicking off in the lower reaches of the top 10 here. 3 into 1 at Goddard's doesn't always work. Side by side down the Craner curves, this might work. Paul Manning and Nathan Edwards, the 2 blue and white cars. Charlie Manning behind them in the number 20. Tyler Lindsay, Alex Solly. Paul Manning's run wide, onto the grass briefly there. And the 7-11 of Clark Wells saying, I'm going to join in with this as well. This is great stuff. Somebody else over the grass there in the background. Didn't see who it was. It's still Ovenden and Hammond line astern for the lead with 6 minutes to go. Into Coppice. Bouncing over the curb there. He always does there, Matt Hammond. Into the exhibition straight. 3rd place is Nelson King. He's got ahead of Joe Wiggin. 5th is Byrne. Pearce 6th. Matt Hammond's getting ready to attack. Leading the Directors' Cup for the senior racers. Ovenden is a Graduate Cup driver, the 2nd year in the championship. Are we going to see a day of mini challenge racing with no wins for Nelson King? Very rare thing this season. Hammond to the inside. He's going through. Beautifully judged on the brakes there for the Melbourne hairpin. Matt Hammond using his experience of these cars to take the lead. Can he hold it as they go up towards Goddard's? Is Tom Ovenden going to get the inside line for the left-hander? Yes, he is, and he retakes the lead. Notice some damage to the barrier there. The Recticel blocks coming out of the Melbourne hairpin, so somebody's hit them. Didn't see who it was. Down the straight, Ovenden, Hammond. King closing up. It's the heart of these 2 battle. They'll lose more time, and King will be able to close on them as Hammond cuts back to the inside. Tom Ovenden was not expecting that. And into the Craner curves, Hammond's surely going to go through, or is he? Or is he? Because Ovenden hanging on around the outside. Hammond takes the place, takes the lead. Down they go into the old hairpin. Nelson King tries to attack Tom Ovenden. This is brilliant racing to round off the day here at Donington. From the Mini Challenge Trophy class sponsored by Quave Transmissions. It's nose to tail for 4th as well between Wiggin and Jack Byrne. 6th is Pearce. Nathan Edwards 7th. I think it's Charlie Mann still there in 8th place. Up and down day for him. There's Ben Jenkins gaining a place past the 237 of Piers Henderson. It's further back down the order. Looking for about 19th place. 4 minutes to go. Could be 5 alive for the lead again shortly. Hammond, Ovenden, King, Wiggin and Byrne. Any one of these 5 I reckon could still win it. Through the chicane. Up over this little rise down towards the Melbourne Loop. Hammond holds his advantage, looking for win number 2 today, win number 2 of his season. Jack Byrne cuts to the inside, a bit of damage to the back of Joe Wiggins' car there. Tyler Lindsay's up to 8th, he's got ahead of Charlie Mann, he's got Alex Solly behind him. The light continues to fade, almost at the end of this huge weekend of racing here at Donington Park. Straight they come past the pits into Redmond. Matt Hammond hanging on in front. Raced his lead a little bit there. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Nelson King at 1:55.9. He's just lurking there in 3rd, waiting to make his move. Down the Craners into the old hairpin they go. Here's a battle further back. Mike Paul in number 4 has got Brendan Fitzgerald and James Parker on his tail. This is further back outside the top 10. That's for 16th place, this battle. Behind them looks like is Alfie Glennie, recovering after he got spun out early on. Fitzgerald, the Dubliner, racing hard on the back of the number 4 of Mike Paul from Basingstoke in Hampshire, lives near the Truxton circuit. James Parker, having secured his boot win this time, on the attack. Car being lapped here by the leaders. That's the number 34 John McGladrigan. He's lost his front bumper. Leaders head down into the chicane once again. Matt Hammond, Ovenden, King. There's Wiggin and Byrne still line astern, 4th and 5th. Tom Ovenden, is he going to make a move here? They're coming round to start their final lap this time. Nelson King, you can see he's ready to attack. He knows the last lap's about to start. He's got to decide the time and place to unleash his finishing move. John McGladrigan trying to move out of the way, let the quicker cars through. Here they come then to start their last lap. Last lap of the weekend here at Donington. Here's Nelson King going to attack here into Redgate on the back of Ovenden. Lead gap is just over half a second. New fastest lap for Matt Hammond, so he's responding. He's starting to pull away now. He's seen the board. He knows he's got to push to try and hold on to that lead. It looks like Nelson King may well be leaving Donington winless. I think the championship may well go to the final weekend at Brands Hatch. Through the old hairpin for the last time. Win number 2 of the weekend and the season for Matt Hammond. Move being made for 4th place. Jack Byrne goes through into 4th ahead of Joe Wiggin. Look at Hammond lifting his rear wheel there on the inside. I don't think Nelson King's going to do it. I don't think Ovenden's going to do it either. I think this has been sewn up by Matt Hammond. You can see he's pulled away. That last lap board was his signal to kick on at the front. Good attack here for second. Through the chicane. Over the curbs. Jack Byrne still there in 4th. Nathan Edwards heading the next group. Through the hairpin for the last time. Are we going to see a last corner lunge at Goddard's from Nelson King? I don't think they're going to catch Matt Hammond. The Accelerate Motorsport car, it looks like it could be a 1-2 for Accelerate Motorsports. Through the left-hander for the final time. Checkered flag is in sight, the final checkered flag of the weekend. Here comes Matt Hammond. There's the flag, he takes his second win of the day. Ovenden second, and a rare winless day for Nelson King. 4th goes to Jack Byrne ahead of Joe Wiggin. It's going to be a photo finish for 6th between Lee Pearce and Nathan Edwards. Pearce got it by 0.023 of a second. 8th for Tyler Lindsay. Charlie Mann 9th. Alex Solly 10th. As for the class wins, Directors' Cup goes to Matt Hammond. Graduate Cup to Tom Ovenden. And the Rookies' Cup once again to Jack Byrne. There's Alfie Glennie across the line. We saw him in a spin earlier. The rest of the pack come home. Well done to Matt Hammond. 8 laps completed. The race going the full 15-minute distance, which is good to see. Confirm the results in a second. Just a couple of retirements in that one. We lost Nicky Taylor into the pits after that first lap collision. Sophie Wright was an early casualty as well. It's Matt Hammond who takes the win by 3/4 of a second over Tom Ovenden, who just held off Nelson King at the line. Jack Byrne 4th ahead of Joe Wiggin, then a gap back to Lee Pearce in 6th. Nathan Edwards was beaten by Pearce in a photo finish. Tyler Lindsay 8th ahead of Charlie Mann and Alex Solly. Paul Manning 11th, he had a lively race. Clark Wells a good result in 12th ahead of Ollie Meadows. Luca Marinoni Osborne and Frankie Taylor completing the top 15. Beyond that, Mike Paul was 16th ahead of James Parker, Alfie Glennie and Brendan Fitzgerald. They had a good scrap, completing the top 20 Piers Henderson, and Ben Jenkins, Jonathan Sargent, Barry Holmes, Andy Cobb the 62 of Alex Keynes, Mike Fitzgerald, Morgan Roots and John McGladrigan a lap down. We lost Nicky Taylor and Sophie Roots. But he stopped there. I think that might be John McGladrigan's car, missing the front bumper. Stopped on the Starkey section. It'll have to be recovered. We'll head down to Ewan shortly before we sign off for the weekend here at Donington Park. Just awaiting the cars to pull into Park Ferme then. We can head down to you.
Thank you, Dave. 11 races back to back. That is us all done. Let's go and have 3 conversations though. So our top 3 in our final race of the day, the third for the minis. I speak to championship leader Nelson King. Could have wrapped up the championship this weekend, hasn't done so. Nelson, a very rare winless day for you, but still racking up the points.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about at the moment, racking up the points. I think the win could have been there. These 2 boys are quick, but I thought I'd stay a bit safe and keep where I am.
3 very different races today.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely tested skill. Bit annoyed to not get that race 1 win, but they've driven well all weekend. The Accelerate boys have been flawless. Joe done a really good race in the half dry race, so I'm not too displeased.
3 more races to come at Brands Hatch in a fortnight. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Going to end on a high.
Try to. It's my home track, so I want to.
Mate, have a safe journey home. Well done. Great weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Matt, let's go this way to speak to Matt. Giving the kids a driving lesson this weekend.
Yeah, the old dog's still got some tricks, hasn't he? Hey? Once they learn them, they don't forget them. No, so I've been hammered this week, this year by a few people, so it's nice to still get up the front and show them who's boss.
I mean, 2 wins and a second place. It's almost absolutely perfect. What was the key today? I know when we spoke earlier, you said you haven't been in the right headspace earlier on this season. Something's changed, and can you bottle this and take it forward?
I hope so. I was hoping I could do it before, but no, it's great. It's been over a year since my massive crash at Alton, and I think that's been playing on my head. And I haven't driven very well all year, to be fair. So to still be in with a shout's mega. And this weekend, it's just come back to life. Donny, I love Donny. It's always been good to me, as you can see. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to go and apologise to Tom though in a minute for overtaking him. I had to go for it. I saw him catching in. So yeah, that's up to Tom.
And looking forward to Brands Hatch. What can we expect from you?
I like Brands. That's all I'll say.
Well done, mate. Great weekend.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go and speak to Tom. It's all friendly here in the Midi Park Ferme. Tom ended the weekend with a podium. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
How was it?
It was tough. The pace at the start of the race was all right. Towards the end of the race, I was struggling with the fronts. Really, I don't really know what was going on. But Matt was flying at the end of that race, absolutely flying, so I'm pleased for second. That was good.
He's had a great day. In terms of the championship, obviously Nelson's running away with it, probably going to take it at Brands Hatch, we know that. But second, third, still up for grabs, and you're right in there.
Yeah, we got a lot closer after Snetterton. I had an issue at Snetterton, unfortunately, but today was a good solid bag of points.
What do you take away from today into Brands Hatch in a fortnight time?
I was going to give it my all. Yeah. Keep trying winning. That's all. That's always the goal every weekend, and it won't change there. So I look forward to it.
We can't wait. Good luck. See you there.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And that is all we've got time for here at Donington Park Circuit this weekend. 17 races in total. Well done to Dave Goddard for talking you through all of them. We've been had a great time here in the paddock, Park Fermé and in the pits. We hope you've enjoyed it. If you are enjoying the stream, do give it a like before you leave. But we'll see you in Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time. Back today for a final goodbye.
Sunsets on another great weekend of racing here on BARC TV. Then thank you to Ewan Dunlop down in the paddock and Park Fermé and the pit lane today. And thank you to everyone here at Donington. A special thanks to our volunteer marshals once again, the medical staff, the recovery crews, everybody else here at Donington Park. Special thanks to our camera crews as well, everyone for braving the heavy rain earlier this morning. One live stream to go for us here on BARC TV this year. First weekend in November, we're at Brands Hatch for the British Truck Racing Championship finale. Plenty more besides on the bill that weekend. Join us for that one in a couple of weeks' time then. But until then, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Donington Park. Thanks to all of you for watching and goodbye.